Ahoy hoy! I'm Plannerwalk, and welcome to an open debate. And today I decided to not just make it Flat Earth because after a while Flat Earth gets boring, so I decided, it can be any topic whatsoever. And let me just switch to the debate, and for some reason not a lot of people are here. It says that I've got 6 concurrent viewers, which is really odd. Usually I've got like 20 to start off with. That's really weird. Maybe YouTube hasn't notified anyone. Ahoy hoy, Robert Legere III. But anyway, I've got Skeptic here, or Why You Are an Idiot is his YouTube channel. Yeah. What do you mean? Well, technically, maybe it's. So I've been on YouTube for a while. I've been on YouTube for years now, but it's only recently that my channel has picked up steam, so. I've got 5,000. Okay, yeah, that would have been. Yeah. Yeah. So you saw my last debate and you wanted to have a debate based off it, if I'm correct? Oh, one second. Apparently, people can't hear you. There we go. I forgot that
They
you're
can hear me?
muted. Yeah, I had to unmute you. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine.
So everything that
No,
you
'cause-
said up until this point, no
yeah.
one knows what you're saying.
I know. Okay, so let's start all over again. My channel is called Why You Are an Idiot. I'm on YouTube. I am a flat earther. I am partially MGTOW, not 100% because I have a different view on things. I am a Bible believer, and I make videos about atheists being basically stupid because they can't read properly. Just like yesterday, when someone sent me a verse and they couldn't even read it properly.
I mean, I've got a Bible right here, so I'm pretty sure I
No,
can.
no, it's
If you say any
okay.
verses, I'll be able to
Yeah,
read
I
it
know.
out.
No, there was a guy who told this was just yesterday. There was a guy who told me he's all like, oh, um, supposedly if you jerk a guy off, the woman has to get her hands cut off, and I'm just like, where the hell does it say that in the Bible? He's all like, here it is, and I went to the verse, I read it, and I'm just all like, what the hell are you talking about? This has nothing to do with that. Basically, like
There's a lot
he
of
read the verse.
interpretations.
Yeah, he read the verse completely wrong. Basically, what it's saying is that let's say the woman has a husband and he does something bad, like rape, kill, whatever. He does something bad.
Hmm.
It talks about smiting him, killing him. You're gonna kill the husband. Basically, the idea is if she puts her hands in the way to try and save him because of what he did, because that's his judgment, because of what he did, they're supposed to cut off her hands because she's not allowed to do that. She's not allowed to get in the way because he did something so bad that they're going to kill him.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I don't know where the hell he got jerking off from. We're supposedly like, oh, we're gonna kill him, and in order to save him, I'm gonna jerk. Like what? Like it makes no sense to me. Like this is why like I have such an issue sometimes with certain atheists. They can't read properly.
Yeah,
They just can't read
there's
properly.
been
So,
there's been times when I've decided when I've found this particular passage and I've actually had to go, okay, let me take a look at the context of this passage, and
yeah,
that's actually why my Bible's sitting right there, because I had to. I think it was last week. I had no 2 weeks ago. I had to look at the context of a passage to make sure, just to make sure that it was what I thought it was saying, and it was. So.
Yeah, no, because people tend to read the Bible wrong in a lot of areas. There's another verse that talks about what it sounds like kidnapping. It makes it sound like kidnapping. Oh, you know, but when you read it in full context, it's talking about adoption. Oh, you're going to adopt someone else's child and take them in.
Okay, I don't.
But the way it's written, because the Bible has a certain like way of writing and talking its things out that are just different from the way we do it today. That it comes off like, oh, this person's kidnapping. It's like, no, 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 this is
Hmm.
adoption.
Well, honestly, I do think that a lot of the Bible, I'm just trying to work out how a good way to explain it.
Yeah,
Like a
I
lot
know
of the
you're
a lot of the Bible to me seems pretty horrible. So Old Testament stuff, New Testament isn't too bad, but when you go through the Old Testament, then there's a whole lot
that's
of
my
things
favorite
like
part.
basically going and pillaging cities, taking all their stuff and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah,
um,
yeah, I can explain that really easily. I know what's going on there. I already know what's going on. So,
yeah, don't, I don't think
yeah,
that there's
I can
any
explain it. I can
really
explain it.
good justifications for that kind of stuff.
There is, trust me, and I can explain it to anyone who, to the five, six people that want to hear this. But I don't know how many people are on, but either way, I can explain it very
We've gone
simply.
up to 25.
Okay, well, to the 25 people that want to hear this on why basically God ordered genocide on certain tribes. Okay, so this is going to be a pretty long explanation. Listen, please. Okay,
I'm sure I'll have a
so
few holes to pick in it.
yeah, I know everyone always has something to pick on, but basically, what was going on is okay. So if you read Genesis 6 and you take it for what it says, don't add anything to it. Okay, take it for what it says. It says that the angels went into the women and they gave birth to giants. Okay, so now when you do your research on these giants, they don't look human. They don't yeah, they have arms and legs and all this, but they don't look human. They're not very human looking. Okay, so basically, what happens is, God floods the earth, etc. Afterwards, something happens. Something happens, okay, where these giants are back again, okay, where these giants are back again, and we can go through several theories on that because I can probably name like two or three off the top of my head, but there's several theories for this. Um, and basically, the giants are now roaming on the earth, and anyone who's done any research on the giants eat the human race. That's what they do. They kill them, they eat them, they take over them. Okay. So now we have a variety of tribes. You can read this in Numbers 13. Numbers 13. You can read the whole thing. It says, we ran into giants, the sons of Anak, which is the Anunnaki, a reference to the Anunnaki. Basically, the sons of the Anunnaki, because the Anunnaki are the fallen angels.
Yeah.
Um, and you can get a reference from this from the Hittites, because that's one of the tribes that God mentions. He mentions destroy the Canaanites, destroy the Amalekites, destroy the Hittites, destroy the Amorites, destroy. There's more tribes than that, but that's just a list of a few of them. So
Okay.
basically, these guys are basically killing the human race, and God's like, "You're not going to kill my people." So God says, I'm going to send you in there and you're going to freaking destroy them. You are going to destroy all the children of Satan, every single one. And they go in there, and basically what happens is I'm pretty sure you've heard this verse. I think it's 2 Samuel 15:3. Uh, utterly destroy the Amalekites, kill the women, kill the children, kill everything in there.
Yeah.
The word
Uh,
Amalek, the Amalekites are giants. So
so
God's giving the order to the human race: kill every single one of them.
so why is there some passages? So I'm just going to try and you know
Yeah, it's okay. Ask me anything.
make sure I've. So there are some passages where it basically says to go in and to go into a certain city and kill nearly everyone um, in that area, right?
Yes, yes.
So is it every time that happens? Is that because they are giants, or
I'd have to
because
say I'd have to say for at least for the beginning, we're talking about the if we're talking about the old what we call the Old Testament. I don't really call it the Old Testament, but if we're talking about the Old Testament, we're talking about giants. Later on, there starts to be human battles, like actual human battles, where humans going against people of God. Like there's actually it's more into the New Testament where I think like I think it's 80,000 or 180,000 people are going after the people of God, and these are humans. Okay, these are humans, and God literally sends just one, not an army, not anything like that, just one angel to come down, and that one angel wrecks every single one. He's all like, "Nope, I got a plan. My people have to do certain things. Get out the way."
Well,
And sometimes God even lets like the people who believe in Him to be like enslaved for a little while just for him to get something done because he has something he needs to get done. He needs to complete his work.
okay,
Like
so
kind of like
so yeah, there's a reason why I ask it, right? So
mhm,
there's points where in the Bible where God basically orders his people to go into a certain city
mhm,
and kill all the men, right?
mhm.
But not kill the woman. In fact, they're allowed to take the woman for themselves.
Yeah, because what happens is what was happening there is the giants would come and they would kidnap women, and you can read this in Indian text where this woman, she I think it was her and another woman, they got kidnapped by some giants, and not just that, they got raped by some of these giants, and some of these women died during the rape. So basically, the men went in there, killed the giants, saved them, and now the women are their spoils. Basically, like you're mine, you know. Okay, you're mine. And it's not like we're gonna treat them bad. And now here's where the interesting part is because you want to talk about slavery. We could talk about that one.
They're like,
Uh, yeah, there's a part in the Old Testament where it talks about slavedom. Well, the Canaanites are giants, and basically what happens is some of these giant, huge areas that are just like the stones are just huge. No human can pick them up. Even some of the equipment we have today can't do it. So basically, the story is God ordered them kill all the giants, but they didn't do it. They didn't do it. Basically, what they did is they enslaved a portion of these giants, and these giants started building stuff for them because they're their slaves. So they're like, pick that up, put that over there. They want these giants to build a home for them. Okay, and they would literally keep them like that. And I'm pretty sure there was, how do I say this, a few escapees because that tends to happen if you read certain texts. Some of them tend to escape and go into the forest and run away because the order by God is to kill them all. Now, I can go in through, how do I say this? Basically, I'll go through the simple story. Basically, it was ordered by Moses, basically because there's a fight where they have giants, and so this is a story. Now, whether you believe this or not, the
yeah,
story
I
is
don't
that
believe
when
this, but
Moses,
you know,
yeah, I know, but when Moses would raise his hands, they would start winning the fight. But if his hands got tired and he put them down, they would start losing the fight. So
wait,
basically,
why?
two people. Yeah, I know, which is weird, but I know exactly.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, no. So basically, what happens is they got two people. They got two people to like grab Moses' arms and keep them up for the whole fight. They got two, because Moses is already getting old. Okay, so they basically got two young guys to go up there, keep his arms up, and they ended up winning the war. That's one of the wars that way. Now, I'm going to tell you about what I would call the big war, what is known as the humans versus the giants, the big war. So basically, this is what happened. A group of humans, by the order of God, went in. They killed a tribe. Okay, and then they went to the next tribe, killed that tribe, and then they went to the next tribe, killed that tribe. A few of them got away, and those giants that escaped, they went to the king, the areas where the king of the giants were. Okay, and they warned them. They told them, "Hey, these humans are coming to kill us, and they're fighting us and everything." Okay, so what the king does is he decides he calls the other giant tribes from across the area, because we're talking about the Middle East right now,
Yeah.
so across the area. So this is what I would call the war. This is a war of Joshua. The story is that we have thousands of humans on one side, like probably thousands of giants on the other, and they go in, and I'm not joking. They go in, and the story is that the human race kicked their fucking ass. I mean, this yeah. If you read the story is we kicked their damn ass. So imagine you. I don't know how tall are you.
I'm 5'10", somewhere between
Yeah.
5'8" and 5'10", I think.
Okay. You're like around there. So imagine a group of, I don't know how big they were then, because you know, it really all depends, who you listen to. But let's just get the average, 5'10" to 6, something around there. Probably probably there's a bunch of guys that are bigger than 6, but you know, within that range. We're talking about a group of men, you know, so many of these, and they're going up against 12-footers, 15-footers, 18-footers. Some giants are probably smaller, like 9 feet tall, 8 feet. But we're talking about a group of men, and they go in there, they fucking raid the castle, they kill pretty much everyone, they kill pretty much all of them. Only a few get away, and now the rest of the job is to search for those few and kill them all, because that's the order by God. Kill every single one. That's the order. The issue is because after Moses died, they put Joshua in charge. The man named Joshua in charge, and he's supposedly actually a really good fighter. But once he was in charge, and he died afterwards, like he got old and he eventually died, the people got tired of fighting. So instead of going out to look for these final giants to go kill them and make sure they're all dead in the area, they don't listen to God. They don't listen to him, and they go off and they go live their life. Because, who wants to be in war all the time? Let's be real. Come on, you really would want to be in war all the damn time? No.
Well, no, definitely not. But
So basically what happens is the giants are off in another area, and now they're reproducing again. They're reproducing again. And, years later, David pops up. David and Goliath.
yeah, I think everyone knows that story.
So, but basically, by the time David is born, the giants have reproduced again. The giants are reproducing again. They've reproduced. So, to what extent, I don't know, but they've reproduced more, and they're starting to cause trouble. And now David, he's now king. After killing Goliath, he's now king. So God orders David, go kill the Philistines. Go kill them. Not just them, but other tribes also. So the people are going in there and they're doing their thing, they're killing the giants, etc. But something always happens where they're like, I'm tired. I don't want to do war anymore. I don't, something always goes along that line where they don't want to fight. And I don't blame them. It's war. It's tiring. People die. You're losing sons and fathers. So, it's not a good feeling. So eventually things start, how do I say this? Most of the giants are pretty much gone, at least from the middle. Most of the giants are pretty much gone. There are a few sightings still of giants in the Middle East. And then over here in America, we have what I would call King Arthur, which a lot of people think it's just a story. No, King Arthur was real.
Wait, what real. Do you have any evidence for King Arthur being real?
Oh, it's not even a joke. It's in the history books. They're literal documents of a guy named King Arthur.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that there would be a person called King Arthur. I'm just disagreeing that all the stories about King Arthur would be real.
Whether you believe they're 100% real or not, I'm just here to tell you the story. So basically,
it's been a nice story time, by the way.
Yeah, I know, but basically, it's the same thing here. When you actually pay attention to what God's doing, basically, he grabs a bunch of men from the Middle East and he makes them fight. And then over here in America, there's giants over here also. So he's grabbing a bunch of men over here and he's getting whatever king there is, and he's giving the order to that king to kill these giants. Okay, and this applies also in Africa. Same thing. a bunch of black people come together, they start killing giants. And this is all over the earth. This is just all over the earth. In Europe too. In Europe too, it's the same. What is the Lord Mayor Parade, where they basically make two giants, Og and Magog, and they parade them through the streets, because that's in memory of the fight during. It was the fight of. I forgot what it was called, but it was during the time. People like to say, God, what is that thing called? Hold on, give me a second.
So I do have a question for you.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it's okay. That's the question.
So if humans are getting sick of war, why wouldn't the giants get sick of war? Is it really? Are they really that one-dimensional that war is all they want or something?
They're you got to understand. We are built differently. We were built by God, so we are built. They were basically made by a mixture of angel and human, so they're built differently. So they don't have this. How do I say this? They don't have the same love that we have. Because
I mean, technically, angels were also made, but if you believe that God created anything, He would have created the angels as well, wouldn't He?
Yeah, He would. And then the portion that rebelled, those are the ones that went into the women and had sex with them.
Well, why would they rebel?
Oh, why would they rebel? Well, there's several reasons for it. One, after Satan did what he did, God. Imagine if you're Satan and I'm God, okay? And you trick Adam.
That's easy.
Okay, you trick them. And then I come up to you, and you've seen me my entire life. You've seen that everything I say in the past, and then I come up to you and I tell you, one of their kids is gonna kill you. And I'm not joking. Imagine me, God, if one of their kids is gonna kill you, Planner. So what would be your goal? Your goal is to stop them from breeding, stop them from having sex. Well, how do you do that? War, disease, convincing them they're gay or lesbian, etc.
Hold up. If I wanted to stop someone from killing me, I would not try and convince them that they're gay or lesbian. I'm just going to put that out there. If I wanted to stop someone from killing me, I'd probably actually try and present myself as a person that they don't want to kill. Otherwise, if you present yourself as a complete arsehole to everyone, that's probably going to make them want to kill you more.
But you got to understand, they already know who you are. You were there. You were there. So they already know who you are. So they're going to be like, what are you doing here? Get the fuck out of here. And not just that, and if you read the stories, I'm pretty sure you read this in Job, where Satan says, hey, I want to do harm to Job, and I want to make this bet with you, God, but you put protection all over him. I can't touch him. And God's all like, okay, I'll take it off. I'll take the protection off. So basically, Satan, it's not that Satan doesn't want to go in there and just kill, okay? It's just that God has a protection on us. It's just automatic. He does it because he loves us. He automatically has a protection on us. So he has to do it in a convincing way. He has to convince us to pretty much kill ourselves or kill our children. And it does work part of the time. Does it work all the time? No. But Cain and Abel. Cain killed Abel. He convinced that was Satan. That was Satan's influence. He convinced him.
Yeah, so, one of the things when it comes to Job, right? The only time, I think Job was the only time in the Bible that Satan actually killed anyone. The rest of someone actually pointed out in the chat, they said that God killed thousands, right? No, God killed millions.
No, actually, Satan killed about low end 500,000 to 1 million. High end, 3 million to 5 million.
Okay, can you show me where Satan killed in the Bible?
Okay, here. Okay, imagine I'm Satan. Okay.
No, show me where Satan. Hold on. I want you to show me where Satan killed in the Bible.
Okay, here. I gotta explain it, please. Okay, I gotta explain it. Okay. All right. So now, here I'm gonna do the story for you. Okay. Now, imagine I'm Satan and I have an army of angels, however many there are. And they're pretty much already screwed. So they're like, okay, we have to God. All right. And they're like, okay, Satan, we'll help you with your little goal. Okay, with your little goal that you want. All right. So now Satan gives the order to the angels, go out there, have sex with the women. That's the first order Satan gives. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, along with that order, after the women get pregnant, they now have, baby giants in their bellies. And I'm going to let everyone know they died in this process. At least based off the text, most of them died. You can read this in the Kabbalah Nagas, chapter 100. But basically, that movie Alien, where the aliens burst out their stomach? Yeah, that's basically what happened to the woman. The giants burst out of their stomach and they died. So, because they couldn't push it out. So, now imagine how many women died during that time. Because this wasn't by, how do I say this? What I would call choice. They weren't giving a choice to this. Okay, because when you read the stories, they would rape, and sometimes they would shapeshift. Zeus is an example. Zeus shapeshift. Basically, Zeus is just a fallen angel. He'd shapeshift into a woman's husband to look exactly like the husband. He went inside the house. They had sex, and then he left. And then when the real husband came back, the one the wife went up to him. He's all like, "Oh, let's have sex like we just did." And he's all like, "What the hell are you talking about? I just got back." So you can imagine how that conversation went. But she's telling her husband like, "Well, you were just here. I just had sex with you." And he's all like, "No, I just got back." Then who came in through the door? So basically, that's what was going on. Now, let's add this up, okay? So Satan gives the order. How many women were there during that time? Well, I did the math, and there was about, on the low end, we're talking about low end, 500 to a million people. 500,000 to a million people, estimated. Okay, so that's already what, let's assume half and half, 50-50, okay, for women and men. So that's about 250,000 women dead just from giving birth to their kids. That's already, that's, remember, that he's accountable for this because he gave the order, okay? And on top of that, based off all the text, he did also have sex with some of these women, okay? Um, Now, along with that, the kids are born, the giants are born. Now, as a parent, what do? You teach your kids, right? That's what you do as a parent. Well, guess what they were giving the order to do, to the human race. I want you to enslave the human race and take over them. And you're going to be cattle now. Make them cattle. You're bigger, you're stronger than them. Make them cattle. That's the order that was given. So now we have Satan's kids basically putting the humans into pens, making them breed, and then killing them and eating them. And this is documented in Enoch. Book of Enoch, the angels began to devour mankind. They began to eat them. Remember, this is all done by Satan.
Yeah.
This is all by the order of Satan.
I'm following.
So basically at the end of everything, where God basically gets so pissed off that he's all like, he grabs the angels and he locks them. And now he has to get rid of the giants. So basically, he causes a war between the giants. He basically causes them to fight each other. So the giants are killing off one another. But the human race is already so corrupt about what's going on. They're just so corrupt. They're so corrupt at this point. And I don't mean just mentally, I mean genetically also. They are corrupted genetically. That basically, God's like, I gotta flood the earth or else no one's gonna be saved. And then it would make him a liar. He can't keep his word. And two, everything's so bad that he's like, okay, I'm gonna save Noah and his wife, 3 sons, and I'm gonna save 3 women.
Yeah.
And
You don't need to go over details that we already know.
Yeah. As for, this is probably the part you guys don't know, the corruption of all flesh. For God said all flesh was corrupted. He doesn't mean that the human race thought evilly. Because trust me, I've had evil thoughts. Everyone has. What he means by all flesh was corrupted, he means literally all flesh was corrupted. But what are we talking about here? Okay. Well, in Joshua chapter 4, the book of Joshua, it's in chapter 4, which the Bible does tell you to read it. I think it's in 1st or 2nd Samuel, where the Bible tells you to read the book of Joshua. Um, if you read chapter 4, it talks about how the kings of the earth, one, they took the women by force from their husband. So this wasn't a choice. The women were being raped. Now, and then it says that they were mixing animals and humans together, which is why you see hybrid animals. You know those hybrid animal statues that head of a human and like a
Yeah,
horse with
yeah,
wings and stuff like that.
yeah. I know that.
Yeah, basically what they did is with the technology that they had during that time, they basically would cut off people's heads and arms and all this, and they would attach it to an animal. And it's going to happen again. That's why there's this whole transgender movement. It's actually a transhumanism movement.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay, word. You sure? You can go online and look. They're going for it. They're
I
aiming for it.
honestly, when it comes to transgenders, I think it's just you got to make the differentiation between transgender and transsexual. Those are two different things. But
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
look, to me it's all the same thing, but
I don't think transgenderism is
no, no,
going
no.
down the
No, look,
transhumanism route.
you need to understand. It's not that most of the transgender people, to me, they're just confused and lost. And some of them have been, not some, but many of them have been raped. Okay. Most of those people are just regular people. But that's the goal that's the goal that the Satanists have in mind. They want to make it like the days of Noah, because that's what's going to happen. That's what the Bible says. It's going to be like the days of Noah. So basically, the human race is going to actively accept this. Basically, they're going to be like, oh, I want to be like Goku. Give me I want to have, wings or something. They're going to be like, okay, yeah, we can do this surgery on you and we can do this, blah, 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 and we'll do it to you.
Don't you think that
And
it's?
you can see.
Don't you think? Don't think it's. Don't you think it's more like we're just trying to make life better for everyone?
No, no, no. I believe there's two sides, because it's always like this. There are people who actually want good things. That's just the reality of it. There are people who want good things for others, and they do things with the hopes of helping people, and that is a fact. But then we also have what I would call the people at the top. They don't have good intentions. They don't have good intentions.
I th-
Trust me on. Because trust me, if they had good intentions, they would stop already.
I think I'm not sure if Professor Games is talking. So he said something. I'm actually not sure of the difference. And so the difference between transsexual and transgender. So the first thing is transgender is more about changing your gender. Transsexual is about changing your sex. So transsexual would be taking things like would be taking hormone replacements and also changing what genitals you have. Transgender would be just changing the gender role that you fit into.
Oh, okay, okay. So
So
that's the difference.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry. To me, look, I see it all as a. I get it. I get it. I understand. Yeah, because I know this. I actually talked to this. I thought it was a girl, honestly, but it was a guy, and I mean, it really looked like a girl. Holy hell! Like the body had a fat ass, long hair, and this is a girl. There's no way it's a guy. But then I ended up like, I looked at him. I looked at him in the face, and just like, it looks like a girl, but
Yeah.
something's looking off. So I messaged. I'm all like, "Are you a guy?" And then he told me, he's all like, "Yeah, I'm a guy. How'd you know?" And I'm just like,
So
"It's a guess."
so when it comes to things like male and female things, I don't really. If I want to talk to someone just regularly, I don't care whether they're a male or female. To be honest, it's like, what does that add to the conversation?
Oh, no, no. The whole goal, because you gotta understand, you gotta think about it not in terms of the people. You can't think about it because the people. The truth is, the people just want to live a normal life, be happy, and enjoy it. That's the majority of people. That's what the majority of people want.
Yeah.
That's what you want. That's what I want, etc. You have to think about it in the terms of one, the satanic elite, and Satan. Satan's goal is to corrupt us, get us to kill each other, get us to mess ourselves up on purpose. This is one of the ways to do that. So by basically what happens, this is what the Bible said, because I'm pretty sure verse where the thoughts and minds and everything that the human race was thinking was evil continually. Why is that? Well, if you mix yourself with a damn lion, you're gonna have some of those lion traits start to pop up, and you're gonna start thinking like a lion. You're gonna, because we're talking about mixing DNA and genetics together. So that's what happened. They became so violent, and you'll see this in statues everywhere of like the Minotaur killing the Minotaur. That these are all based off like the ancient past. Either a little bit after the flood or before the flood, depending on who you want to choose.
Wait,
After the
can
flood,
I
there
just
was still.
can I just ask you something? What was my
Yeah.
question?
Huh?
What was my question there? What did I ask you?
I think you were talking about because if I'm correct, you were talking. My bad. Because you were talking about how you don't care about how if the
Yeah.
person is trans or a woman or anything like that, and that how we should live life, just normally and fine. But you need you need to see it in the terms of their goal, not your goal, because your goal is you want peace. That's the
Yeah.
reality. You just want peace. You want to live life, etc. And it's not like I hate trans people or anything. I really don't. You know,
So
do I think
my
they're wrong?
so my question there, I just remembered it because usually when I keep track of a conversation, if the answer follows on from if the answer is a response to the question, I usually know what the question is because the answer follows on from that. Your answer there to my question was so out of left field that it actually made me forget what it actually made me forget what my question
No, because it
was.
made you think about something else.
Yeah. So my question there was if I'm talking to someone, you know, what does it matter if I know whether they're female or male? What does it add to the
Oh, does
conversation?
that matter? Oh, I mean, it depends if you want to sex with them. I mean,
Yeah,
if there's some guy who looks like a girl, and then you walk up, you want a real girl, who's born that way, then guess what? I mean,
yeah, but
that
I
would be one of the reasons. That would be one of the, and I'm talking about for you. Okay,
yeah,
that
but
would
I
probably be one of the.
don't really, not everybody that I walk up to,
Oh, so you want to have sex with guys every day?
well,
Just let me know. Just let me know.
when I walk up to someone, I'm not wanting to have sex with them. You know, if,
Yeah, you
I
can have a normal conversation with them.
yeah, if I'm just having a normal conversation with someone, I don't care whether you're male or female. It's only when you want to have sex with someone would you care whether they're male or female.
Yeah, pretty
And
much. I mean, I have gay friends, so you know.
yeah, so it's like it doesn't really matter whether people are male or female. No.
How do I say this? Uh, well, you gotta understand. I come at it from a different. I come at it from a point of view. Hey, look, I want everyone in heaven as much as I can, but there also comes a certain point where, like, if the person doesn't want it, I'm literally gonna reject them. And I've done this on several comments where it's like, if the person really, really doesn't want it, I'm just like, okay, go to hell. I There's nothing I can do for you. There's nothing I can say to you. You don't want God, so I let them go, and I have to. I have gay friends and everything. But at the end of the day, God's not going to accept them the way they are. And as much as I want them in heaven, they have to change because God's not the sinful one. We are. And
So hold
to
on.
anyone who wants to know what's going to happen with gay people, go look at Sodom and Gomorrah. Go look at the dead bodies. There's literally a dead two males hugging each other, dead, burnt alive to a crisp. Okay, they're
God did
dead.
that?
Yeah, that's what God did. Because you understand, the town tried to rape two of God's angels. They tried to rape two of God's angels in order to create. That's
So
basically what happened.
real quick question. I'm just curious about something. So have you ever thought that maybe in the Bible God is the bad guy?
No, because we'd all be dead right now.
Why?
Could you try?
Because
Could you look at the Bible from that perspective, could you at least try to think for a second that maybe he's the bad guy? Just look from another perspective.
I mean, I used to think that way. It's hard to think of that way now because I can read ancient texts correctly and more properly, and I understand the story now. So it's hard to look at him. He's all like, okay, well, these giants are real. Go kill them before they kill you, and I'm gonna make sure you win. It's hard to see that as an act of, oh my God, this is extreme violence. It's like, no, these giants are evil. They have a goal, and God's gonna keep His word. My kids are gonna go against your kids, and one of my kids is going to kill you, Satan. So basically, that's what's happening. The enmity between it's in Genesis 3. It's in Genesis 3, 14 or 15.
Genesis. Hold up. Was this Genesis?
You can go to Genesis 3. I will put an enmity between thee and the woman, Satan, and between thy seed, her kids, and your seed, Satan. Thou shalt strike his heel, and he shall strike thy head.
Okay.
Jesus got struck in the heel.
Can I ask something real quick? It's nothing. Just to make sure, when you said, because I wasn't listening properly, but you said that you're not going to be friends with someone if they aren't willing to become straight. Is that right, or did I miss something?
I have gay friends, but how do I say this? I've distanced myself from my gay friends, not because I hate them.
But that's not really okay.
No, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. No, don't think it's like some joke, because I've seen them again, and I've sent them messages, hey, hope you're doing good, and all this stuff. But I've kind of distanced myself a little bit away from them because they have a different way of living than I do. And yeah, I don't think it's not like I think they're bad people, but no matter what, they have an influence on. They can have an influence on, and that's a fact.
But do you think that they themselves are evil, or do you think that they are misguided?
Misguided. They're not evil. Oh, please. Look, trust me. If they were evil, we would have killed them. Trust me. If they were evil, we would have killed them.
Okay, that's okay.
So
I don't know how to react to that. Okay.
So here's what I'm reading here in the Bible, right? So it says here, because thou hast done this, be thou cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. On thy belly thou shalt go. On thy belly shalt thou go, and eat dust all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed.
Yes.
He shall crush thy head, and thou shalt crush his heel. Right?
Yeah. Okay. So basically what he's saying is that Satan has kids.
Okay. So
who are the kids? Who are the kids of the angels? The giants. So now he said there's going to be enmity between Eve's kids and Satan's kids. So that's the enmity. That's the war. The giants versus the humans. You can see it in Lord of the Rings movies. That all over in video games, there's always some giant creature, and you as a human have to kill them. Now that sounds crazy to us. That's
probably because it makes a more entertaining video game.
Yeah, I know it makes a more entertaining video. It really does. But we're talking about something like this happening in real life, and not just that. We won.
But doesn't it?
I want you to pay attention. We won. This wasn't some video game. We freaking kicked their damn asses, and I love it.
Hold up, I just got a question here. Doesn't it seem more like God is talking about the snake rather than Satan?
It depends. I mean, it depends.
Are you asking me or?
I'm asking why you are an idiot.
Okay. It depends on who you want to listen to. But based off all the information I have, you know how you guys think it's like some snake, just some snake or some lizard or something from the ground? Okay, well, let me ask this question. Do snakes talk? No. Do lizards talk? No. Do alligators talk? No. And if they do talk, we can't understand them. Okay?
Can we just pause for a second? I just want to ask, what's the and what are we debating about? Because I joined late into the conversation, so I wasn't there at the beginning. What was the why did we start talking about this?
We're discussing the Bible, and he needs answers. He wants answers.
Okay.
Yeah, like,
That's just the reality. He wants
Well,
answers.
I mean, might I add, because also, as I said, I didn't. I wasn't here since the beginning.
yeah.
Do you believe in the giants and the stuff, or do you see it as a metaphor, or do you actually
Oh
think
no,
that
they're
that
real.
happened?
Like I'm pretty sure Planner Walker has seen my channel. I've made several videos with giant footprints, giant bodies, giant everything.
No, because I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to go on my channel, it's called Why You It, and I usually leave it at Noah's Titan. They're all over the earth.
So
Not a fan.
from
They're
what
all
I
over the earth.
from what I
I'm
have
gonna go watch one of your videos right now, and then I'm gonna return. I'm gonna be in the voice chat. I'm just gonna probably not be listening.
yeah. So a couple of things that I want to say is first, doesn't it seem more like when it comes to these giants that you've seen? Because I've seen a couple of them. Have you heard of pareidolia?
Yeah, I know. I've heard of pareidolia. Yeah, Craig has brought it up and everything. The issue with that is, uh, there is being blood found inside of them, and it isn't just one. I posted it up on my last video. They found blood in another one.
Could you actually
It's like,
provide?
okay. So it's coming to the case that okay,
Could be
even if
research.
all of them look, it's not like I believe all of them. I believe these might be statues. Okay, that's a fact. I believe some of these just might be statues and regular things, but then there's other ones that it's become very obvious.
Okay.
they're real.
Can you here's a question. Can you provide a link to an article that shows that one of them is one of them had like blood that the DNA tested or something?
No. I'd probably
Well,
send a video to you, and they explain the scan they did and all this. That's the most I'd
this
do with it. And
isn't.
then I'd have to find it. I'd have to, because I usually leave it in my videos, but I don't go through a lot of the explaining in the videos.
Can you leave a link
They
to your
usually go to the-
channel, please, in the debate lobby text or
I don't-
wherever? DM me or
Okay.
so that I can watch one of your videos.
Okay. I guess so. I'm just trying to. What is your? I'm just trying to work out how to
Just give me a second, real quick.
explain this or how to
You
ask
guys
this.
are like breaking up a little.
Because if I'm wanting evidence that these giants things that you're claiming are what you're claiming they are. Because if you can't provide evidence, then
I really like to watch one of these videos so that I can see, like, you said that you left the links to your sources in the description of your videos, right?
No, that's the thing. I'd probably have to go through again through what's his name.
But so you made a claim in your video, but you
No,
didn't cite any.
It's not. In some of my videos, I can't remember which one I put the source in because people kept asking me, "Where's your source?" And I'm like, "Okay, here's my source."
I mean,
that you guys keep complaining about, but I can't
kind of
remember
a
which
thing
one
that
it is. I
you
have to go
have
look
to-
for it again.
people to be skeptic of what you're presenting them. Like you have to have.
No. I want you to be skeptical about what I'm saying, and then I want you to yourself. I really do. That's what I prefer. Debate lobby, right?
No, I understand.
There's just
But
one.
still, you could. Okay. No, okay, thanks. This is your channel, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
because it's essentially what Quantum Echo is getting at here is a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
I usually leave physical evidence for everything. Now, what I like to do, because unfortunately, it's not a joke. A lot of people are so freaking lazy about it. It's like, if I make a claim, I want you to try and look it up and try and prove me wrong the best you can. I really do.
Well,
Please don't just bring words. Don't just say, "Oh, this person, it's wrong." No, bring me physical evidence that it is wrong. Put it in a video. Make someone put it in a video saying, like,
okay,
"This is how I proved it was wrong,"
Here,
and I'm going to show how, and then I will believe them. And because that's what I try and do to the best of my ability. That's what I did with ISS and Flat Earth. A lot of this.
So
stuff.
here's the issue with thinking like that, right? The issue with thinking about that is, or the issue of thinking like that is, in the Andes Mountains, there's a whole lot of unicorns. There's a village of unicorns that exists there. Prove me wrong.
Oh, well, it depends. They have pictures. They have something. And I really like you. Got your definition of a unicorn. Unicorn is different. So bring me pictures, and
Bible mentions
bring me a
unicorns,
picture, a
right?
video,
I mean,
and you'll bring. That's enough. That's usually enough to get me searching and looking.
Because the problem here is that if I make that kind of claim without giving any evidence, right, then obviously you can dismiss it without any evidence. And if I just say I bring a photo that has a vague kind of shadow in the background, of what looks to be a unicorn, I can say, haha, this is a unicorn. Prove that it's not a unicorn, and then it's much easier to just go, well, this evidence is flimsy at best, right? And
look, in my opinion, look, this is my opinion, okay? Your best bet is to look at what I have to show and what I have to say, okay? Then afterwards, like normally I leave physical evidence for pretty much most of the times. Barely any times I don't, but I'll leave something physical for you to look at. So
can I say something?
So
well,
I don't want you to believe me. I want you to look at it. I'm done saying
problem. That's the problem. You see, the problem is the whole point. I think one of the major things about being sapient is that you're capable of asking other people for information that you might not be capable of knowing. But if you act as if you can't trust anyone, and that the only person you can learn from,
I can't trust anyone. I'm
no,
not
but
joking.
that's the problem. You're acting so everyone has to research everything for themselves. That's kind of, I mean, that's really kind of. I'm sorry, but stupid. It's the whole. I skeptic. Sorry, skeptic. And planner walk. You understand what I'm saying, right? You see my logic. You see my point.
I see your point. Basically, your point is
No.
you're trying.
Finish. No, talk.
So essentially, Quantum Echo's point is that when it comes, rather than just saying look it up, it's much better to provide the information than they might not have, because people would often say to me, "Oh, you've got to research flat Earth. Research flat Earth." Well, when I went ahead and looked into flat Earth, I came to the conclusion that Earth is a globe. And people would, even after I had looked into flat Earth, people would say, research flat Earth. And the more I looked into it, the more I found out that it was a globe.
If Einstein, when he published the scientific papers on the general theory of relativity, imagine if you asked him, imagine if he didn't release any scientific papers, he said, he went to a conference or whatever, it doesn't matter. He proposed the theory of general relativity, but he didn't leave any evidence for it. And he said, "Oh well, look it up, or just find do your own research, and you'll find it out." I mean, that's
here. I'll give an example. When I was first looking at flat Earth, I remember they first said the biggest hole dug is 8 miles. That's what they said. Okay. Now I found evidence pointing there might be a bigger one that's 16 miles. But from that point on, I haven't found basically anything over the whole 16-mile claim. Now, the 16-mile claim is a pretty big claim. No matter what, I still use both. Hold on. Can you hear me? My connection. Okay.
Yeah,
I can hear you. No, I just want to be sure. The 16 and 8 miles holes that are supposedly, in the Earth, I use both of them because that's what I came to my conclusion. Other people don't use the 16 one, but I do. Okay? Because I decided to look into it myself and be like, 8 to 16 miles. That's what I usually say. But if I was to be pretty much dogmatic about it, I'd just say 8 miles. But I use both. So I want you to look into this yourself, because you might get a different answer that I don't. You might find something that I don't. Yeah, and that's why I want you to do it. Because if you find something else on top of whatever I found, you can add to it.
Okay, so
you can add to it, and you could be like, oh, okay, well, this looks like a good claim or a bad claim, but I also along with it that I can add to my list.
So
Whatever it is that you want in your head, your knowledge, okay, and then you write it down and you try and keep it in a folder.
So what it sounds like to me is, and this is a valid point. So what it sounds like to me is, it sounds like you're saying that, you know, people give you a sort of starting point, and then you should.
You got to give a starting point,
and then you should look.
You take the rest.
And well, people will give you a starting point. So just say someone makes a claim of, unicorns exist in the Andes Mountains or something, right? And then someone else could come along and say, well, actually, scientists have done a giant scan of the Andes Mountains and found no unicorns. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Would you dismiss that as?
Basically, I'm like, I basically, it's just, you gotta understand, I come from the position of I don't believe anyone. I don't believe anyone.
If the University of Pennsylvania.
And then once I find out if the person, because I'm gonna tell you the truth, it's not like you guys like.
What if you?
It's not like you guys are lying. You guys are lying. I don't think you guys are.
I asked you, skeptic. What if you don't have the expertise to determine to do your own research? What if you didn't? Some people spend 20 years researching something, and they publish a scientific paper. Are you going to say, "Oh well, I don't believe it. I'm going to do my own research"? But do you really think that your research can compare to someone who has done this for 20 years and say, "Well, because I mean, it's not that you don't understand it because you're stupid or anything. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. It's because some people might have more experience in a field, and thus they might understand something better. And when you do the same research that they did, you might not understand it as well as they did, and then you might dismiss it as being fake or as if they messed up. But the thing is, if the University of Pennsylvania released I don't know, an article about CRISPR, or it doesn't matter, would you really go and study CRISPR for 15 minutes and then dismiss it? Because, like, I mean,
oh no, not like that. You gotta understand, I say this all the time, physical evidence is the best evidence, and that it's not a joke.
Can you please,
as much as people want to think about this, this has happened to me in several debates where they bring up all this math, and I'm just like, okay, well, you said all this math. Now, where's
Can I ask?
Math is the evidence. See, if you can't understand the evidence, that doesn't mean it's not true. It just means that you don't understand the evidence.
Yeah. But I want physical evidence for that evidence.
Skeptic.
That's what I want.
Let me ask you something real quick. What do you count as physical evidence?
Touchable, seeable, being able to not debunk it. Like, here, I'll give you an example. I literally spent, I remember 2 hours one time for one photo, and I literally put it through a little workshop on my computer, because this guy said, oh, this plane's 80, 90, or 50,000 feet in the air, something like that. I remember correctly, 50 or 60,000 feet in the air. He's all like, hey, look at this, 50 to 60,000 feet in the air. See, space exists. It's a ball, blah, blah, blah. And I decided, you know what, I'm going to take this picture, because it looks real. It really did. It looked real. And I'm just like, I'm going to see where I can find issues. It literally took me 2 hours, almost 2 hours, for me to just start checking off the list. Okay, what's wrong with this? And then I finally got it down. And then I compared it between an actual video of something 60,000 feet in the air compared to what the picture was showing. And then on top of that, I added where the issues were in the picture. That's what I did. That's what I did to him. And then he got a no. He ran away. I was just
sometimes it's not that simple. I mean, you can't just stand.
I don't believe everything.
It's
okay. So, what do you believe? From all the things that you know about science, everything that science does present, everything that we know in the 21st century, what do you believe in, and why do you believe in it? Or do you dismiss everything?
No, I believe in all of the physical. That's what I believe in, meaning cars, airplanes, trucks, etc. The rocket being shot up.
Cars and airplanes. But the thing is, these cars and airplanes, these rockets, they work on theories you don't believe in. That's the problem. If you, I mean, so you believe that rockets do go up into space, right? You believe that
No, I
rockets.
do not believe they go up into space. I believe they go up, turn sideways, and go towards the ocean because there's tons of pictures and videos of rockets and all these boosters and all this in the ocean. So it's like, are they really going to space?
Well, I can explain.
Realize-
I can explain why.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Okay. Continue.
so boosters. The reason why they end up in the ocean is because they detach from the.
Yeah, no, they kind of fall off and everything.
Yeah. So that's not really evidence that rockets don't go to space. It's just.
Where do you live? I mean, what country? I don't mean the specific. I mean, that would be.
Are you asking me
You live in
or?
America? No. Skeptic. Are you in America?
Yes.
Where exactly? Like, what state?
Right now, I'm in North Carolina.
I mean, I'm sure that it doesn't. Forget that. I'm sure that if you just bought a $100 telescope, it doesn't matter. You don't really need even a telescope. You can go to an observatory, whatever, and you do realize you can see these things that we send up. Like, you can go and track them. Like, if you can't do it yourself, you can ask someone to help you.
Oh, no. I've done debates on this. And I've shown like where the issue is. Not just
Where
that.
is it?
I literally get videos and literally go through the details of it.
Can you
And that's
give me
not
a
a
short
joke.
version?
You can watch some of my videos.
Well, I watched one of your videos, and the one of your videos that you sent is just a bunch of pictures of rocks with music in the background, claiming that they're giants. I mean, it's in the chat. I'm not like trying to be rude or anything, but they're really just, it's like a picture that looks like a head, and you don't really give any insight on what you're actually looking at. You just compiled a bunch of
No, it's
images.
just because it's been out for a few years now. So like there are
Oh,
other
it's
channels who do this, who add more detail to it and explain it.
yeah.
And they go through the explanation of it. I'm just here to show
Rocks,
it and then let the
but
person
again,
look into it.
these rocks are clearly, some of them are clearly man-made. They're like, and
Okay, go finish. Finish talking.
no, sorry, the Discord just lagged. What I was about to say is that, and some of them do look like as if they were giants. It's really, I mean, it's kind of, you can tell that it's just your brain like tricking you. I mean, the easiest person to fool is yourself. So, I mean, I looked at these images, and there's one that it's just a hole, two holes in a rock, and I don't know. You're implying that it's a head of a giant or something. I mean, people are gonna go and watch everyone who's watching right now. Go into the lobby. What, I forgot what the channel is called, and there's the video. You can watch it, and you can tell me what you think. I mean, you don't have to tell me.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure what you're gonna think of it. So
Yeah. Let me show something real quick. Where is it?
I sent
Here. I just
YouTube.
posted it up in the lobby, okay? Do you think this is erosion?
Give me a sec.
Do you think this is erosion? I want you to really look at it.
Yes, I think it's.
Do you think that's erosion?
First of all, you find this for like that could be anything. It doesn't even look real for one. Okay, well the resolution is pretty bad, but the thing is that might be man-made. You have to give me some source of what this is. You can't just show me a random picture and say, oh well, this is real. This is I took this picture, and like I can't really even, because the resolution is so bad. At least tell me in what region it is so that I can check it out, because you won't leave any sources. Just, do you know where this was taken? Do you know where this was taken?
It's just they're all over the earth, so I have to like look every
Yes,
single one.
that's the problem. They're like,
I know.
they're
I know where
everywhere.
few are, but not all. I know for a fact one's in Africa because they've literally gone there several times. Several people have several times to go look it up. to actually go there and travel and find it and look. Okay. Now I know if I'm correct, there's one in Snowdonia, Wales. If I'm correct, Snowdonia, Wales. There's one there, and I know there's a few here in America. And then from there, it scatters up because I can't know where every single one is. Now, here's one that I always find interesting. Here's something that I always find interesting, because you know how we have a variety of different religions. Okay.
Yes.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna pause this up real quick. Oh God, please don't tell me it's acting slow.
Can you, skeptic? I also. Wait, give me a second. Can you check what I've sent? So this is one of the pictures in your video, and you claim. So you think this is real? You think this is an actual giant that stepped into? I mean, do you have did anyone do any research on this? Were there any scientists or people that actually do this as this is their profession to actually do these research? Like, has anyone checked this? Has anyone done anything?
No, everyone's different. Probably one of the biggest people for actually finding stuff would be L.A. Marzulli. L.A. Marzulli,
also,
he's probably one of the
might I add-
best guys that I can say. Okay, that I can say, because he's the guy that actually is able to spend the money. He literally has spent thousands upon thousands of dollars for stuff like this. He travels, and he's mentioned like, okay, this is fake, this is real, this is fake, this is. He literally goes there and does it. Okay.
So
he's that guy.
Does he have a? What's his expertise? What are?
I'm actually not sure what his expertise is, but this is what
the problem.
he does.
That's the problem. You see. I mean, you can't just, as I said, you can't just claim that. You can't just say that and then not know whether or not he's just some guy, some random guy, or whether or not he has like a PhD in whatever he should have a PhD in. That's my point. You can't just make claims.
The PhD thing, like I'm telling you this right now, having a PhD
means nothing. I know that
it doesn't really mean much.
I just said I know that it doesn't really mean much, but what I'm trying to say is that you can't. My point is, you can't just make these claims and then not have the information needed to support these claims. Like you can't just you can't just leave a picture.
Now, I do want to ask.
It's real.
I do want to quantum. I do want to ask something to you.
Okay, of course.
Now, this giant footprint that I just left here, that the people are worshiping. Okay.
It's totally man-made. It doesn't really look like, and it doesn't look like anything.
It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The question is, I'm going to ask you this.
Okay.
Why are they worshiping a footprint? Do you know?
No, tell me. Do you know?
Yes, I do know.
Okay, tell me.
Because in their religion, the giants are the good guys. You know how in the Bible the giants are the bad guys and God's giving the order to have them killed?
Hi, everybody.
In their religion, the giants are the good guys, so they're worshiping them. This is worship.
What religion is this? Can I ask?
This is from, if I'm correct, Vedic Sanskrit. Yeah, so it'd be the Hindu gods. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, can you tell me where this is? Hello?
Skeptic, how is the moon ruling the night?
How you doing,
half
man?
of the time it's out during the day?
Come on!
Oh my God! It's the Clash of the Titans.
Could you answer that question?
Okay, what's the question?
How is the moon ruling the night, as it says in Genesis 1:13, when half the time it's out during the day?
Oh God, really? Is this really a question?
Yes, it's really a question.
Yes, we've all seen the moon when there's like very little sunlight. Okay, all it is it just rotates around the flat Earth. Okay, that's all it does. It just rotates around the flat Earth.
It doesn't answer the question at all.
For how it's doing things. Okay, so sometimes it's closer, sometimes it's farther. and that's how it moves around. Okay. Now, how exactly when I say this, I mean how exactly the rotation works exactly.
I'm not skeptic. I'm not asking you how the rotation works. In the chat yesterday, you said that Genesis was literal, and that Genesis 1:13 was a literal statement, and part of that literal statement is that the moon rules the night. Yes. How does the moon rule the night when when half the time it's out during the day?
Well, at night, where's the moon? In the sky.
Sometimes it's not there. Sometimes it's not there.
When?
When it's on the other side of the earth.
Sometimes it's farther away. Sometimes
half the time it's on the other side of the earth.
No. Tell me when it has been nighttime where the moon was just not there. I've never seen that in my entire life.
All the time. Here in Serbia, yes, it's underneath the horizon that happens. But Ash, can you just pause this for a second? Ash, what's your point here? I'm probably on your side, but what's your point here?
Oh, this guy. Okay, so my point is, this guy yesterday wanted to bait everybody.
Yeah, I saw the messages.
Yeah. So all that stuff. I'm just trying to get a straight answer to this one question that he dodged forever.
Oh, so that's okay. Yeah. Well, skeptic, might I?
You just want a straight, simple answer here. The moon comes out at night. We all know this. We all see it.
But there's times when it doesn't.
Also, it happens also at it happens.
There are times where it's farther away. And
like literally half the time.
I'm sorry, skeptic, but this is like kind of basic. Like if you ever been outside, you would know this. I mean,
I know. Sometimes there's the moon, and there's a little bit of sun coming as it's leaving. Okay, and then the night comes, and the moon is still there.
So why is the moon glowing? Can I ask you? Why is the moon glowing? Why is it?
Oh, because the moon's a light.
Because the moon's a light, that's his thing. Of course, how can the light you can't have shadows on a light.
It's a light source.
You can't have shadows on a light. You try putting a shadow on a candle.
No. You sure you want to go down?
No, I want to go down. Okay. I want to go down and think about the moon ruling the night when half the time it's not there.
Okay.
Well, guess what, Ash? I want you to. Because I've been asking you that question already. Okay. Why are there two moons in the sky? Explain it.
I don't. There are not two moons in the sky.
Yes, there are.
There are no two moons in the sky.
I showed you it.
Please, skeptic. Can you send the?
You showed me a unsourced, ridiculous video that I have not seen any evidence for in any other circumstances or whatever. I can show you constant evidence. You can look outside over the course of a month and see that there are times when the moon is not there at night.
Okay.
There are times when the moon is there during the day.
No. And here's the thing. No, you want to know what the fuck? You're asking me a simple question, like the moon rules the night. Yeah, because it comes out at night. You know that already. Okay. Why
it comes out during the day too?
There? Because it's a little closer. That's it. But other than that, it rules the night. Because that's what it does. Now, answer me this question. On your model of your freaking ball, and your ball Earth, and your ball, explain the two moons. Please explain it. Not just that. Explain the two suns and the three suns. Why are there two suns and sometimes three suns?
Skeptic, I'm sorry, but
I can't explain a clown's performance to.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You don't know, and it's. I'm going to explain it now, okay? I'm going to explain why there's two moons and two suns in the sky sometimes.
Please, yes, okay? Please.
It's very simple. See,
okay.
In Job, what is it? Job 36:18? Or was it Job 38:18 or 17? One of the two. He says he spread out the sky like glass. Well, okay. So the dome is made out of glass. Okay, what does glass do? It gives off a reflection, because that's what glass does. Okay, so if the moon gets close enough, and the atmosphere is clear enough, guess what? It will cast a shadow. It will cast a reflection.
Skeptic, let me interrupt you for a second. You said that the quote is that he spread out the sky like glass, not that he spread out the sky because it is glass. And then you immediately went from like glass. You immediately went from skeptic. Please let me finish. You immediately went from like glass to is glass without ever substantiating the step you went from.
I mean, it's right there in Genesis 1. He said
if in 20 years, how old are you?
I'm in my 20s.
Okay, great. If in 20 years, I don't know, say the Star Hopper manages to become a thing and actually carries humans from one part of the planet to another in under, I don't know, 1 hour.
Okay.
If you take that, like, if you go inside and if you like actually take it right, would that change your mind? Like, are you willing? Like, are you even willing to change your perspective?
How would a ride to another part of the earth change flat Earth and God and all
That's
this? I don't get it. What
what.
does that do? It just
I'm curious, Skeptic. How did you come to these views?
It's real simple. I started taking the Bible literally because when I was a kid,
Why?
I was told not to. I was a kid. They're all like,
Is
believe
that
in God,
really
but don't
it?
take it literally. Some parts literally took, some parts didn't. Then I
So
got older.
it's an authority thing.
No, and then I got older and I realized, let's take it literally. Let's see what happens if I take it literally.
So it is an authority thing.
Not just an authority thing. It's the fact that can it prove its authority?
So what happens when you take
Can it prove its authority? Because I'm pretty sure you've all seen the rocket, not just the one rocket, but if you actually search deeply, there are several rockets hitting the dome.
What
Several.
happens to your
Wait, quick-
observations of reality when you started taking the Bible literally? What changed?
What changed? One, I started accepting other religions. When I mean accepting, I don't mean like I worship them. Meaning I started accepting the stories that they were telling. I started
Do you
accepting
believe that all
Greeks,
religions are based on the same thing, and you believe that the Christianity, for some reason, got it right, and all other religions are explaining the same thing, but they all got it wrong, and Christianity is the
they
one.
didn't get it wrong.
No. I know what you're saying.
I got it wrong.
No. You don't understand. I'm saying that obviously you claim that the Hindus. I don't remember what religion you said. You claim that they believe in the giants. Okay. So you believe that so they believe that the giants are the good guys. So that means you were saying that all religions are true, but they they don't understand what they're actually describing, and you're saying that Christianity is the one that got it right, and all other. I mean, does anyone understand what I'm trying to say?
Well, I'm curious because you said you decided to take the Bible literally. Why did you decide to take the Bible literally? What made you make that decision, and what made you
And why the
keep that
Bible
decision?
precisely? Is it just because you read it first, or or did you read all the other holy books and you decided that the Bible made the most sense? Because I read.
Okay. There's so many questions here. It's like.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
First, let me answer the religious one you're talking about. Okay, why do I believe my God is a true God? Why do I believe Christ is a true God?
Yes,
Father, Son, and Holy
please.
Spirit. Okay, here's why. Because this is the story pretty much in almost every ancient religion, and I mean literally. You go to freaking what? You go to the Bible, Norse, Greek, Sumerian. You can even pull some stuff from the Quran. Like pretty much every ancient religion says.
Yes, that's what I was trying to
Guess
say
what?
earlier.
Look, this is what pretty much every ancient religion says.
They're all describing the same
The angels
thing.
came down. Listen to me. The angels came down and had
Okay.
sex with women. Okay, that's pretty much what they're saying. Now,
Okay.
what you see happen is two things. You see a group of humans following the angels and following the giants and agreeing with them, and then you see another and then you see another. We don't like the angels. We don't like the giants. We don't want anything to do with them. We want God.
Why?
So, okay. And this is across the board.
Why?
Let's assume that what you're saying is true, that it's across the board. Now, does this mean that means that because the stories are similar across the board that they're all true, or does it mean that because the stories are similar across the board, humans tend to tell similar stories?
Yeah,
what I'm saying is that this was all one event, meaning that Vedic Sanskrit was written around the time of the Bible, or at least the beginning of the Bible, what we would call Genesis. Okay, the Quran, same thing, written around the beginning. Okay, Norse, same thing, written around the time.
The Quran was obviously written later than the Bible.
No, because I already know how this works. Basically, they just make copies. Okay, they just make copies, and then that's when the Quran was written. But based off all my information, it was written because they're writing about stuff before the flood.
So
it's like,
you said based off your information. Where are you getting your information?
oh no,
From the
because
Bible.
what I realized after studying all for myself, because I ended up studying all myself. I'm just like, wait.
Where
This
did
is
you
one
study?
big story.
The problem
Where and how did you study this?
Okay, here I'm gonna because you pick up these books for yourself. You have to pick them up and read them for yourself.
What books?
Yeah,
What
but
books?
if you are the one who's choosing.
Tell me the books. Tell me these books.
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. I want to hear this.
Okay.
Well, I want to hear where he's getting his information, because that to me is a much more vital and important question, because I think it's interesting that he says he's read all these books and done all this research, but then he never goes into what these books are and what the research is.
But you guys keep interrupting.
Go ahead, tell me.
All right. Please don't interrupt me. Just let me talk, okay? I understand it's a little hard to stay quiet, but just please try to. Okay. All right. So remember how I said the angels and the humans had sex? Well, when you read, the Book of Enoch, it talks about 200 angels landing on Mount Hermon. So that's in that area. Listen to what I'm saying. That is in that area. That's only 200. If you go to the Hindu religions, how many gods are there? Plenty, right? If you actually go there, there's tons of gods. So a group of angels landed in that area also. That's why they're writing about all these gods. And these gods, it's not a joke. They literally had sex with the women. And then when you go to the Sumerian, the Anunnaki did the same thing in that area. So imagine a bunch of angels coming down from the dome, all to Earth,
all describing the same thing.
all on different parts of the Earth, all at the same time, with all the same goal. We're going to corrupt all the flesh. We're going to destroy all the women. We're going to try and get everyone killed. And this is all one event. One event.
Yeah.
We're not don't separate religions as if they're all they're all separated from each other from this time. No.
Yes, I understand all that. Yes, I understand what your point is. So you're saying that they are all describing the same thing, but my question is, why do you think that the Hindu interpretation of that event is not the one that's correct, but that the Christian one is the one that's correct? But they're all describing this. They're all talking about the same thing. So why is the Christian version more accurate than?
No, it's not that. It's not so. No, the truth is, it's not that the stories are incorrect. It's that they are the fallen. You need to understand Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu. These guys, Krishna, all these names that you're hearing, they are the fallen angels. So even though the stories are true,
how did you come to believe that they were the fallen ones, but
you are missing my question? I'm sorry,
is the correct one.
But
that's what Quantum Echo was asking. How did you come to believe that the Bible is the
religions are telling the truth?
Non-fallen one?
Yes,
I'm telling you that the religions are telling the truth, but they are the bad guys. That's what I'm saying.
Why do you believe that?
But the stories are true.
Why do you believe that they're the bad guys?
Because they raped the women and got them pregnant. Just like the angels did in Genesis 6.
The Hindus?
Yeah, the Hindu god. Yeah, look into the gods. You can go on Wiki. What's up? They literally had sex with women.
Oh no, sorry. I thought you were talking about the actual believers in the Hindu gods. Sorry. Still, it's like
the Hindu
still
gods?
my question.
Mm-hmm. What's the question?
Is so you believe what I'm getting at here is that you believe that Yahweh is the true God, the one that actually that caused all this, because the other religions seem to you they seem evil.
No, it's because the story leads me to that they are the fallen angels. Because think about it like this. Okay, imagine if an angel came down and said, God, I'm powerful. And they start doing all these scientific stuff and magic in front of you, okay?
I understand.
And then they're like, okay, give me your daughter. I'm going to have. And they just grab your daughter and take her and have sex with her. That's the story.
Okay, I completely understand you now. Yeah, I understand you now. Okay, yeah, I understand everything. But okay, so
the Anunnaki,
where's the proof?
The Anunnaki. Oh, where's the?
Is the footprint your proof? I mean, because it's not very good, honestly. And The horse heads in the mountains, is that your proof? I'm pretty sure. You see, it's not just the fact that it looks fake, or that's not the whole point. The point is, I'm pretty sure that something like this would be a lot more apparent than just a footprint somewhere. I think there would be a lot more evidence to suggest that is the truth than just a bunch of carved in horse heads in mountains. I'm sorry that you don't believe that they're carved in. You believe that there were actual giants.
Like maybe we make giant particle accelerators and crash them together.
Why is this giant knife found under the water? I left it in the lab.
That very well could be fake.
It could be, but in the Bible they said they picked up items.
It doesn't matter if that's fake or not.
Wait.
See, but the evidence such as this doesn't.
In the Bible, they said that the moon rules the night, but it's out half time during the day. So I mean, why are you gonna believe the Bible?
How can it not rule the night?
Well, I think skeptic. I think what Ash is trying to say is that Bible isn't consistent with reality, is what Ash is trying to say. But I also just want to say that I think it doesn't matter if the knife is true or not. It doesn't matter if the footprint is actually a giant footprint. What I'm trying to say is that even if those two or those three, however, it doesn't matter. Even if they were fake, there would be a ton of other evidence that would suggest this. This wouldn't be the only.
You can go on Google and just put giant footprint.
No, that's not enough. I'm talking about there would be a lot more evidence. Trust me, if that was it, that it would be different. I'm pretty sure that the world we're living in, the scientists
would be.
We're lied to from a young age. We're told, look. Oh, I don't know. You're not from America, right?
No, I'm from Europe.
Okay, well, here in America, they tell us, oh, Christopher Columbus discovered America, like as little kids. Once you get older, you find out that's
they're
false.
Not lying. Yeah, but they're not lying.
It's a lie. He traveled to America.
But they're not lying. They're just not informed because the people that write those things, those books are the ones they don't understand it themselves. That's the problem. It's not that they're lying. It's that the education system isn't good enough.
When you study geometry, they tell you all about how parallel lines work and stuff like that, and the 5 postulates. But then you learn later that there are actually different geometries you can study, and those postulates don't necessarily follow. And this is not because they're lying to you, but because they need to get across a simple concept before they can get across the more advanced concept. That's not lying.
Have you done physics in elementary school? I mean, it's elementary school. The stuff that you're talking about, the Columbus, the discovering America, that's the stuff that you will learn in elementary school, right?
You learn a bunch of, like, when I look at it now, I'm just like, so many lies.
You learn a lot of cultural things. You learn a lot of cultural things.
Okay,
they're just simplified for elementary school. They're not lies. Like if you told a kid, if you tried telling him, if you tried explaining to him what, I don't know, whatever, the string theory, it doesn't matter, something complex, you're not gonna lay on him the actual math, you're gonna simplify it.
Can you actually...
You're not gonna say...
I just want to ask Skeptic, can you give an example of where you feel school lied to you?
Okay, here, I'll give you an example. There's this guy named British Flat Earther or something like that. Like, he has a few thousand followers, and I like watching some of his stuff. One day he pulled up Christopher Columbus's, what I would call writings and documents and drawings and stuff, like actual, historical documents that you're able to pull up. And it is nothing like we were told. One, besides the fact that there's a bunch of killing going on. Besides the fact that there's a bunch of killing going on, there's also a bunch of weird creatures that they keep talking about and drawing.
Weird creatures?
Yeah, here, I'll give an example. If you read the Bible,
a serpent in water.
No, they talk about like
land creatures,
white-skinned giants, like paper. Basically, that's basically what they talk about.
They were profoundly ignorant about the world, and they ran into things they didn't understand and wrote down.
I mean, There are
But you're
loads of stories like this that just sound so creepy and so unreal, just because the people that wrote them didn't understand
in
what they were
elementary
writing.
school, they're not going to be like Christopher Columbus went to the Bahamas and he raped a bunch of people and killed a bunch of people. That's really not
say
what
that,
we're going to be teaching
No,
when
Just
you're
as I said earlier.
listen to me. At least let me finish. Saying
No, I think we've let you talk and dominate enough. I'm much more interested in this ridiculous in where you get your research from, because you're about to mention research and books.
He never links it.
Why there's 2 moons on your model ball?
Let me hear about the books.
There aren't. There are not 2 moons.
Then why do people see it? They take videos of it. They take
I-
No, people don't see it. You put a fake video up and you say people see it. That's not people.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. You know that 2 moons, 2. I've seen it in real life because I used to live close to New York.
Well,
Okay.
hold up.
Where's the
Hold up.
So when it happened,
Hold up.
I saw it.
I'm
I
gonna-
just didn't know what to make of
You
it.
can Google this, right? And it takes a bit to find it, but it's you can find articles that say it, or like there's this thing here on Quora that says it is really seen, but it does happen, right? And it's a mirage. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's what they say. It's a mirage. For me, it's real simple. It's a reflection off the dome.
Of course it's fake. Yeah, of course it's fake.
Of course there's not 2 moons and 2 suns. Dumb. But why is it creating basically 2? Okay, there's reflection. There's a
Can I
glass.
ask you something, Skeptic? Skeptic, can I ask you something? Okay. Do you think it makes more sense? Just a simple question. Yes or no? Oh, actually, no, it's not a yes or no question. Just listen.
Okay.
Do you think it makes more sense that what you saw was a simple mirage, or that the world is there's a glass dome above the world, and that you saw a moon? How many times did you see this? How many times did you see this? Like once?
I've only seen this twice in my life.
Twice. Okay.
Other than online, in real life, I've only seen this twice in my life.
Twice. Okay.
But
So you think? But it's kind of like if there was a dome above the entire world, and if the moon really did emit light, I'm pretty sure that wouldn't happen 2 times in a lifetime. I'm pretty sure that would happen a lot more than just twice.
It happens, but on different parts of the earth.
Why?
It's
Why?
not a joke. It happens on different parts of the earth, but it's not going to be all the time.
I think a mirage sounds a bit more plausible. I'm sorry. That's all I'm trying to say. A mirage sounds a bit more plausible than a giant dome above our heads that is reflecting the light emitted by the moon, not reflected, but emitted by the moon somehow, because the moon is a source of light, according to you. And by the way, when we're talking about the moon, right? How do you explain? So the moon is emitting light, right?
Yes.
It's a light source. What? Excuse me. I just want to hear what. How do you explain the moon, actually?
Oh God. You don't want to. Oh, the moon? Holy crap! I'm telling you this right now. The moon is a huge, giant mystery. Even a lot of flat earthers. The reason.
But
it's so hard,
does it function? Does it function like a sun? Is it like a?
Honestly, the moon. Okay, the moon is very hard because it's at nighttime, and even if we send stuff up at night, it's really, really dark. So it's hard to find something, to see properly. So it's hard to get a good reading. There are a few things I can talk about, like
okay. Well, let me add something to this. Okay, let me first say, I guess Planar Walk showed me that it looks like there are possible situations where 2 moons in the sky can happen. So so I apologize for insisting that was impossible, because apparently it is possible. I still don't know that video has anything to do with that, but I will accept at this point that okay, there is certain possibilities where that can happen.
Now, why do you think that happens on your model? Why? You can give me any answer you can.
From what I see on the screen, it seems to be an optical effect.
Yeah.
An effect of optics. So
And no. I really do leave that up as that's actually a fine answer to me.
I have telescopes. I have several. let me. Okay, I have several telescopes. I've used them. I have a 3.3-inch one and a 5.25-inch one, and a smaller one, and I think it's 1.5-inch refractor. I've used them several times to make observations of planets and especially the moon. It's really, I mean, you could do the moon with just a pair of good binoculars, but I have looked at the moon a lot because it's the closest celestial object and it's very interesting and neat. And one thing that I see all the time are shadows constantly on the moon. Shadows being cast by craters, shadows being cast by other things. Now, a source of light can't have shadows on it because it's a source of light.
Yeah,
So how?
I've heard this argument before. Here's where the issue. Oh, I don't know if you've seen it. I was one of my debates with like the flat Earth with Craig. Okay, and if I'm correct, he eventually said the same thing. But I told him, hey, look, this is a satellite balloon. Okay, satellite balloons only go about 11 to 40 miles high, estimated. Based off what they tell us. But it was a satellite balloon. It was passing by the moon, and it was casting a shadow on it. And I was like, okay, this thing is casting a shadow on it. One, that means two things. There's two things that means. That means the moon is close by. It's close. That means it's 11 to 40 miles high. That's how close it is. And I'm not joking about it. That's how close the moon is. Okay? Second thing that means is, how the fuck is it casting a shadow on it? How is it casting a shadow? And I have to ask this question. Is the moon a physical object? Is it? Is it something we can land on? I don't know.
You said the moon was a source of light.
We can land
on
it.
It's a source of light. That doesn't mean you can't. That doesn't mean you can't. Okay, so if
you can't cast a shadow on a source of light.
Yeah, but if I listen to me. If I grab like a ball, because they have like these moonlights that you can buy at stores, and I put it in the corner, you can land on it. You can even grab a toy, probably put it really close, and you'll cast like what I would call.
Excuse me, what are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Okay, let's do this right now.
What they call a silhouette. You'll cast like what it was called, like a shadowy figure, like a silhouette of the object, and you'll be able to see it pressed, okay, on the light. Okay, that's what they call it. I just call it shadow either way. But you can get a silhouette off of a light. Yes, you can. You can do that, and it'll look exactly the same like the object passing by.
No, I'm not talking about silhouettes. I'm talking about actual shadows.
Yeah, I know, because I had it in the video, and to me, it's freaking weird.
It's not a question of a video. It's a question of you can take a telescope and look at the moon and see shadows being cast on it. You can't cast shadows on something that's emitting light.
Look, I don't know how exactly everything works up there. I'm not God.
Okay? I'm sorry. The scientific community does.
Do anything.
You don't, but the scientific.
You can only do so much.
So
I accept that there can be two moons in the sky. Can you accept that shadows are being cast on the moon?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a video of it. I have to accept it.
Okay,
can you accept that the moon isn't emitting light?
What happened?
Can you accept that the moon isn't emitting its own light?
No, it's emitting light. I just look. I don't know how.
Wait, can you do you have any examples of something that's emitting light with a shadow being cast on it?
Get your cell phone.
I have to ask something.
Get your cell phone. Turn it on. Get your hand real close. Pass by it. You'll see.
That would be a silhouette, not a shadow.
That's light being occluded by something that is not something casting a shadow on the light source.
I can do it right now. I can do it on my phone right now.
There is a scientific explanation for why the moon glows. Do you know the explanation? Are you familiar with it?
The reflection of the sun, basically, if I'm correct, the light hits the moon, and then that causes the moonlight. Yeah,
but you know why? Because
I don't buy it.
Why? Why do you think that the moon is emitting its own light, and why do you think that this isn't the case?
Because if the sunlight was actually light and it was causing that ray to come, okay, what would happen is the light of the moon.
Oh, skeptic! You remember me, don't you? Skeptic, you remember me, don't you?
I remember your voice.
Oh dear me! You're You're on about these shadows and silhouettes again, aren't you? You remember me now?
No, we were on religion, but
Oh no! We're talking about shadows and silhouettes here, aren't we? Because
What we're
clearly, I
talking
mean,
about
we've had
is ignorance.
Oh yeah, now I remember.
Yeah.
You're the one who wanted me on your, and I told
yeah,
you.
shadows and silhouettes. You wouldn't. No. That's not how. No. That's not how it happened. No, I invited you. I invited you to come onto my channel and demonstrate how you can cast a shadow on a light source.
Yes, and I told you.
Demonstrate. No. That was the original invite. I asked you to come on and demonstrate how you can cast a shadow on a light source and demonstrate whether you knew the difference between a silhouette and a shadow, and you refused, and you turned it round to make it look as if I was refusing to debate religion, because the whole discussion had nothing to do with religion. So don't lie.
Because I wanted to debate.
Because you clearly don't know the difference between a shadow and a silhouette, and you said it again now. You still don't know what the difference is between a shadow and a silhouette, do you?
Casual spaceman.
Because
I just have to interrupt for a second.
No.
Skeptic.
You wanted to. I told him, look, if you debate me on religion.
So let's have this debate. Let's have this debate right now. Let's have this debate right now, right this minute, right here, right now.
Before you do, please.
Demonstrate how you can cast a shadow on a light source right now. Do it right now, and tell the audience here right now and now, right? Tell the audience. No. You don't have to make a video. Right? Tell the audience. No. Tell the audience right now what is the difference between a shadow and a light source. Tell the audience here. Tell the audience here and now what is the difference between a shadow and a light source.
And pass your hand.
Answer the question. Answer the question. What is the difference between a shadow and a light source? Go. Answer the question. What's the difference between a shadow and a light source?
A shadow is dark. A light source has light. That's it.
What?
I don't think that's what he was talking about. Oh my God!
I want you to know something.
Between a shadow and a light source. What is the difference between a shadow and a light source?
A shadow and a silhouette? Are you talking about that?
Oh, sorry, a shadow and a silhouette. Yes, sorry. What is the difference between a shadow and a silhouette?
I was just like, what the heck are you talking?
Okay.
Casual,
No,
casual.
sorry, I'll stand corrected. Go on.
You're a little loud and you're starting to like overwhelm.
You
You
can
calm
tone
down a little
down
bit.
if you want.
Also, I want to clarify. This is not a debate. This is a clusterfuck. And don't ever.
Okay, so I still want him to answer the question, right? What is the difference between a shadow and a silhouette? Tell everybody right here.
The shadow's darker.
What's that? Sorry.
The shadow's darker.
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
A silhouette
No,
is
it
lighter.
isn't.
Anyone can do this on their phone.
The difference between a shadow and a light source is when you cast a shadow is when the light source is behind the object that is casting a shadow onto another object. A shadow, or sorry, a silhouette, is when a person is looking at a light source and you put an object in front of the light source. That is a silhouette. They are completely different. They are not the one and the same thing. And you are feigning it again, just the same as last time, and you refuse to debate me on this. You're again demonstrating you do not understand the difference between a shadow and a light source. So I want you to hit to the audience right now to explain how you can cast a shadow on a light source, i.e. if you think the moon is a light source, then demonstrate how we can cast a shadow on it.
Yeah.
Explain it.
On the moon? You want me to demonstrate it on the moon? No.
Well,
I can demonstrate on something here.
Well,
No, explain
given-
it. I just said explain it.
Well,
How is that
not
possible?
literally demonstrated. He meant like to explain
I can-
how would you.
I
would
said
do-
explain. How would you cast a shadow on a light source? In other words, how would you
it would have to
cast
be
a shadow on the moon if it is a light source?
It would have to get close enough. It would literally have to get close enough.
Okay, well, what I'm asking you, and I even asked you to produce a video on it as well. If you look at my video and go back
Well,
to my
besides the
channel,
fact that I already have
I
a video
asked you to
with
demonstrate
something passing by the moon casting a shadow when all evidence points to
yeah,
the
but
fact
that's
that the moon is a light
then
source.
You can't.
The fact that the
No,
moon
it
is a
isn't
light
the light
source,
source.
and there's evidence for that.
Yeah, but
it's
no,
not that really
you
that hard to
haven't.
believe.
Okay,
You haven't
skeptic.
demonstrated.
Skeptic, here's the deal. When we're referring to shadows, what we're talking about are objects that that light is not being emitted from. That's what a shadow is. Like a shadow, it blocks light from being emitted, I need to actually. That's a terrible definition. But anyway, the point is that when we're referring to shadows, we're referring to objects. Shadows cannot be cast on objects that are emitting light, particularly black body light. Now, the moon cannot be emitting light and have a shadow on it. By this definition, it can reflect.
Shadow on. Why not?
Because of the definition of shadows.
Well,
right, skeptic. Do you know when you skeptic?
Can I just say something?
Hold on, skeptic. When you were talking about, you kept saying this over and over again the last time, and I heard you saying it just a little while ago. There, put your hand in front of your phone. Is your phone right? Are you casting a shadow on your phone, or is that a silhouette?
They call it a silhouette, but let's just be real. It's a dark form of your hand because you're passing your hand by it. So
yeah, but it's not a shadow.
Form of your hand.
How are you casting a shadow? How are you casting a shadow on your phone? It's not a shadow though. It's not a shadow. How could you possibly say it's a shadow when it's not? It's a silhouette. Because your hand is not a light source.
It would cause a light shadow. And that's what we see.
So here's okay. Here's a way of thinking about this, right? I'm gonna pull up my torch on my phone and shine it at the camera on my computer, right?
Hey, yeah,
I'm going to look at the light source on my phone, right?
Skeptic, you're busted on this.
Really close.
And I'm going to
nice and close, real close.
And I'm passing my other phone in front of it,
Busted.
right? I'll try, this here, right? So that there's a silhouette that goes. So there's a bit of a silhouette there. It's hard to see because of the size, but I can still see the light source. There is no shadow being cast on the light source from my perspective. However, from the camera that you see, the light is being blocked out.
That's a silhouette, skeptic.
Hold on. Well, why not?
You got it now.
I don't have you up right now. I'm not. I have board up.
He did exactly what you said.
Floundering, skeptic. You are floundering here. You are drowning in.
But can I say something right
your
now?
own bullshit here.
A shadow is a shadow from all perspectives. There is no perspective that
really
won't see a shadow if there's a shadow being cast.
Can I please say something?
There's no shadow being cast on the phone. How can it possibly cast a shadow on the phone, for fuck's sake?
I mean, I'm doing it right now. It's not a joke. Anyone could do this with their phone.
It's not a shadow, though!
Clearly, skeptic does not know what a shadow is. But can I say something?
This is what I said. This is what I said 3 months ago. He doesn't understand the difference between a shadow and a silhouette. Doesn't get.
Can I? Okay, so skeptic, I'm sorry for what I'm about to say, but you don't understand some things. You just don't understand the how silhouettes, how reflections work. Earlier, he was explaining something before Casual Spaceman joined. But this isn't your fault. I'm like, this isn't your fault. This is the fault of the education system. If they just
it's not the fault of the
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying that at all. I'm not buying it. I think he does know the difference, but I think what he's trying to do, he's avoiding it because he knows.
How can I avoid it when I make
moon being
literal
videos? Because you know, yeah, but
because you're asking me.
You making videos doesn't prove anything. Your videos are not proving anything. All it's proving is that I've asked you to come and demonstrate and debate with me this issue, but you refused. And you know you did. You are floundering. You're trying to. You are trying to defend. You are trying to defend your narrative. You are trying to defend your narrative. You are trying to defend your narrative, and you are refusing to come onto my channel. And here again, I'm gonna put the challenge. Hang on.
Guys, yelling over everybody doesn't help anybody.
All right. Okay. Let me finish. Let me finish with this. Right. I'm gonna put the challenge down again. Forget religion. I'm not going to debate religion with you because I don't do religion. Right, hold on, let me finish, and then I'll shut up. Let me finish, and then I'll shut up. Let me finish, and then I'll shut up. No, I don't do religion. I don't know anything about religion. I've got nothing to do with it. This has got nothing to do with religion, you fuckwit. Okay, now listen to me. Right, come onto my channel and debate this issue with me. There's the challenge right now. So you're going to be bitch made and not do it or not? Come and do
I
it.
told you the first
Come onto
time.
my channel and debate this issue with me.
Debate religion with me and I'll do it.
No, I'm not debating that. I don't know anything about religion.
Exactly.
I know nothing about religion. I don't care about religion. I don't give a toss about your religion or your Bible. I don't care.
Skeptic.
Come and debate this on me and my channel. I've told you over and over and over again. Are you going to debate me or not on this issue?
No,
Yes or
because
no?
you won't agree to my terms. It's really
There you go.
Wait,
That was my original
I just have
challenge. There
a
you
question
go.
here
Bitch made.
for Skeptic.
Busted. You're busted and you know it. The moon is not a light source and you know it, and you won't admit
I
it.
told
That's
you
what it
the first
boils
I think
down to.
he actually.
You're a liar.
I will debate you. You don't want to do it. Okay, that's
Skeptic.
fine.
I'm
I've
not
got-
going to debate religion
Skeptics.
because this issue has got nothing to do with
My whole
religion,
talk
is
in the
it?
beginning was about
You're a
religion.
liar.
Skeptic,
You're a
I've got.
liar.
I've got. Hold up. Let's.
Because
I've,
you can't prove that the moon is a
Okay.
light source. That's what it boils down
I-
to.
Okay. I think we've
Anyone
made the
can
point.
go outside and...
Guys,
I have-
Casual Spaceman and Skeptic, I think the point's been made. All right.
Okay, all right.
I do
go
have
on.
a question though for Skeptic. Why would you want to debate someone on something that they're not interested in debating?
Because people, as much as people say they don't like
wants to share
religion,
his
they
point,
know.
basically.
Look, as much as
Busted.
people don't say they like religion, they know a few things about it, and the things they know are the things they
Busted.
don't like. Are the things
Busted.
they don't like. And I
Moon
want
is not a
him to
light
come
source,
at-
and you
I
can't
want him
prove
to
it.
come at
That's
me
what it
with the
boils
things
down
he
to.
doesn't like. So I can explain it to him because he doesn't know how to read properly because he's an atheist.
Oh!
Most of the atheists don't know how to read religion
come on, tell-
properly.
come on, prove it to me then.
You've said this
Most
multiple
of
times
you-
for some
most of the
reason.
atheists
You
don't know
believe
how to
that.
read religion properly.
What does
So
that
that's
even
what
mean?
I
What do you
gotta
mean?
explain
I
it
don't
to-
care about your
I
Bible
gotta
or your
explain it to
religion.
him because
Come
he's
and
the
debate this
child.
issue with me on my channel. Come and debate it with me.
Skeptic, you
Come
don't
and
know how to
prove,
read.
come and prove that the moon is a light source.
Skeptic,
Come onto
you
my
don't read
channel and
properly.
prove the moon is a light
Skeptic,
source.
skeptic,
Come onto my
skeptic.
channel and prove that the moon is a
This
light
isn't,
source.
I'm
it isn't
pretty
even
sure-
hard to have
Hold up.
video on it.
Hold up.
Come to my
Let's.
channel. Come to my
Alright.
channel and prove that the moon is a light source.
Ash-
Bitch made if you don't. That's it, that's the challenge.
Ashpanesh, I think his.
Yeah, of course I could prove the moon
This
is a
is
light source. This
fucking
isn't even
hell,
hard.
honestly.
No, you
this is
can't.
just
Come on,
hell.
come
Yes,
on, guys.
I can. I
Come,
put it
guys,
in
stop.
video several
Stop.
times.
Stop. Okay, look. If atheists don't know how to read religion, maybe that's true. You certainly don't have an understanding of how to read science and math because you have demonstrated very clearly in multiple occasions that you don't understand it. Now, will you accept that, or are you just going to?
Of course I don't know
assume that-
everything about science or anything like that. I'm not dumb.
No, but
I understand that. I'm not trying to know everything. Okay, if I was trying to know everything, I'd be
these
God.
things, if you don't understand them,
You shouldn't argue for things that you don't have any understanding of. Like the
but
idea
you
that the moon is a
can't
light
argue
source.
You
about
also got to understand something else.
the
You guys
origin of
don't
existence.
Listen to what I'm saying. You guys don't understand, and you guys say a bunch of stuff about religion that makes no sense because you can't
What do you mean
read
makes no
properly.
sense?
I haven't said
What do
anything
you
about
mean
religion.
by that?
This is a
I
fact across
haven't-
the board.
I haven't said anything about religion.
Yeah, I know. You said
Not
you
one
don't
word,
want
but
to do with it.
but hang on. But the difference is, right? The difference is, you said a lot about the moon. I know something about the moon. That's the difference. But you won't debate me on it. That's the difference. You're cowardly, and you know you are.
Spaceman,
Because you know
first
you
of all,
can't
I
prove
don't
that-
think.
I told you debate. It's really this simple.
Can I say
Debate me on-
something,
Go
Spaceman?
study on
Can I
religion.
just-
Debate me.
Changing the
We'll
subject
add in-
again.
we'll
There
add
he
in-
goes again.
Skeptic, can you
We
wait
will add
just
in
for a
the
second? Skeptic, please. I just want to ask something. Spaceman, casual spaceman. I really don't think that Skeptic is doing this for his own gain. I don't really think that he's faking this. I truly
I
believe
don't.
that.
I'm not.
I really
This is
believe
real.
that he believes this, but the thing is that Skeptic, if you believe in these things, you can't just go around telling people that you're right, but you don't know the other part of the story, and you can't just go whenever anyone wants to debate you, you can't just say, "Oh, you don't know how to read religion," because for some reason you think that there's a specific way that you need to think to be able to understand religion, which I really don't think there is. It's not that complicated, but there is a way you need to think to understand science, and that is not a completely different way you would think when trying to. I don't even know what. Okay,
When
I
you
have
when
no
you,
idea
when
what
you
I'm trying-
learn more and more science, and more math, what you have to do is you have to build up a lot more, basically, machinery. I talked about this last time I was on. You have to start to understand how to do things in different ways and how to build upon the knowledge that you gained before. Like, for the example that I use is multiplication is a machine that does a type of addition, right? So 4 times 3. It's a machine that says, okay, take number 4 and add it to itself 3 times. But you get to build all this other machinery like non-Euclidean geometry, Lie groups, and Riemann manifolds. These are all things that you have to build up, and none of them are simple. And you keep saying it's simple, it's simple, it's simple. No,
okay, you want to know
simple.
why it's simple? You want to know why it's simple? Here, I'm going to tell you something. No, this is basically science and religion mixed. Okay, because you guys don't know the full story. I'm gonna tell you something. Where did we get our technology?
Casual, please. I actually want to hear him.
Sorry. Okay, no, go on it. I'm sorry,
we got our
Skeptic.
technology? Where do you think we got our technology?
We developed it.
God? From God? Is it from God?
No. See, if you would have read the Book of Enoch and other religions, you would have figured.
God.
Wait, so why did it take like?
I want you to listen. Okay? When the angels came down, they began to embrace technology, how to make cars, airplanes, etc. Okay?
Wait, what?
If you think that's a joke, there are hieroglyphs all over walls showing this.
No, there aren't.
How about you show us?
Oh, the ancient, of course. The ancient are astronauts. The ancient astronauts.
You sure?
Are you actually talking about the ancient astronauts right now? Are you really bringing that up?
Oh. No, I'm bringing up the ancient past because that's what
religion
says.
There aren't hieroglyphs that show ancient angels bringing cars and iPads.
Is there a hieroglyphic for iPhone? I wonder.
Is there one for jet fuel? Is there one for internal combustion engine? Like what are you talking about?
Like a Stegosaurus.
Exactly.
I mean,
this is what I mean. This is what I mean, and I want everyone to see. Okay, I'm gonna post it up on the debate lobby. Okay.
Okay.
They had this in the past. This isn't new.
So.
Horse.
This
is your evidence. This is your evidence. This is Skeptic again. You can't just. Okay, this is. I don't know who said this. I'm just gonna talk for like 1 minute.
I told you there's hieroglyphs.
The manliest of
that doesn't
skills
show
are
that people
where
anything. That
I
just shows
don't.
Same thing.
No, it doesn't show. They're not the same thing at all.
Oh god, my mind's
You
gone.
do know what pareidolia is, right?
So you're
pareidolia. That's the word. Yeah.
So you're telling me just because we created airplanes and helicopters.
Pareidolia.
Look, I'm telling you that the creation of planes and helicopters and all these and cars comes from a long line of experimentation and development of things like internal combustion, airfoil.
Might I add to the audience? I just want to say something to the audience and to everyone in the chat. Skeptic also. If this was true, if everything you're saying is true, I'm pretty sure that there would be a lot more evidence to suggest it, not just some pictures online of hieroglyphs. I think it would be a lot more apparent, as I said before. And also, as
you guys don't believe religion,
I have a question as well. This
has nothing to do with religion.
Yes, it does.
No,
this is about history.
Skeptic, I've got a question for you. Yeah, I've got a question for you. I've got questions for you, Skeptic. It's a serious question. I'm not gonna.
It's
I'm
like
not
the common examples of like saying like this, like Jesus and toast.
If the ancient Egyptians had done a hieroglyph for an Apache helicopter, why didn't they build them?
Huh?
Built them? No,
they built them.
Hold on.
They built them.
Hang on. Let me answer the question properly. If the ancient Egyptians had hieroglyphs for Apache helicopters, why didn't they build them? And how can you
no,
prove
no.
that they built them?
No, you see,
No,
that
they
they
did.
built them.
They built cars,
Did
airplanes.
they?
Okay, why haven't we found
Did
any?
they? And can you
Yes, guys.
prove
What
that they
happened?
did?
I'm pretty sure.
happened?
Skeptic,
Prove
I'm-
that they did. Why would they?
No.
Why would we suddenly? Why would we have in ancient Egypt advanced technology like Apache helicopters? And we've only in the last I don't know what 20 years or so actually developed Apache helicopters. Why would that be?
Because one,
It was lost.
the fallen angels. One, that's the first part for both sides.
The
One,
fallen
was
angels.
lost.
The fallen
Right,
angels
so
are
we're going
teaching-
back to religion again.
Yes.
You're saying
Now,
it's fallen angels.
listen-
So,
now
so
listen
right,
to
well,
me.
hold
Listen to
on.
me.
Let me recap. Right, let me recap. Right, let me recap.
Yes.
Okay, so the ancient Egyptians invented Apache helicopters. All of a sudden, they put it in their
Yeah,
hieroglyphs.
because
Okay,
the fallen angels.
and then
taught
for
them.
some hold on. I haven't finished answering the question. And then all of a sudden, we lose the technology, and then because of fallen angels, and then all of a sudden we develop the technology again.
No. The reason we lost the technology is because God fucking drowned it.
That's
God
so
drowned
we
it in
did
the
lose
ocean.
technology. Oh, okay,
God
so we
freaking
did
drowned
lose
it,
the
and he didn't
technology, and
want
we
us
got it,
finding it.
Okay.
and then we
there
got it
were
back again.
evidences of-
Okay, right,
They weren't
okay.
as grand as they said they were.
In order
So-
for us to have Apache helicopters, we need to have fuel refineries. We need to have factories. We need to have
Yes,
an
it was all-
amazing amount of standardization and support. You can't just plop a Apache helicopter down or build one in your backyard. That
Yeah,
doesn't
I know.
happen.
So,
God
We have
fucked
no
nature.
Can I
evidence
say
of
something?
any of that.
can I
Anything.
say something?
Why would God
Problem
want us
with
to find
The
this?
difference.
And also,
We kill
as
each
well. Another question: Why isn't there
why
any
have we still
artifacts
found
of ancient? Why isn't there any artifacts of ancient Apache helicopters and oil?
If
Well,
God-
Skeptic claims that they lost.
Let's
them.
actually,
They-
um,
God
let-
didn't
hold
want us
up.
to find them.
Hold up, let's-
Let me
Oh,
finish.
God didn't want to
hold
find
on,
it.
hold on.
It's always God, isn't it? It's always
God-
God.
wait,
Well,
guys,
as soon
guys,
as you,
Wait, yeah.
as soon as you can't answer the question, as
Hold
soon
up.
as you
I
can't answer the
I think,
question,
hold up.
you refer
I'm
to
giving you
God.
the real
Casual,
answer.
casual.
If God didn't,
Let me
guys, if God didn't want us to find
Chill.
them, then why do we still see? Why do we have these hieroglyphs that depict them? What, God missed that?
No, listen to me. Let me please. Let me tell the story real quick, okay? Let me tell the story, okay? So that way you guys have an idea of what I'm thinking and what's in my head.
We
What I've
heard-
All right,
studied
story
and read.
time. Let's listen. Story time.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So when the angels, they didn't just have sex with the women. They started teaching the human race how to do technology. And unfortunately,
on
we all
flat
know.
Earth.
Look, we
This
all
is
know
all
how-
happening.
Let him tell the
Just
story.
skeptic-
Let
listen,
him
let me
quiet.
finish.
Skeptic.
I'm the one that's
Skeptic,
telling
let me
everybody to be
finish.
quiet. Just let him be quiet. Let
I have
no,
to
hang on.
ask
Let
something.
me
I have
finish.
to ask.
Quantum. Let him finish his story, and then I'll
Let
answer
me
it.
finish.
I really would like to hear him.
No, but before he finishes the story, this all happened on a flat Earth, right? The
Yes.
angels, they
Okay,
came
it
to a flat
doesn't matter. Hold on. Just let him finish. Quantum. Seriously, I know it sounds strange that I'm the one
Yeah,
that's saying.
okay, yeah.
I know it sounds really
Okay,
strange,
of
but I
course.
really would like to hear this. Let him finish the.
Me too.
The problem
Me
is
too.
that I heard this 100 times by now, but okay.
You can read this in the Book of Enoch. They started teaching the human race technology. And the human race, we all know how this goes. You give a human a gun, and then you multiply that by like 1,000, killings are going to start happening. And guess what happened? Helicopters started killing people, jets started killing people, people started running each other over with cars, etc. Okay? That's part of what happened, okay? Because there was no, you got to understand, it wasn't like it is today. Back in the day, there wasn't rules like that. We were never meant to have this stuff. So we started killing each other with this, plus everything the angels were doing and the giants.
What?
So God was like, F this, I'm going to start brand new, grab Noah, grab the kids. He flooded everything, and he does not want us to find this. So he buried it. He made sure to bury it very deep, so that way we couldn't find it. But God did say towards the end, he said the angels would again teach technology to the human race, and it would happen
Wait, are the
again.
angels...
Just like the days of
sounds
Noah.
all a bit convenient, though, doesn't it? That it's buried deep down. That we've managed to find fossils of dinosaurs, but we haven't been able to find fossils of Apache
Oh,
helicopters.
no,
also-
because God
Hmm.
worked really hard on it. Thing.
But he
That's
missed these
not dumb. He knows.
Hold on a minute.
Think about it
That's
like
kind of a
God.
bad
Not
argument.
dumb. He knows where you're going.
God missed the hieroglyphs, though, right? He just completely
Yeah.
No. The human race
So
started
God allowed the hieroglyphs to actually find the hieroglyphs.
No,
and
I
noticed that we've had Apache helicopters, but we wouldn't allow us to actually find the
you see,
helicopters.
casual spaceman.
Okay,
I
then.
mean,
Human race?
God does work in mysterious ways. After
He
all,
certainly does. Yeah.
hmm It's almost as if he doesn't exist.
Well, I can't disagree on you.
No, look, the human race didn't want to lose all this knowledge. They knew the flood was, so they're like, okay, we need to carve this
pretty
out
sure
on
he
some
could
rocks.
erase it.
They're all like, we need to carve this out on some
Erase it.
rocks and leave the information for the next generation.
You think God wouldn't know that?
Yeah, he would, and he left it there because how are we gonna understand it?
Then why did he erase it?
No. If there was no cars, airplanes or anything right now, we were just on horse and buggies, okay? And you were to look at these hieroglyphs, you'd be like, I wonder what that is. But now, since we have helicopters,
mature, is that right?
That's an argument for you not understanding that these are obviously not helicopters, but you are making the pareidolia
I have
that when it's not a helicopter. You just made the argument against your position.
No, I didn't.
You did.
Yeah, you did.
No, you need to believe it. It's just the truth. You need to believe the story.
I'm trying to help
we
defend
need.
you.
Why, hold on. What do you mean we need? Why do we need to see this as the truth? Why do we have to accept your truth? Why?
Look, if you want to go down a different route and you don't want to accept it,
No. I'm
why
asking
do you
a
need
serious
to believe
question.
it?
No. Hold on. You said we need. No, hang on. You said that they or us. We need to believe it. Why do we need to?
Because you need to know what's coming for the future. He left these books here to tell you this is what's going to happen in the future.
What's going to happen in the future?
Books here for no reason.
What's going to happen in the future?
well,
What's
More
going to happen?
advanced Apache helicopters, I bet.
Yeah.
We're gonna get horses on Apache helicopters.
I think what I think the skeptic is trying to say that the God did this not so that we forget the Apache helicopters, but so that we can mature. Is that right? So that we can mature and then build them again with a new perspective or something. Is that what you're trying to? Is that your belief?
No. That's not my perspective. I understand.
Then it doesn't make any sense. Then it's stupid. This is literally the only sensible thing that anyone could have made up from your bullshit, and that's not the thing that you were talking about. I'm sorry, but this is really just fucking.
I think we need to. What's actually on the live stream right now that Planner Walk's actually brought up. Planner Walk, perhaps you could read what you've actually found there. Yeah, so someone linked this saying helicopter hieroglyphs refer to an Egyptian hieroglyph carving from the Temple of Seti at Abydos. The helicopter image is the result of carved stone being reused over time. The initial carving was made during the reign of Seti I and translates to "He who repulses the 9 enemies of Egypt." This carving was later filled with plaster and recarved during the reign of Ramesses II with the title "He who protects Ramesses. He who protects Egypt and overthrows the foreign countries." Over time, the plaster has eroded away, leaving both inscriptions partially visible and creating a I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but palimpsest-like effect of overlapping hieroglyphs. The paleo-contact hypothesis.
The other explanation is that there were cars and Apache helicopters.
I mean,
skeptic, I would also like to ask you another question. Is there other hieroglyphs that you've seen that depict modern technology as well? Why particularly Apache helicopter?
That's also what I was trying to say earlier.
If I'm correct, there's one in Samaria where it's basically shaped like, one of those.
Also,
basically, it's like those bombs they let out in those bomber planes that they let fall and hit the people and kill them.
Yes.
Yeah, they have depictions of that also. Okay.
Do you want to show us?
Can you?
Oh, please! I want to see.
I'd have to find it. I wouldn't know where to look. I'd have to.
Before you do, skeptic, there are two things I have to say. First of all, there would be a lot more evidence for this, and also the whole these hieroglyphs, whatever. They're not really like, what's the point of them? They're just depicting helicopters, and they're not really teaching us how to build them. So that's also a big, it doesn't make any sense. And also the whole point of this whole thing is that difference between a scientist and a conspiracy theorist is that, I don't know who said this, but it doesn't matter. A scientist will start with a question and work to an answer by looking for evidence. But the conspiracy theorist, he already knows the answer. No, he's just looking for evidence that supports that he's right. He's not looking for the truth. He's just looking for the evidence that he is right. He's looking for evidence for the question. This is why you accept this as evidence and a scientist doesn't.
I got to tell you, skeptic, you are not living up to your nom de plume.
So I do have to say one thing real quick.
We're gonna have a debate on like religious text. That's the difference. And the other guy. What was the other guy? Dread or something like that?
I can find a Mormon dragon.
Right now we're just talking about like.
Hold on. Planet Walk was just saying something.
Yeah, I just want to say this. To be fair though, aside from the helicopter, there's another example of modern technology that I can see quite clearly in this image. I mean, right next to the helicopter, this looks like it's quite clearly a selfie stick.
Oh, I mean, it is quite obvious now that I look.
So here's the reason why I was asking this earlier on, skeptic, was here's my question: why is it that there is only depictions of Egyptian hieroglyphics or ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics of one or two technologies, when you clearly said earlier on that God had already gave us these technologies much earlier on, not just Apache helicopters. Now, hold on. Let me finish. You clearly said earlier on that God gave us all these technologies, or whoever gave us all these. Hold on, I haven't finished. Gave us all these technologies, okay, which just to make an Apache helicopter must involve, like I said, somebody mentioned as well, was oil rigs and oil refineries and factories. All these technologies, I mean, all the technologies we have is probably thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of technologies. Why is it that the ancient Egyptians only picked on one or two technologies, the bombs that you mentioned and the Apache helicopter? Why is that?
Because one, it depends which angels you get. Because you gotta understand, there's a variety. There's angels that land in Egypt. There's angels that landed in Samaria. There's angels that landed on Mount Hermon.
So why hasn't God or the angels revealed all these other technologies, or that depending on who the angels are, why haven't they revealed?
Well, right now they're slowly pushing out the.
No. That's not my question. That's not my question. Okay, I said, in the ancient Egyptians, why did the ancient Egyptians only depict in the hieroglyphics an Apache helicopter? Why is there no other technology?
Those are the angels that had the knowledge in that area. They had that knowledge in that area.
Okay, so the angels in the other areas, why haven't they revealed the other technologies then? Why haven't we seen any evidence of that? Why is that?
They do.
Like for instance, in my country, in the UK, okay, they found caves when they found ancient carvings and all the rest of it. Same in Australia, and all the rest of it as well, with Uluru, the Red Rock, and all the rest of it as well. Okay, so why is it that they haven't depicted these technologies? Why haven't they depicted those? So why have we only found an Apache helicopter so far? Why is that?
Oh, no. It's in, how do I say this? It's in different parts of the world. That's the reality.
But we haven't seen any other depictions, have we?
Probably even in the UK. Now, I haven't looked in the UK because most of the stuff comes from like Samaria, the Middle East. Like this is where you see most of the depictions. Like
so where are these depictions then of all the rest, thousands of technologies? Then where is the rest of them?
I would have to look.
An interesting thing about the current
just seems a little bit convenient, doesn't it? really.
An interesting thing about the current
May I
state of
ask
technology
something?
is that we're using a lot of rare earth materials and a lot of other things to build this stuff, including Apache helicopters.
May I
And
also?
this would mean that if they were destroyed or something like that, if we look at the soil today, we see lots of contaminants that come from the production that we have of these things. We don't see those contaminants in the past. We don't see any example of those. We can see those clearly today.
No
So
way.
something's very different. So clearly, if there was technology in the past, it wasn't the same as the stuff we have now.
Okay.
Apart from the one Apache helicopter, obviously.
Okay. Apart from this, I'm gonna let you guys. Okay, that's completely different than what you guys think of the past. Because when you guys think of the past, you guys think of horse and buggy stuff like that. Well, I'm telling you this right now, based off all ancient text, we are catching up to the days of Noah. Meaning, our technology is shit compared to
but
what they had.
I still
Well,
haven't
I'm
seen
sorry.
any evidence of any other ancient drawings or hieroglyphs or
Okay,
anything else of
say,
any other
let's say,
of my
Yeah, so
iPhone
look,
or my
there is more
microphone
than this.
or
Now,
my
I'm gonna let you
or
look
my-
at your
or
stuff.
my
Let's-
computer monitor or my computer or my phone or what else can we think of? I don't know.
Oh
what
wait,
other
arguably there was
you
a
know, a
computer made
rocket,
hundreds of
maybe.
years
I mean,
ago on a shipwreck, but
can I?
What about YouTube? Is there any hieroglyphs of YouTube around yet? I wonder.
I'd
No,
love to know how
I
you
have
make
to
an
ask
Apache
something.
helicopter without semiconductors.
Well,
Yeah.
Can I ask? I need to ask something, Skeptic. It's very important. Okay,
Yeah.
let's say that. Okay, angels did come down. Okay, let's say that is the fact. Okay, just. Okay, so why this? I mean, I'm pretty sure that beings capable of doing these things are gonna have a bit. Not like this is pretty primitive, like compared to something that a being that is capable of doing that would make. I mean, really patchy helicopters. I'm pretty sure they would like have, I don't know, anti-gravity stuff or shit like that. I mean, it's just like, why this?
Oh no
Don't
no
you-
no. Okay, I'll explain. Basically, they're giving us the crap show. Basically, as much as we
I mean-
consider this technology advanced, this is a crap show.
I
What
Really
they're
advanced
using,
at all.
what they have for themselves, technology they have for themselves, is way higher than what we have. The reason why is because, can I ask you a question? I want you guys.
Sure, yes,
I want you
of
guys to
course,
really
okay.
think about this, okay? I want you guys to really think about this when I say it, okay?
Okay, you say it.
Okay. What are aliens?
Angels, of course.
Those
I mean,
things
it
down in
is.
Mexico.
No.
Yeah,
What are
aliens
You know?
are angels. Yeah,
I don't
they're
know.
angels.
I don't know
yeah.
what aliens are. What
I
are
know.
aliens?
See, I knew he was going to bring this up, and I knew he was going to say this.
My
I
mama
was just
said I
waiting
was an
for this
angel.
moment.
Yeah. So
Skeptic, can I ask you a
based off
question?
all the evidence, they're
You
right.
say all the Skeptic. You say all these technologies were wiped out during the flood, right?
Mhm.
Hold on a second. I'm just gonna scroll up the chat again. Hold on. I've got somebody who asked a question in the chat, right?
Yeah, sure.
I can't pronounce this. NZ Pure. He says, well, this is a good point, right? Because you said all these
Where?
technologies were
On
wiped out
YouTube?
during the flood. If Noah had better technology, why did he build a wooden boat? Why not build a massive steel boat or an aircraft carrier
You said it.
if we had all the technology?
Well,
Why?
I want everyone to think about this. Who's in charge of the Earth?
Why do you need to think about it? If you know this so well, why do you need to think about it? You should be able to answer this straight away.
Answer the question.
Well, he
Who
already
do you
knows
think is
the
in
No.
charge of the Earth?
Answer this question. You know, come on. You need to answer that question.
Okay.
Fine. Go
The
ahead.
sun.
Go ahead and answer that because I'm not going to let that
Answer
go.
one question at a time.
Okay.
The sun is
Okay.
in charge of the Earth.
No, it's really okay. It's really this simple. The angels and the giants are in charge of the Earth, so they get the best stuff. They get the best material. Noah
Not
doesn't
from
want
an
to do it, though.
an actuarial standpoint.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
what?
So the Earth didn't have the technology. Only the angels had this technology. Is that what you're saying?
No. Basically, this is how it works.
No, he's saying that he had.
You just said that they had the best stuff, so they didn't have the aircraft carriers and the Apache helicopters. Then
No, they had
The
even.
Apache helicopters are for
Yeah,
us.
that's his point.
Those are crap show things. Okay.
Right,
Right, come on, you need to answer the question. Then. Come on, answer the question, because I mean, as Pure has asked a really
Okay,
good
all right.
question.
Well, let me answer. It's real simple. Okay, since
Okay,
the
go.
angels and the giants are in charge of basically the main materials, they get the best stuff. They get to use the best stuff to make their shit. Okay, the only people that are allowed to use it are the people who submit to them, who worship them. Basically, Satanists. Okay, if you're basically, especially if you're a high level Satanist, you know how people like to talk about the elite and all this stuff. You get the best shit. Okay.
Oh, okay. So right. So what you're saying
basically,
is
it's
that only the angels and only certain people that they choose to had the
whoever chooses to
technology,
worship
or knew,
them.
or hold on, or knew of the technology. Oh, but so it was only the angels and the people that they chose had the Apache helicopters and the aircraft carriers and the massive steel boats. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically everyone else
Yeah.
was
Okay.
getting the most space.
Can I tell you a story?
Holy,
told-
I have never heard such a whole load of made up crap in all my life. Honestly,
I have a question.
You are just
Okay.
swimming for answers right now. You really are.
No,
I have a
You're
question,
just
though.
making this up as you go along.
Can I-
You're so
Hold on,
Okay.
can I ask my question?
Skeptic.
I
civilized, please.
I have a question here. Why couldn't God just give Noah the technology to build a steel aircraft carrier or something? You know, why did Noah have to go ahead and build it out of wood?
Yeah, why? I mean, wasn't Noah chosen? Wasn't Noah a chosen one by God? Wasn't he?
And isn't God
Surely.
all powerful?
You must know.
Yeah. Okay. What's the question again? Because holy hell,
Okay, so my question is,
making noise.
if God is all powerful, if God, if God can do anything, why didn't He just, allow Noah to build an aircraft
Give a
carrier or
shit.
something like that? You know.
An aircraft? Well, the aircrafts we use, what do they run on? Gasoline, oil, stuff like that. It's gonna eventually run out. You have to stay on a boat
Then
for
why
pretty
didn't
much a
he
full
give him a
year.
boat?
So
Staying on a boat for a full year.
So Noah
he
wasn't
must-
the chosen one. Then he wasn't chosen to save the earth and save the people. So
No, see,
Noah wasn't
the
good
point
enough.
is that he was
Noah
the
wasn't.
chosen.
Hold on. Noah wasn't good enough to have all this technology to save 2 of each animal and 2 of each whatever.
Do you think boats
right?
sink
What
if
the
they
heck are
run
you
out of
talking
fuel?
about?
Do you think boats sink if they run out of fuel?
You said
Obviously, he does. I think it's quite obvious that he does.
You said earlier on that all this technology is wiped out during the flood.
Yes.
But the thing is that Noah was chosen. Was he or was he not
Of
to
course he
save
was
2 of
chosen
every
out.
animal?
He was a
So
pure
then why?
human. He was a pure human.
If Noah was such a genius and so chosen, why didn't God give him all this technology to build
When
a
did I
massive
say
steel
Noah was
boat?
a genius?
Skeptic. No.
It sounded
When
like
did I say Noah was a genius?
sounded like you said he was a genius, but he was still chosen, though, was he not? Was Noah chosen, or was he not?
He was chosen because he was a pure human. Everyone else did.
So he wasn't good enough to give him all this technology. So it's only the angels that had this technology. Is that
God
what you're
doesn't
saying?
want us having this technology.
No. I didn't ask that. Are you saying that only the angels had all this technology? Is that what you're saying?
No, look, it's basically the angels, the giants, and the people who were willing to serve them, worship them, and work for them.
Okay, so wasn't Noah willing to worship and serve him?
Fuck no. He
So
worshipped
Noah
God. He
wasn't.
worshipped the angels.
So Noah was
He worshipped the
chosen. Hang on. So Noah was chosen, even though he wasn't willing to serve God. Is that what you're saying?
No. You idiot.
What?
I'm talking about the fallen angels.
Can you not see the
wasn't-
inconsistencies in what you're
willing-
saying? You are making
wasn't
stuff up as you
willing
go
to worship the
along.
fallen angels.
And this is what
Can I
all the
apologize?
different religions say over and over again. They just make stuff up as they go along to make up
No.
stories to cover what you. Yes,
Skeptic,
absolutely yes. You're contradicting yourself in every step that everything you say.
No, I'm not.
Can I add something? Look, Skeptic, you went through pick through story time. Can I do a little story time?
Okay, go.
Okay, so way back when, before people had developed technology like writing. People lived in profound ignorance about the world. But what they did is they told each other stories because that was how they made sense of the world. They sang songs. That was how they remembered it. They made songs of their histories. And of course, over time, hundreds, thousands of years, these stories, like the fish that you catch at the lake, gets larger and larger and bigger and more triumphant and more expressive in terms of of the actual story, the kernel of truth that may have been there. And all of these stories are all songs that are just being told until the invention of writing, which happened only a couple thousand years ago. And even then, it was written down, and the stories even got grander and grander and crazier, such that 1,000 years ago, when the Catholic Church, for example, had to throw out some of them and keep some other ones because they decided that was what worked.
Good point. Okay, that's a good point. Okay, but I still want to understand something as well. Was Noah chosen? Was it Noah chosen or not?
Yeah, he's chosen by God, not the angels. Listen to what I'm saying. He was chosen by God, not the fallen angels. Okay.
So who had all this technology then?
It was the fallen angels, the giants, and the few humans that were willing to worship and give up their souls, who are now in hell, basically.
So why? But again, so why? So okay, so explain to me why wasn't Noah given these technologies? If he wasn't willing to follow God, even though he was chosen.
What the heck are you? What are you talking
You just told.
about?
Did you or did you not? Did you not say that? No. Did you or did you not just say that Noah was chosen? Was he a chosen one by God, or did he not follow God?
Of course
yes or no?
He did. So why are you comparing God and the angels? Why are you comparing God and the angels?
Yeah, but you said but you also said the giants and certain people.
Where'd the angels come from?
So who chose those certain people that you mentioned and you said it?
Oh, the angels.
Who are those certain people? No, you said certain people. Who are those certain people?
The angels want to see who's willing to do, what they want. Basically, are you willing to sacrifice a child? Are you willing, what are you willing to do for me?
All right, so Noah wasn't. So certain people. So Noah wasn't those certain people that he chose to give the technology to.
Okay. Casual Spaceman.
Even though that Noah was chosen to save two of each animal.
Casual Spaceman, can you move away from the mic a little bit?
Sorry. Yeah.
Casual Spaceman, I think I've realized where there's a bit of a misunderstanding here. So when Skeptic is talking about the angels, he's not meaning the angels that are the followers of God. He's talking about angels as in fallen angels and stuff. I think that's where the confusion is coming in.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But he did say certain people. I heard him clearly say that he said certain people.
Yeah, who are these certain the fallen angels give the technology to certain people that worship them, and that will do work for them.
Noah. Yeah, but this is the point I'm trying to get to. So Noah wasn't a person that was willing to do work for God. Is that what you're saying?
No, he wasn't willing to do work for the fallen angels, but for God, yes.
What? So where's the evidence for any of it?
Hang on.
Where is any evidence for any of this?
So many inconsistencies, even within a belief. It's just so inconsistent.
Please look. You want to hear some crazy? You want to hear some?
No, I want to hear evidence. Don't give me some crazy shit. Give me some evidence.
I think it's inconsistent. Casual Spaceman.
I already showed enough for the giants. I already showed enough evidence.
You haven't showed any evidence.
No.
Listen to me. We have ancient historical documents talking about giants.
He did.
We have giant footprints. We have giant bodies. We have blood fountains.
Skeptic.
So there's enough to state my case.
Wait a minute. We have this. Have you seen any of this? Have you examined any of this?
About this?
I just have to say some Casual Spaceman, because you weren't here from the beginning. He does have evidence. The only problem is that the evidence is pretty crap, honestly. Go scroll through the...
Skeptic, I have thousands of pictures of the Earth from space. Hundreds of thousands, even. Would you accept any of those?
Of course he would.
It's your opinion.
I'm sorry. The space makes me laugh now.
Yeah. Do you accept weather satellites? Do you accept the
No.
lunar reconnaissance orbiter?
He
Do you
just
accept?
dismisses it. You know why?
Oh,
Because-
but he wants us to accept one photograph of what looks like a giant
No, I
footprint.
accept satellites exist, but I based off all the evidence, they're in the atmosphere. They're not in space. They're in the atmosphere, flying around.
Well, that's
so
obvious.
Oh, yeah, of course. How
so,
they
so,
can remain
so
Mhm.
do you accept? So you do accept that space is
hundreds of
real? then?
miles to fly out.
No,
So
I
skep-
expect that. Basically, like based off the evidence, the dome is only 100.
Wait, so you're
Yeah, but
you're saying
wrong.
that you gave a whole bunch of evidence for giants and giant bodies that we should totally accept, but you won't accept any of the enormous amounts of evidence out there for space, for satellites, for pictures of other
You should be
planets.
happy I'm not like are no satellites. They don't exist. Me, on the other
Actual
hand,
space
I think
is
there
evidence.
are satellites, but I think they're just for show. That's my opinion. Based off everything, I think they're
Why?
just for show.
But why? You believe in all these things,
Can I
not
talk real
because.
quick?
Okay.
Right, okay. Let's get this straight. You're
Listen
willing
to the
believe,
real
You're willing to believe. You're willing to believe
Oh.
what was written in the book by human
Actually.
beings, by the way, but you're not willing to accept real evidence of photographic evidence and all kinds of other evidence and observations that's real, but you're willing to accept what was written in a book thousands of years ago, or in books, I should say.
As I said, that's the
Oh,
difference
yeah,
between
now I
him
am,
and a
because I used
scientist.
to believe in space just like everyone else. Thought they were telling the truth, and then I looked.
used to believe
And I
in
kept
space.
finding
That is,
lie
I'm sorry, but that is the
after lie.
stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Where did you find these? Where did you
lie
keep-
after
where
lie
did you
after
do your
lie. So
research?
it's like, okay, they're liars.
Did you do your research on YouTube, or did you do
You
your
have to
research
look-
in like
It's
somewhere
that
else?
easy. It's there.
Can you give me
Or
one
why-
of these?
what? Yeah, of course I did some research on YouTube.
I'd like to do.
Excuse me,
I like-
skeptic.
I like- I like-
Can
I
I
like
just
to
wait?
do
Wait.
other research
You
on
just-
other areas.
Can everyone wait? I have to ask them. These lies. Can you give me one example of lies about space? I'm just the
I'd
moon
like
landing.
to-
Is that a lie?
I like to tell a.
Honestly,
I'd like to tell a little story, if I may. It's not.
Okay.
And then I'd like to
This
tell
might
a
just-
little
this-
story as well.
Yeah. Well, it's not really a story. It's.
Can we all tell stories?
Okay, but
And that's
We all should have a story.
here it is, right? And it ends up with a question, right? Okay, let's think about it, right? Okay, let's think, right? The biggest hoax or supposed hoax in human history is that we're covering up that space doesn't exist. Now, let me finish, right? I'm going to go on, okay? Right, if you think about it, according to our history, okay, for probably 1,000, 2,000 years, we've understood that how the planets revolve and that space does exist outside of our own atmosphere, okay, for a very, very long time. Now, let's pretend that there is a hoax, that all the governments and all the people around the world are covering this issue up, okay? So if you think about how many people are actually involved,
5,000.
covered. Hold on. Let me finish. Over all these thousands of years, okay, how many people are actually involved to do this, okay? And there's not. I think if you think about all the whistleblowers that have gone through history, okay, you think about all those different whistleblowers. People had revealed secrets about the NSA, supposed to be the biggest secret of the NSA, and American Secret Service, revealed things. Lots of people have done that. Lots of people revealed about things about presidents, the biggest secrets that are supposed to be in history. But why is it, out of all those whistleblowers, there's not been one single person, not one, through thousands of years? Hang on, let me finish. That's through thousands of years that have not come forward, that have been involved in this huge global cover-up for thousands of years, that have not demonstrably come forward and said, yes, here it is. Here's the proof that space is a fake. Why is that? Please answer that question.
Matt Boylan did.
Matt Boylan did what?
Oh my God,
Who the
no.
fuck
No,
is
go,
that?
go. Tell me what he did.
Who the hell is
Sorry.
Matt
Yeah, Matt.
Boylan?
He worked for
What did
NASA.
he do?
He came out after one of the guys told him to flat. Yeah, at first he didn't believe it.
So he was involved in the global 1,000-year-old fakery of space. Is that what you're saying?
No. He was working.
No. Was he or was he not? Yes or no? You said no.
No, he was working.
Then
for
he,
NASA.
then
He
what
said
is he?
that.
Then what is he? He's nothing.
What was he doing?
There was-
Was he a janitor?
No, he was
Please
an
don't go on
artist.
about the Freemasons. They're
He would
good
do
people.
artist
Families
conceptions
full of
for
them.
them. They would pay
Right,
him
no.
to do artist conceptions of certain things that they want. Okay.
Right.
And
Okay.
then
But no. But was he
one day-
or was he not involved in the global conspiracy to hide space? Yes or no?
the global conspiracy has been around for I don't know how long.
Exactly.
It's a pretty
So
simple
was he
question,
or
yes
was he
or
not?
no?
Answer the question. Was he or was he not involved in the global conspiracy to hide
No, of
space
course
is
not.
fake for thousands of years? Well,
No.
there you go then. Why is it that not one single person, although we can't even keep the president from hiding a fucking blowjob in the Oval Office?
Hell yeah.
Why?
America.
Why is that?
You can't keep the current president from showing off satellite
why is it?
pictures.
Why is it? Why is it you cannot? Why is it that you cannot fathom that?
There
Why
is
is
one
that not
person.
supposed to? You can't even contemplate that.
There is
It's
one person.
impossible.
There is one person.
Who?
Dad.
Bob
They
Bizarre.
killed him.
Who? Sorry,
Of
Skeptic.
course they did. Of course
Everybody
they
quiet.
did.
Look, see, let Skeptic answer. What did he say?
There is one person. I ended up finding this out, and I made a video about it. I can't remember his name. I have to go through the video.
You don't remember his name. So he was. So
I'd have
was.
to go through the
I'm
video,
gonna
and I can't remember.
I'm going
That's
to
not
answer
the
the question
point.
again. I'm going to answer the question again. Was that person you're mentioning that you can't remember?
Yeah, he was
Was
part-
he
yeah,
or
he was
was
part of
he
it.
not?
He
Hang
was
on.
part of
Was
it. No,
he
no,
or
no.
was he, she or he or whatever, was he or she part of the global
It's
deception
general
to
neutral,
hide space is
say.
fake? Yes or no?
Yes, he was.
Really?
And
Okay, so
Okay, all right,
bring
casual
the
spaceman.
evidence up right
Casual-
now. Bring the
casual
evidence
spaceman.
right because
Calm down. You need to calm down.
humanity is over.
Casual
I got
spaceman,
to
you need to
find
calm
the
down.
video.
Other people need to
I
talk.
literally
Yeah.
have to go
Okay,
through
yeah,
the
go on
video.
ahead.
I think Starkiller had something to say, a short story or something. No, that was.
I totally forgot.
What's the short
It's all
story?
in the
You
abyss
said,
now.
no. You said
Our
something
story is
like,
just walking away with it.
oh yeah, you said now it's time for the real intellectual to talk. So.
Yeah, but you see, Artorias walked over and he grabbed my brain and walked away with it as.
Okay, so
Passion
let,
is
let me
us.
let me then ask something about what you said, Skeptic. You said that one guy did, but you don't remember him. I mean, that seems like
I made a
if,
video about it, so his name is in the video. I even
but
said-
that like I remember the people who like I remember Snowden. You know, like that name comes to mind immediately.
Bring the
Oh,
video
yeah,
up right now. I mean,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
that's a
20-year.
pretty. I would say that was a pretty important name that could actually
Yeah.
reveal a global 1,000-year or 2,000-year-old hoax. You know, that was a pretty important name.
This
So
guy was
bring
in
up your
it.
video. Give it to Planet Walker and let's see it.
Oh no, that's hard. That's
Yeah,
hard
just-
to do. That's too much effort.
Wait. I'm just trying to remember
Let's do it.
something.
Let's do it.
Just trying to remember something. Is Skeptic the same person that when asked to bring up a name before he couldn't?
I can't remember every name, man. What the frick do you want me to do?
Well. Yeah, I mean, it's on your channel. You
Hey,
said you
I
made a video.
understand
of
that
it.
you can't
I'm
remember
sorry.
That
names.
doesn't mean
You
I
certainly-
I have high functioning
Damn name.
shit names pulling out.
Like people think I remember.
That is
every-
not an excuse.
Skeptic,
I
let's see
pulled
the
the autism
video.
card. I can't
Come
remember
on, let's
shit.
bring it up. Let's see the
Sorry.
video.
All right, let's see if I can find it.
Saying I
Gotta give me
don't
a minute.
remember isn't a good excuse when we're talking about these things. That's like,
I mean, you seem to
Right,
have
I know.
a very
Or
detailed
something
You guys
and
talk about, I don't know.
Or at
Look.
least remember key points and cornerstone of something you actually believe in that you pretty
Yeah.
much will base your life's
Yeah.
beliefs around on.
Exactly. I mean, this. I
Come
mean,
on.
this guy, whoever it was, pretty much ended.
I mean, I'm slow.
I
I'm
mean-
a high functioning
Okay.
artist,
I remember that.
and this guy's fucking slow.
You seem to have a ridiculously detailed understanding of the entire ancient world and every question we come up with, but you can't remember the guy who
God.
spoiled it all.
Whistle blew the greatest hoax in human history. Wow.
Here's an idea. We'll let Skeptic. I'm going to give you some time to look for this, but whilst we give you time to look for this, I'm going to rattle off a story about a giant, right? And I'm going to ask you if you believe this story. All right?
Oh, I already know it.
So there was this one giant that lived way back. This is a couple thousand years ago, and
Looking for the video, there, Skeptic. You haven't got away with this yet.
And way back, the sun would actually go a lot faster in the sky, right? And so what this giant did is this giant went, okay, I'm going to try and find the sun and slow it down, because by the time he got to eating, it was night and he couldn't see anything. So he went out to find the sun, and then he used this stuff. He cast a net over the sun to slow it down, and the sun was straining and all that, and he slowed the sun down. And do you believe that story?
Do I believe that story? What? I'm looking. Okay, and two.
Keep
I'm
looking
sorry,
for the
man. I
video.
didn't hear you completely.
Keep looking for the video.
Yeah, I'm looking for the video right now. So, just give me a minute. Like,
See if you can remember this huge name as well. I mean, you must remember it.
The name would be very important. It would be.
It would be
it's kind
pretty
of
important. Yeah.
Kind of a
That'd be a name I think I would
mixing rap
remember.
and excluding other.
Like the Book of Enoch, you know that pretty well, and Noah, you know that guy. I mean,
Oh, yeah, it was probably one of those from the ancient Bibles or
Yeah,
ancient
I can-
maybe it was an angel. Maybe it was an angel who did it.
I can also give more stories about the. I can also give
I
more
was always
stories
fond
about
of the
this
Native
person.
American stories.
Like, so this giant also one time went out fishing. This is of course after he slowed the sun down, and he went out fishing, and he caught he had something on his line, and it was a really big fish. He was reeling it in and all that, and it was when he reeled it in, it was a massive fish, right? And then his brothers came along, right, and started hacking the fish up with their tools, and mountains started forming and all that kind of stuff. And I've got evidence that this fish existed. That this is a real fish. Okay. So would you believe that story?
Oh, Quantum wants to be added back.
Did Apache helicopters attack afterwards?
No.
Probably not true then.
No, they would go by different. The technology we have right now would go by.
Skeptic, might I ask, what was this all about? Were you serious? I mean, if you were, I think it's quite good. I think it's good enough evidence to just dismiss everything that you've just said today, because that would, everyone look at this, please. Go to the debate lobby thing. He has been talking like this. He's been mentioning feeding children and fighting the war on terror a couple of times now. This is the message I found while I was when I accidentally left. So can you just check it out? I mean, I can't really tell if he's being from everything that I've heard. I honestly can't even tell if this was a joke or if he was serious.
I thought he was joking the whole time.
Why would I
Oh,
joke?
he is, but honestly, okay. Well, there we go, people. Hey, it's all bullshit, obviously. How could you? I really doubt.
I had to step away for a bit. Have we had the reveal of the person that's revealed the biggest hoax in human history?
No.
No.
Believe it or not, we haven't.
Okay,
We
believe it or
have
not.
found
Well,
evidence
I would say believe it or not.
I still
We have
don't.
found evidence.
Shocking, I know.
I still don't know if he knows. I still don't know if he accepts the story about the
there we go.
the giant fish land.
You, Skeptic, are you actually claiming that
hold
you've
on.
been feeding
Skeptic
children
found
while fighting?
Oh, that was
war?
a joke. That was sarcasm.
Well, I mean,
I'm not used to the
Honestly,
whole...
No, I've never been to Afghan. No, I've never been.
honestly, I can't.
Have you-
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
Skeptic, have you found the video? Are you about
Yes,
to
okay.
reveal
Now,
the
I
end
got
of
his
human
name.
history?
Yeah, I just found it literally just a few seconds ago. His name
Okay,
is
so
James
what-
Forrestal. Okay.
Can we all watch together?
And the video is they made a video about 20 questions flat earthers can't answer, and I just did 2 parts to it.
Can you repeat that, son?
So it's in part
Are you
1.
saying to me, telling me, right, that the person that has revealed the biggest hoax in human history that's whistleblower that's involved in the biggest hoax in human history was a YouTuber. Is that what you're telling us?
No, it's James Forrestal. It's not a YouTube.
Okay,
He was in the military.
okay, hold up, real quick question.
Was he Afghan?
Real quick. I've got a really quick question.
Shut up.
When did they reveal this? When did they whistleblow?
Basically, what happens is he was literally about to reveal everything, like about to reveal every little detail. He only went through a few.
And they shot him. Did they maybe kill him?
Hold on, I want to hear this. I want to hear this.
And then they threw him out of the hospital. They threw him out of a hospital.
Right? Is this James Vincent Forrestal? Which I just want to ask you a question. Is this James Vincent Forrestal, which was the last cabinet level United States Secretary of the Navy and first United States Secretary of Defense? Is that the same
correct?
one?
Yes, if I'm correct, it's Vince.
So did he reveal that? Did he reveal that space is fake?
No, he was going. Okay.
Why are we talking about it?
So he was going to. But did he? I'm asking you. Did he? Did he?
Mm-hmm.
What he did?
You just said he didn't.
No, let me.
Right? No. Yes. No. Which is it? Did he or did he not reveal the greatest hoax in human history, which is the space is fake?
No.
Did he or did he? No. Hold on. No. I wanted to answer the question.
I'd like to tell the story. I want to actually tell the story.
No. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You can tell the story after you've answered this question, and it's a simple yes or no answer. Did James Forrestal reveal the greatest hoax in human history that space is a hoax?
Well, that's not the greatest.
And he was involved. Yeah. He was involved in it.
He was going to reveal it, and then they.
How do you know he was going?
So
to
he
reveal
did.
It?
Did you
he
say
admitted that he was going to reveal it. It wasn't even hidden. He's not like, I'm going to reveal it.
So what did he?
Listen to me. He didn't.
So what did he say exactly? What did he say?
He said he was going. Okay, look. He said he was going to reveal everything that was going down in Antarctica. So let's go through the list of the things going on in Antarctica.
Okay, this is all bullshit. Skeptic, you're obviously fucking
This is.
I can't. This is not true. I'm not.
So hold on. I understand what you're saying, yeah, buddy. I understand, right? Okay,
yeah,
but
I think you know
how is it that James Forrestal was going to reveal the greatest hoax in human history, which is space is fakes, and space is faked, and he was involved within it by saying that he's going to reveal what was going on in Antarctica? How exactly? Let him answer the whole question about this.
Okay. So no, here's the thing. I think he was. How do I say it? He was too much of a good guy to getting into. Because he wasn't just because he wasn't just gonna go out.
Hold on. Let him answer.
Let me finish. He wasn't just gonna go out telling his parents like, "Hey, look, this is what happened." No, he was actually gonna go on national, gonna go on TV and start telling people. And he actually called producers and everything to tell people what was going on.
What was going on with what? What did he say that was going on?
Okay, here. You sure you want to hear this? You sure you're ready to hear this?
Yeah, I'm ready to hear this. Yeah, go.
You're not going to believe me.
Go! Everybody be quiet and go.
You're not going to believe me when I tell you this. One, he was going to reveal, of course, the dome, where we live, okay?
Right, hang on. Did he say that he was going to reveal the dome? Did he mention the dome?
Let's just say he gives reference to.
No,
he gives reference. What was okay? Hold on, hang on. Let's dig down a little bit. What was the reference he said to the dome? What was the reference exactly?
He starts speaking about the firmament in a way. Right. Let's just say that.
Right. Hold on. Right. Okay, you're being quite vague. I'd like to know. Hold on. I'd like to know word for word what it is he said before he died.
I'd have to look it up again.
Word for word, what did he say?
Okay.
Word for word.
Here's what was going to happen. No,
that's not my question. I asked you, what did he say, word for word, that he was going to reveal? What was his exact words, word for word, dot by dot, sentence by sentence?
Okay. All right, here. You're not gonna believe me either way. But
Say it.
You have any idea why that might be?
look, I'm gonna tell you, but I'm just gonna about it.
Word for word, what did he say?
He was going to reveal a city of other entities outside
No,
of the
no,
universe.
no, no, no. Again,
Say,
you're not answering the
what
question.
did he say?
I am.
Quote
Not
him.
answering the question. Right, let me.
I'm not joking.
Let me reword the question. I don't care whether
said.
you're joking or not.
You even
I
know
want
what
to
he
know.
said.
Hold on, everybody. We would like to know what he said, word for word, his exact quotes, not what you think he was going to reveal. We want to know what he said precisely, quotes, word for word. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
I'd have
go.
to look it up. I'd have to look it up again. But
Go.
basically, this is what he was saying.
Find it out.
Just
No.
listen to
Let's say
you can go look for it yourself afterwards, okay?
No,
Let him answer. Let him answer.
I would have to go through and find the information.
Skeptic, do you understand why we are very skeptical of what you're saying? Do you understand
I know,
why?
'cause what I'm saying sounds crazy. Okay.
Right.
name is
Hang on,
ironic
let
for some
him
reason.
answer. Hang on. Well, let him answer. Let him answer. We want to know what he said word for word. Go.
No,
Here's the
he
story.
doesn't know.
Here's the story. There is another group of entities living, in an area somewhere in Antarctica.
No, hold
that
on.
Are not
You're
humans.
diverting again. You're diverting again. You're
I'm
not
just-
answering the question.
I'm just phrasing it
Answer
the way
the
the best I
question.
can.
No, you're not answering the question. The question is, again, if I have to repeat it so simply for you so you can understand.
Look, I don't
Right,
have
the
quote right
question
in front
is,
of me. The exact- I
what
don't have
did
the exact word
James
right in front of me. I have to
Forrestal?
look it up.
What did James Forrestal say, word for word, that was going to reveal this? Quotes, word for word. Why don't you have it in your video?
Oh my god.
Oh my God! What? Yeah, your God's not going to help you.
Why are
Look,
you
You need to answer the question.
Part of the information
You
on
need to
one of my
answer.
videos.
No. You need to
Because-
answer the question. I'm not interested in stories behind it. I'm interested in exactly what he said that was going to reveal this.
Okay,
You're
he's
still
not going to
answering the
answer you.
question.
He's not going to answer you. The point has been made. I think skeptic.
I'm going to answer him.
Skeptic, you have to understand. No,
Let him answer then. Let him give him one more
He's
chance.
not going to
Let
answer.
him
He's
give
just
him
going to
one more
dodge. He's
chance.
just going
I
to
don't
dodge.
remember the
Let him give
exact
him one
words
more
that he
chance.
said. All I
Why
know
don't you?
This is,
Why?
Because you want me to remember exact
You
words.
said you made a video about it. I'm not
Yeah,
asking.
but it was to answer. It was to answer one question because the
Well,
guy
that's the
wanted to know
question.
why isn't there anyone who has died or something like that? In
No,
the
that's
20
not the
questions of
question.
Flat Earthers,
That's not
and
what
he
I'm
showed me.
asking you. That's not
And I
what I'm
showed
asking
him.
you. Why are you not answering the direct question?
I'm trying to answer, but you keep dodging.
Well, go. What? No, I'm not dodging. You're the one.
Okay.
I'm not dodging
Well, then
anything.
let me speak.
You're
Let me
dodging.
speak and
Right,
be quiet.
go.
Let me speak
Go.
and be quiet then, okay?
So much
Go.
finger pointing.
But
Okay.
answer the
And don't
question
interrupt
directly.
me. Don't
But
interrupt
answer but only if you're gonna. I'm gonna interrupt you if you're not gonna answer the question.
me. Just
Answer the
let
question.
me answer the question.
But answer the question. Quote
Just let
his
him go.
quote word for word.
He said
Let
there
him
are
loose.
entities in Antarctica, and some of them are under the earth. Okay? And they're
Okay,
not like.
stop.
Is that what he said
Stop.
word for word?
Stop.
We are
Shut
not
up.
talking
Shut up,
about-
skeptic. Stop. Listen, we asked you for somebody who gave evidence that the entire space and all this was a complete hoax.
Yes.
And we asked you for the person who did that.
Let
and you
me
gave us
finish.
the name. No, I'm not letting you finish. Shut up. You then gave us the name of somebody who didn't say a thing and just maybe suggested something to someone, and people blew stories out. You have no evidence. Like when Snowden came out with all this stuff, he didn't just say the NSA is spying on you. He gave PowerPoint presentations and a whole bunch of evidence and all things that journalists could look into, that everyone could actually look into and find was actually true. You've got nothing. You're giving us
God.
nothing.
Literally nothing.
Because
I
it's
love
your
it.
job to look into it. I want you to look into it.
What's
I don't
there
know.
to
It's
look
not my
into?
job to look into bullshit.
What's there to look
We've been
into?
over this. Skeptic,
There's
we've
nothing
been
to
over
look
this.
into.
It's not my
Why
job.
can't you
Trying to
answer
get
a
me.
direct
You're trying to
question?
explain every
You
little
have
detail.
not answered the
Yeah, but
direct
you won't even
question.
let me
You're
finish.
avoiding the
Every
question.
time
Holy
I have
shit.
let you answer,
I
but you're
just
not.
realized that
I'm
you
the
have
only reason.
fucking-
The only
Every
reason
time.
why we're interrupting you. The only reason
Every
why we're
time I'm
interrupting
gonna
you because
see.
you are
You keep
not
interrupting.
answering
Spaceman,
the
you
won't let me
sound
finish.
just like Nick.
You won't let me finish.
We don't let
You
you
won't let me
finish because you
finish.
never do. You never
Don't laugh at
finish,
me.
and that's why we don't let you finish. Look, you never are getting to the point, and then you're
Look.
asking us to look in piles of
I'm trying to
bullshit.
tell you what he was.
I'm gonna go now.
What are you
I'm gonna
saying?
go now. But either answer the fucking question or fuck off this channel. You
It's
don't
really-
fucking.
So-
I'm going now.
Oh,
Fucking
man. You guys won't
fucking
even let me
arsehole.
finish.
You're a dickhead. You've
He's just
got
gonna
no
say,
fucking
No,
idea
you
what you're
should
talking
be.
about.
You're still
You're
I know.
full
Hold up.
of shit.
That's
Absolutely
what you
full of
hate.
fucking shit.
There's no sense
I
in
don't care if I'm kicked off the channel. Skeptic, come on my channel and debate that silhouette issue, or you're a fucking bitch, mate. Now fuck off. I'm off.
There's no sense in getting
Shut
ridiculously
up, you
angry
dumb
about this.
atheist.
I didn't
Holy
add
shit,
this
you
guy. He's
imagine.
So
Okay.
I've been.
Fuck you fucking arsehole. You've got no clue what you're talking
No, he's
You're a
mad
bitch,
that
mate.
I
Come and
have
debate me on my
actual
channel.
things about-
Come and debate me
Spaceman,
on my
we-
channel. You're full
You're
of shit.
mad that I
You're full of
actually
shit.
have proof for
You're
what
full
I'm
of fucking
saying.
shit.
That's what you're
No, you
mad at.
don't. You haven't proved
Yes,
a
I
fucking
do.
thing. You are.
Spaceman, you're not
Fuck
helping
you.
your case, man.
You're mad that I actually have proof for what I'm saying, and that I'm
What?
actually try to show what I'm saying the best I can. That's what you're mad at. You're mad at
No, I'm not. I'm mad because you're not saying anything. You're not
Um,
proving a fucking thing.
can
You
we
will
just-
not answer
Yes,
the
of
question
course.
Can we
every
just chill
single
for a
yeah.
moment?
Yeah.
So
and those-
go
yeah, and those
fuck
giant
yourself,
footprints are fake
skeptic.
also.
Come
No,
and
no, no,
prove,
those
come and
giant
prove your
footprints are
case.
fake also.
Come and prove your shit on my skeptic. You're full of shit, and you know what? Absolutely
and
full of.
those giant
You
footprints
avoid
are fake
every
too, right?
single question.
All of
You
them are
can't
just
answer a
fake.
single fucking question. Full of
Yeah,
shit. Fuck you.
exactly. Excuse.
So
after
I've been-
excuse, that's what
I'm mad at
atheists
you
do.
because
They
you
make
can't answer a
excuse
single
after
question.
excuse.
You're a liar. You're fucking full of shit and you're a
Skeptic, I have
liar.
a
Oh my
question.
God.
I haven't talked to you in a few months, so guide me if I'm wrong, but you believe in gravity, correct?
Me?
Yes.
No, I do not anymore. No, I do
I'm
not.
trying to reinforce your arguments,
Fucking
man, not
awesome.
work against you.
Would you like to debate gravity?
You know.
No. No.
So I've been.
Just-
By the way, I've been looking for a lot for James Forrestal. Been trying different keywords
yeah,
on
thanks.
Google. I've
Go.
been trying. I've even tried to just search James
You'll hear a lot of stuff. You have to go into, and that's where you'll get most of the information.
What was that you cut out?
You have to go into Hollow Earth for that. Basically, you go into Hollow Earth, you put in James Forrestal, and you'll get a bunch of information about him.
Wait,
Well,
wouldn't
of
that
course
be?
You're gonna get a bunch of information. If you go to a site that is managed by conspiracy theorists, why would you ever want to do that? That's like if you
You ever go to a
made a
library?
site supporting
ever-
your own theory. Like,
You ever go to a library? Like, you ever look at stuff that's not on the internet?
Of course.
Are you sure?
Yeah, of course I've been to a library. Internet hasn't even always been around. I had to go to the library. Remember when I was a kid?
obvious. No, skeptic. He believes that all the things that we were sold, that we are led to believe, is fake. So the library is of no use to him.
No, the library has some true stuff.
Well, okay, so these secrets that are
Right,
that,
I was
that
thinking
are
about
possible that the government is trying to hide from us, they're all exposed on a site, YouTube, that's owned by Google. Like, this is absurd. Your ideas here are just absolutely absurd.
Yeah, they sound
I
crazy
mean-
to you.
I
See,
still
they
want.
sound crazy to you.
No, it sounds
Okay.
crazy to
They don't sound
everyone.
crazy to me because I have enough
Because
information.
Okay.
you have convinced
You
yourself.
are crazy, for fuck's sake. I mean, of course they don't sound crazy to you.
Everyone's a little crazy. But still, like,
This is
I mean, well, you think I'm crazy? Okay, you guys.
Man, I am
believe-
about to go
No,
full
no, no.
spectrum
Listen to
on
me.
you.
Listen to me. You guys believe there's a core inside of the Earth, but you've
Yes,
never seen
yes,
it in
we
your
do.
entire life.
we
You've
don't
never
have
seen
to
the
because
core
we
in
No,
have
your
it's
entire
not.
life.
evidence.
But you
There is
believe it
evidence,
exists.
but the truth is, the whole
That's
point
called
of the
blind
Earth
faith.
is that
That's
we've never
called-
been down there. Yes,
faith.
but there's evidence that there's a high likelihood that there is a core in the Earth, but it's not
Do you
like
understand magnetic fields?
exactly.
Skeptic, do you understand
If
magnetic
field
field?
prove it.
Oh, he doesn't understand anything.
How does- no.
Yeah, that's a stupid question. Of course,
basic
I
I
doesn't
really want to hear this.
The
And
Earth
it-
having a core is technically still a theory, but there's a shitload of evidence in scientific studies and the mathematical
Thing is, the
fields that actually
theories-
pretty much.
Dick.
Well, everything is still a theory. Everything is still a theory.
No, not
Gravity's still
this
a theory.
again.
You taking
No,
a
we're
shit
good.
yesterday
Oh,
was-
No, not
no.
just that. You guys believe the
They
stars
just dropping
are
kids
balls
off
of
at the
gas
core.
and fire in the sky.
Yes, they are.
You landed on it?
Talk about-
You've been on it?
No.
No.
No, I've looked at them. I looked at the stars. Not just me. Millions of people. Millions
No,
of
I can
people.
look
have
you-
all-
All
You
see
have
is
never
light.
seen Apache hieroglyphs. You have never seen giant's foot. You've just seen pictures of them. So you going off on us being like, oh, you've never been there. It's just complete bullshit and it's completely like nonsense. Don't go
Yeah,
down
but guess
that.
what?
Here's a
I
good
can go,
question,
but
though.
you want to know
Just-
the difference between you? You want to know the
Skeptic, you're
difference
from
between
America,
your beliefs and my beliefs?
Please,
What? You
Skeptic,
want to
shut
know
up.
the difference?
Give me a
between your
second,
beliefs and my
Skeptic,
beliefs?
shut up. Skeptic,
I
please,
can go
Planet
check it
Rock.
out
For
for
a love of
myself.
video,
Skeptic,
please.
just
No, you
give
can't.
me
I
a
can go
fucking
check out
second.
it. I can go check it out for myself. I can
Shut
check
up.
if there's giants.
Shut
I can
up.
check for those hieroglyphs. You can't. You can't
Please.
check for the core. You can't check for space.
Give me a
Well,
second.
actually, P waves and all that can help find that there is a core. You know what P waves are, right?
Planet
Yeah,
Rock.
look, I've been through
Can
it
you-
already. Planner, you know I've been through this already.
Planet, can you show the definition of faith, please? Just Google faith, definition of faith, because I don't think Skeptic understands what that is.
No, let's not get into definitions. Definitions are. I mean, like if we get into definitions, we're going down semantic arguments. The point dictionaries are not. They
Yeah,
aren't
dictionaries are not the end all
Webster
be all.
is the god of vocabulary.
He's using faith
Wait.
He's saying that believing in a core inside the planet Earth is blind faith.
Yes,
We
it
have-
is, 'cause you
Okay.
can't-
I've got a real. I want to go one-on-one with Skeptic for a bit. Okay, so
Okay.
we can detect when an earthquake happens. Like a sufficiently large earthquake happens, we can detect the core from the way that P waves go off the core. Why is that invalid?
Okay, here's the thing. Is it a core, or is it just another object in there? Is it just another object that's kind of separated from it? Is
Define
it a core? Could it be
object.
something
That's-
else? No.
that's the
Could it be
core.
something else?
Think of
No,
like
I
the
want
first
you to
core.
really think about it.
like
Could it
journey
be
to the
something
center of
else?
the earth.
Except object, it's the core. I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean by separate object? Another planet? What are you
That
even
separate
talking
object
about?
is the core.
You
Is
can have
it P
objects
waves or
closer
S waves
to-
that don't? One of them goes through. P waves go through and S waves don't, or the other way around. I forget which one.
I'm pretty sure
Geology is
after. I'm pretty sure P waves go through part of it, but there's a few shadow zones which the P waves don't fully.
Yeah. Okay, what's under the earth?
What do you mean?
What?
Mantle.
No. You can't prove it. You don't really know.
Well, we see stuff coming
That's
up
it.
from the mantle, right?
Okay.
We see
That's
lava
it.
and stuff that comes out from the mantle. We see that we have tectonic movement, so we see that obviously there are giant plates moving on
Well,
a.
none of that proves a core.
Okay.
You mean it
Really
proves
quick.
the
Really quick. I wanted to go one-on-one.
Does it prove
It proves movement.
Okay.
That's what it proves. It
Okay.
proves
Okay. I wanted to go one-on-one with
How's this
Skeptic here.
movement?
So, Skeptic, right? We're using P waves to. We can use P waves to basically decide. Okay, this is what likely the makeup of the core is because of how the P waves move through it. We can take distance measurements and take readings of how long it takes. All that kind of stuff. Why is that invalid?
Why is that
It
invalid?
matches his
Okay,
worldview.
here's why. Here's why it's invalid. Because one, we can't see it. That's the first one.
Oh wait!
You
Hold up! Let me. How do we see?
How do you think you can see? You gotta dig, and guess what?
No! You don't see by digging. How do we see?
How do you think we see? With our eyes, duh.
Yep. How do we use our eyes to see?
How does that happen? How do we see? What's the process? Do you understand how we see? Do you understand how eyes work?
No, I understand how you check the movement and the
my
wave
God.
movement.
No.
That's
How?
all you do. That's
How-
all you do. You check the wave movement.
No.
How do we?
You don't-
How do we
How do we
see?
see? How do we see with our
How
eyes?
do eyes function? Do you understand the question? How do eyes function?
By looking, duh.
Oh my
No,
god.
what?
Yeah.
If I'm looking at something,
I mean,
what is causing that thing to be visible?
How? How does it work? Do you understand the question?
It
Do you
is
even
weird.
know why?
You want me to explain how my eyes work and how the
Yes.
function of them work? I don't
Complex,
know.
really.
I don't
What do you?
Okay, so
Well, there we go. There
so
we
let
go.
me explain how eyes work. Right, eyes work by
my God.
by
I wanna hear
light.
this.
Eyes work by light hitting the retina, which gives you an image of what you can see with your eyes. Right.
I don't know. I'm just.
No.
I'm listening.
the answer is always no.
Well,
I'm gonna listen.
We're not going anywhere with this. Obviously, he's just gonna say, "I don't know." He's gonna dismiss everything
Okay.
you say.
Oh no,
It-
fucking Jesus.
Look, I've never cut an eye open.
okay,
I
so
have
You
no
mean-
idea how that
I-
happens.
so essentially, what happens is we see from light. Right? Do you disagree with this?
How do I say this?
No.
I'm not 100% sure on it. I mean,
How?
it could be true.
Okay.
Why won't you? Why you're asking us to accept what you're saying in whole cloth, but you won't accept a single thing that we're putting out there, even though we have.
No, look, I've told you from the. Don't accept anything I say. Look into it.
It's
Look
stupid.
into it. And if
I
you
have
think this part's false, okay, get rid of it. And if you think this part's true, okay, keep it.
Here's the thing. I have looked into how we see, and we see through light. So, why is seeing something using light waves any more valid than taking measurements using a different type of wave?
There's a.
He doesn't understand it.
Oh my God! There's a huge.
Okay, explain that difference.
There's a huge difference between an eye and what you're referencing about the core of the earth.
How? They're both just picking up waves.
Because guess what? If a person dies, I can cut open that eye.
Oh my god.
I can cut it open.
Oh. Well, you can
Okay.
cut. No.
And
You
I
can cut open a seismometer
Okay.
too.
Okay,
That's not
so-
what
Machine,
Not cut open
genius.
the earth and check
It's
for
the same as
core.
the machine
you
that
cannot
measures
cut
the
open the earth
waves
and check
is
for
the
the core.
same as the eye. The eye is just a machine that measures light waves.
And
The seismometer.
and also, I'm not even talking about the machine that we're using to measure it. What I'm talking more about is I'm talking about the waves themselves. Why is using light waves to measure something more valid than using seismic waves to measure something?
You don't understand it.
Both seismic waves and light waves, I believe, are real. So they're fact. They're fact. Okay, so they're 100% real. What's the difference? Okay, with the eye, you can actually test the light. You can look at it. You can see it. With the core, you can't do any of that shit. You can just see. You can just feel the movement. You can just feel the movement.
Okay.
Tell me that core is a molten ball spinning, and then there's
Okay, I've got a book here. But you can't tell that it's a book because you can't do anything except for see that I've got a book. With seismic waves, they can tell you a lot about what they've been traveling through. They can tell you all kinds of things.
You want to know what seismic waves tell me? Something moved. That's a fact. That's what it tells me. It
You know
tells
what?
me something moved.
Light tells you
What do
that
you mean
something
something
either.
moved?
What causes seismic waves?
If you see something, you know what that's telling you? That's telling you that an electromagnet, that a charge has moved or has accelerated, because that's what produces light. So, like, if you want to get down to this level, I can totally go down there because I understand how electrodynamics work, like on the level of particle physics. You don't. So you getting into this thing of something moved.
This is why we're
Everything is
arguing.
because something
Hold on.
moved.
You sure you want to go?
He doesn't understand. That's the problem. He comes here. He wants to argue. He says, "Let's
You wanna go into
debate."
theoretical
No,
physics?
shut up. No, skeptic, shut up. He says, "Let's debate," but he doesn't even know what the fuck he's debating about. That's the problem here. The whole 2 hours, 3 hours. I don't know for how long we've been talking. He doesn't understand anything he's talking about. Yet he wants to continue debating. That's the problem.
When charges move, they induce changes in the electromagnetic field. This is what we perceive as light.
One, I came here mainly to debate religion and a few other things.
Well,
But
too bad it evolved into something else.
We've gone into a whole other...
Excuse me, you can't expect to debate religion. This is like, you have to know these things. It's like it's going to be brought up.
Yeah, you kind of want to know exactly what you're talking about before you debate.
You have to know your own model.
Like, come prepared.
The thing is, we do know our own models.
What? Sorry.
Then explain why the two suns are there and the two moons.
I already explained it. A whole.
We've been over this.
You said
skeptic.
maybe. You said maybe, and it's a theory. And I'm like, okay, I accept it. It's a theory. Okay, maybe it's a mirage.
Skeptic, everything's a maybe then.
Or something like that. Yeah. Look, I accept that. But the fact is, you don't.
Why are you asking the question again? If you accept it, why are you asking the question again?
You obviously are not accepting it.
One thing. If the giants were proven to be real, like, let's say, tomorrow, or even late tonight, what would you do?
What would I do?
If the world agreed, yes, this is fact, this actually happened.
No, what I want to know is, when you say, would they tell the public about it?
He would stop believing in giants, probably.
Well, no, I don't care however you phrase it. Let's just say everyone agreed, yes, giants
Everyone
were
agreed
real.
giants existed? Okay, then we... Well, this is what
would we all do, and what would you do immediately? Would you take a shit and go to bed and smile?
I would tell everyone to prepare.
You tell everyone what?
I would tell everyone to prepare for the return of the Titans.
Of course.
But then again,
but I don't believe. And what if the Titans? What if the giants were real, but none of the religion stuff was, and only small skewed facts from it was? Because I see religious texts as this, because I've read multiple religious texts. I know several Mormons that let me read their books, and I know several Jews that let me read their shit, and I have a Bible on my desk right now. And I'm not an atheist. I'm open to accept facts for things that science can't explain, because, well, we're not the masters of fucking reality. I'm sorry, we're just human. But we'll get there eventually. Unless we just kill ourselves like we probably end up. But what I'm saying is, I'm open. I'm open-minded on the religious speech, but a lot of shit is obviously bullshit. But you look at the Bible, and there's evidence. It's saying, well, I won't even call it evidence. It's just you look at all these historical texts. Well, every culture records history in some way or another. Yeah. And religious texts is sort of a skewed way of doing that, because the Great Floods, there were floods out there, yes. But they, geologically speaking, they weren't as grand. The entire world didn't flood, because majority of the world back then, there were actual believers that did believe the world was not flat back then. Like, there were scientists back then trying to prove that the world was actually round. Because, honestly, we weren't all fucking monkeys back then. I mean, come on.
I don't believe we were monkeys at all, but... That's a whole nother story.
I'm just making a comparison. I'm not saying that we were monkeys. I'm open to the fact of maybe we weren't. Let's just say that. But who cares? Anyways.
You have your Bible there with you.
Anyways, so yes, seeing this book, let's say all the giants and stuff, and all your interpretations were semi-right and semi-wrong. What if it was, historically speaking, yes, there were giants. Yes, all these random things possibly did happen in one way or another. But none of the spiritual part, or let's say angels don't exist, but aliens did exist. And there were aliens that were making a return from another dimension, and the world was flat. But there were several planar flat.
The ancient alien theory, okay. Yeah, I understand. That's how the...
No, it's not the ancient alien. Well, actually, it was sort of semi.
Yeah,
what if everyone was wrong and right at the same time?
They don't believe...
But the religious shit was all bullshit.
Yeah, they believe God is like an alien or something.
Yes.
Aliens, and that the
angels... So how would you feel about that if that
theory
was the case?
is just as ridiculous as the ancient aliens, really, honestly.
Aliens,
Yes.
man. Just
No,
aliens.
I agree. I agree. Particle physics, and as someone who understands particle physics, I agree. It's just as ridiculous as ancient stories.
It is.
The only difference is that we have a considerable amount of evidence to show that this seems to be the way it works. Now, on the other hand, I would say that there's probably some sort of epicycle shit going on that we don't really understand, just like there was way back when. So
Yes, but we'll find out eventually.
yeah, but we have
We're not
we have lots of evidence that this seems to be the way things work. But at a certain level, yes, of course it's ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
I kind of.
It's absurd. Sometimes
It
I
always
think
starts off feeling absurd until we.
sometimes I
actually,
think the reason I started studying this is because I really wanted to learn how to laugh. I mean,
Thank you.
There's actually something that I kind of want to get into. I want to get into.
Can
Right.
Skeptic answer that
Let
question?
Walker talk. Let Walker talk.
Oh, well, let Skeptic answer the question because this is going to go into something completely different. So.
Oh,
Flames
God.
Walker.
All right. So you want to know about the flood?
No,
Okay.
that was recording, and geologically we have proof that there was some flooding that did happen around the same time that the Bible was recorded and such.
I mean,
I
ancient cultures live near sources of water that flood.
Yes,
some-
that is another thing too.
I understand the concept. The truth is, it's not even like
But the world-
I mean, come on, there's
It's
floods.
just a small
now.
area that there was some small form of flooding that, at the time, it seemed like the world was ending or whatever.
Yeah. But we're going to talk
But it
about
was-
the flat Earth. We're going to talk about the flat Earth. Okay, the one that the one that we're talking about covered the whole place. Okay.
Yeah.
So, the first part is you have to actually read the text for what it says. Take a look at the text for what it says. First thing it says is that Noah lived, blah blah blah, and this is when the flood started. This is what happened. So what's the first? You can go to Genesis 7 for this if you want. Okay.
I have wait, Skeptic. I have a question.
Yeah.
I just remembered something that you said. You said that when the angels,
Ew, that
aliens,
smells gross.
whatever you want to call them, when they gave the primitive man these machines, they all killed each other. But why? I mean, I don't really think that they would just kill each other because they can. I think there would be.
You got to understand. The angels and the giants demand. They demand sacrifices. So this
So
wasn't.
the
this
angels
wasn't- this
gave the
wasn't-
machines to the man, then the man killed each other because the angels wanted that, and then the man got punished?
So I'm going to explain it real simply. Basically, what it says in the Book of Enoch is that the giants.
What the hell is the Book of Enoch? I'm gonna take a look at this because you keep making all these claims about the Book of Enoch, but I don't believe it says any of this shit that you're telling me.
Really?
No,
Okay, hold on.
Hold
on.
The water covered the earth.
So man got punished because he was. I mean, honestly, okay. Imagine if you were a primitive guy just going about your day, and then an alien came down. What were you supposed to do? Say, "No, I don't want your technology." Like, I mean, it's completely stupid. They were punished because they used the technology they were given.
No. You got to understand. The angels want us dead.
Yes,
They
I
want
understand
us.
that.
It's not a joke. But they want us dead. They want our heads
And
cut off. They want us
just
off.
for
Okay. That's what they want
Okay.
from us.
okay, I
It's not a
understand that.
joke.
If God wanted us dead for the technology we
Yeah.
were tapping into back then, or that had the potential to, why does he just fucking killed us off already? I mean, Vietnam happened. I mean, he let the Holocaust happen. He's letting children being gassed right now, and it's kind of all fucked.
Yeah, I know. This whole place is just pretty much a giant.
I'm
mess.
sorry, not he or she, but
But-
Are you a member of the Ethiopian Orthodox
Yeah.
Toledo Church or the Eritrean Orthodox Toledo Church?
Oh, Jesus
Hold
Christ.
on. He said he want. Hold on. Let me. I get. You guys ask me so many questions. All I want to say. Okay. As for these. Okay. These are the names of the angels, and here's a list of some of the stuff they taught them. Okay. This is just chapter 8. Okay. So Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working.
Who
bracelets,
wrote
ornaments, and
the
use
book
of
of-
antiquity, beautifying the eyelids, all kinds of stones.
R.H. Charles in 1917.
Oh
So
wait, so the Book of Enoch, it's like It's a new thing. It's not an ancient text, right?
It's a fairly new
It's a
thing,
new
kind of
thing.
like how Mormons.
Aha. Okay, I get it. No, because I thought that it was like a thing from the Bible or something. Okay.
It sounds like one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
According to
Really
Wikipedia,
does.
which I mean, Wikipedia
You mean
should be
literally
used
from the
as a
Bible.
reference. It should be used as index of source information. But something about it's an ancient Jewish apocalyptic religious text. In the 4th century, the Book of Enoch was mostly excluded from Christian canons. It's now regarded as scripture by only the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawido Church and the Eritrean Orthodox Tawido Church. I'm sure I'm pronouncing those exactly correctly.
Oh yeah.
Basically, no one thinks like this is not standard by any
Okay.
means.
Oh yeah, I know. It's not considered standard by any. But how do I say this? God's not an idiot. Like you ever have this? If there's only one
How do you
God,
know
why
that?
would
How do you know
why
that?
would he leave all these other?
Why
religions?
is God not an idiot? Tell me, how do you know that?
Oh,
God's a
please.
fucking psychopath if there is one.
No, he's not. Please. I think you weren't here for that. You weren't here for that. I explained to Planner on this. I was talking about it on why the genocides and why the killings. I explained it very easily too. It wasn't hard. Okay.
You justified genocides? Really? I'd like to hear that, honestly.
You want to hear it?
Yeah, why were
Yes,
my
I
great grandparents
really
pushed
wanna
out
hear
west,
that.
and why were they pushed until they would
If you
starve
can
to death and
justify
fall
that,
on the
that-
Trail
that
of Tears
would
and
be-
die?
Amazing.
Why was that allowed?
Well, here I'm gonna leave this last little texture.
No. Why was my great grandpa's
But I'm gonna
dad
hear
left on
your
an island to
your
die
question.
in the middle of Lake Michigan?
Mass murder, genocide, sacrifices
chief.
that meant nothing. Please
Planner
tell me,
Walk,
because
Planner Walk heard this. Planner Walk heard this, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna
he went
explain
on
it.
about apparent. Wait, I don't think you explained all the genocides that these people are talking about. I think you just explained the genocides in the Bible.
Yeah, I'm talking about the genocides of the Bible. Okay. All right. I'm gonna explain that. All right. I'm gonna explain why God ordered these. Okay.
But you see, I somehow
can I
don't
finish?
think that the genocides of the Bible are any way or form different from the genocides of the World War
Oh
II
yeah, they're
or
very different.
any of the wars. I don't think they are,
Well,
because like they are just
Planner
as
knows.
wait,
Planner knows. He-
I can explain it in 5 seconds. The way that skeptic justifies it, right? The way that skeptic.
please do it.
Yeah, rather than going on a long tirade, I'll explain it in like 10 seconds. So the way that he justifies it is because it was killing evil people, or killing the
No.
fallen angels.
I'm sorry, that's not a good reason.
Okay, here.
No one.
I'm
That's
gonna
just
do it better than
no.
Planner. Okay. Planner. He's numb to the story. He doesn't know it very well. I don't blame him.
I think I explained it pretty well, to be honest.
No, I'll explain it better. Okay. So after the angels went into the woman and they gave birth to giants, okay? After the flood, unfortunately, let's just say they went into hiding, okay? And there are some giants left on the earth. And God gave the order to the human race to kill them. So when you hear these, and you can read this in Numbers 13.
Why did he not kill them? Why does God always order humans to kill things? Why do humans always say, "Oh, I was ordered by God"? It kind of seems like convenient for some reason.
Genesis 3.
I mean, I didn't kill that person. God told me to do it. I mean, it's kind of just seems a bit.
This was in Genesis 3. Genesis 3 said that the children of the angels and the children of Satan.
No. I believe it is.
Fight against us.
I believe it is. My point is, if God is omnipotent, which is on itself, it doesn't matter. That's the whole different thing. It doesn't matter. Why did he not just kill the children, the women, the virgins? Why didn't he give? Why didn't he create the virgins for the men, for his men? Like, why did he order them to do it? Like, he could have done that himself, really.
Here's why. Because
it seems convenient, as I said.
Here's why. Okay, here's why. Let me ask you this question: Is God allowed to lie? No, right? He's not allowed to. He's not allowed to. He's supposed to tell the truth. No
I mean, it depends whether you think Jesus is God or not.
To someone's face.
No. But what I'm saying, when you read religious, listen to people. He's not supposed to lie, right?
What you're saying. You continue.
Okay. All right. Now he said to Satan, "One of Eve's kids is going to kill you." Okay, and he can't lie about it. He can't lie about it. He can't. He has to let it happen. So guess what? Now the human race has to go to war with the giants.
Hell yeah.
They have to kill the Amalekites, the Hittites, the Amorites.
Sorry, well, that's a real stretch, honestly.
What about
And
the
as I
Colts?
said
The
before, that
Chaos, the
doesn't
Five
explain why he didn't do it himself. It's just, as I said, it's a bit convenient that
You need to
God
understand. We
ordered
have to
these
do it.
people to do
It
We
was
have to do
our
it.
job
It's
to
your
do it. It was our job to do it. That's one of the reasons God
And
Jesus
that's
came in
your
the flesh.
justification for the genocide of the Bible. I
They
understand.
were giants. They were the children of Satan. Kill them all. Kill every single one of them.
I
If I
really
find one in the
doubt
forest,
that
I'm gonna
they
cut
were
off its head.
giants.
Real
I'm
quick.
pretty sure they had the exact same genes, the exact same ancestral ancestry as
Wait, are you talking about
the people that
natives?
killed them.
Because I'm native. Why am I not dead?
What happened?
Are you talking about Native American genocide? Because
No, he's talking about
we're more
genocide
closely.
of the Bible.
talking about
No,
Bible
he's talking
genocide.
about the stuff.
Oh, well, that
thousands
shit
of
didn't
years ago.
happen, so fuck it.
I actually have a
Oh, no, hold on. You said it didn't happen.
Well, the
but you hate
Crusades
God
happened,
for
yeah.
it. For God. No. You said it didn't. Letting it happen? What?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
I actually have a-
That makes no
No,
sense.
it's Still, the fact that he thinks he can justify any genocide doesn't mean if it's fictional or not. It's still stupid.
No.
Word. So
Yeah,
you want a
can't
giant to
fight
go into your room and kill your family?
Fuck yeah. Fuck my family. They're shitty people.
Shut
them
up.
all.
I don't think that's a part of.
I'm a child of abuse and neglect. You're talking to the wrong person when asking that question.
So there's actually something that I want to bring up, and I was giving you a bit of time to get all your stuff out of the way before I go into this part, because this is going to be fun,
I'm
right?
a bit more ridiculous.
This is going to be a fun part. So, Skeptic, do you believe that Jesus was a historical person?
Oh yeah.
You do? Prove it.
Not just Jesus,
It's
Muhammad,
funny because they put it in the
Buddha, many
American
other
fucking
people.
history.
I mean, I'll accept. I'll give you Muhammad. I think that Muhammad was a real person. But do you think that Jesus was a real person?
Yes.
Okay, prove it. I don't think that he was a real person. What evidence can you give me that Jesus was a real person?
Your choice. Like I wasn't around during that time. I can't.
Choice?
That's such a negative.
I'm pretty sure
I
choice
wasn't
isn't
there.
evidence.
I have
That's
historical documents of him.
Okay, what
Just
historical
I
documents do you have?
documents-
The Bible.
Yeah, I have historical documents of Jesus in the Bible. I have historical
Okay.
documents of the Quran and
Okay, what
Muhammad.
suggests? Might I?
Okay,
May I
okay.
say?
Real quick. So the Bible. Okay, so real quick, the Bible is a claim, right? You've got to have other evidence for the claim. So you can say, "Oh, Bible, Jesus was in the Bible, therefore Jesus was real." But no, the Bible is the claim that Jesus existed. That is not evidence for Jesus. Now, what you need secular sources, sources that aren't related to the Bible, because in the time of Jesus, there would have been a whole lot of scholars that would have wrote down about Jesus and would have said, "Oh, yes, there was this person going around called Jesus or Yeshua, who is performing miracles and stuff." But we don't have much evidence of that aside from the people that wrote it down in the Bible, and the Bible wasn't even written during the time of Jesus.
Yeah, I know, but you gotta think about this. What happened after Jesus pretty much died? What happened?
He pretty much died.
Okay, you don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you. Basically, they started persecuting the people who believed, and they started destroying any documents they could find of him, running away with whatever documents they could, and they were running away and hiding it. Okay, that's what was going on. Everyone knows this. This is not hidden. This is actually a fact. This is a proven fact. People ran away.
Everyone knows this.
Religious texts, not just the Bible, but other religious texts.
Okay, can
And they
you
hide it.
wait? Can you give some evidence that this kind of stuff was happening?
Enoch is an example. Enoch was
No, it's
found like
not.
what 1960, I think. Is that correct? Or 19?
Then it was way before Jesus, Enoch.
Yeah. And guess what they did? They had to hide it. They
Wait,
had to hide the writings, and then people had to find it later. Freaking on. That's what happens.
wouldn't have they found hidden some writings of Jesus though?
Yeah, of course. Duh.
So why haven't we found any of these hidden writings of Jesus?
What are you talking about? Okay, here. Imagine there's a few Bibles, or a few writings, an unfinished Bible, where it's almost done, okay? Where it's basically
Little
almost
Biblets.
done. Now, imagine having just a few writings of that, people running it out, then people making copies of those writings, and it ended up, I think when they decided to start pulling them back in, I think there was like 5,000 or something like that. 5,000 other writings. That's just the Bible alone. And that wasn't even, I don't even think that was a full thing
there
yet.
are hundreds of thousands of pictures of things you say aren't true. Imagine if all of this stuff you're saying is bullshit. Imagine that.
So I'm confused.
It's gonna be hard.
So
it's gonna be hard to prove.
hold up.
Now, if you want something very interesting, the Book of Enoch, that was supposedly written during the time of the flood, talks about Jesus.
I thought you said something very interesting.
How did it survive? How did the Book of Enoch survive? Did Noah bring it on the boat?
Yeah, there's a possibility. Why not?
They didn't have writing then.
So I've got to. You still haven't really answered my question. What secular evidence is there for Jesus? And if there is no secular evidence, you know, if you would expect some of the writings from the time of Jesus to have been hidden if people were going around trying to destroy. You know, if the Book of Enoch was hidden, wouldn't writings about Jesus be hidden?
Hold on, what? If the Book of Enoch, wouldn't the writings be?
Yeah, if there were people going around, let's say, I think you're talking about the Romans going around and persecuting.
Yeah. This was in Roman time.
Yeah. So the Romans going around persecuting people, trying to burn religious scripture and all that. So they managed to hide the Book of Enoch. Wouldn't they also hide, you know, writings of Yeshua as well?
Yes, actually. And the truth is, I think they probably. If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure they got a few.
So why haven't we found any hidden writings of Yeshua?
You're pretty sure you have no evidence for this. You're just.
Well, how do I say this? There are writings.
Okay, show me them.
Okay, so.
I'm gonna make a bet right now. All right. I'm going to send Ash Panache two things, and Ash Panache can verify whether I'm Ash Panache, you've received that message. Don't say it. Just
I received a message.
Okay. So Ash Panache can verify what I've got two guesses as to what these writings are, and I bet you that it's one of the two.
It's a good guess.
If it's not, I'm going to be surprised.
Well, if he's going to bring in the Book of Enoch, who knows, right? I mean...
What about the Book of Eli?
What about the Harry Potter series?
What about the Book of Lies? I mean, the Bible.
What about the...
I'm sorry I said that. I regret saying that. That was probably the shittiest joke I've ever made.
What about the Book of Mario? He came to the
the
Mushroom
Book of
Kingdom to save
Mario
us all.
It's even worse than mine.
The biggest piece of literature to exist to this day, the most words and most pages, is actually a Mario fanfiction.
That's awesome.
Look it up.
That's awesome.
It's literally the world's largest piece of literature ever made by man. It's fucking Mario, Super Mario Bros.
I wonder if it's as unreadable as Ulysses was.
And here,
you're not wrong. I've never actually looked it up, but it is.
Skeptic, may I ask you, because, obviously, the only reason why you believe in any text, for example, the Bible, is because it was allegedly, not the Bible, but what was the text that you mentioned earlier that was allegedly written in the time of the flood? What was it?
Enoch.
Oh, Enoch, okay, yeah, well, you believe it because people say that it was written during that time. Well, do you believe in the Epic of Gilgamesh then?
Yes, it was written at the time of the flood.
No, but do you believe in the Epic of Gilgamesh then?
Yes, 100%.
Epic of Gilgamesh?
Yes.
Okay, that's epic.
Kind of.
Yeah, I know. You didn't expect that, right?
It kind of contradicts the Bible, though.
No,
It
it
really
doesn't.
does.
You guys just. I told you, you guys don't know.
Contradicts the Bible.
Okay, so. All right, so.
Honestly,
Okay.
everything.
Oh, it sounds like. Hold up.
So
It sounds
one
like.
would be of,
What about the
okay,
Enuma Elish?
What?
The Enuma Elish.
Okay. Hold up. It sounds like Skeptic has the thing that I was asking for earlier.
Yeah, because you said you wanted, other documents or something like
Yep.
that along those lines that come from a secular source. Okay. One, of course, we have Josephus, but.
Oh my God! I was right.
But shut up!
What?
Shut up! Let me go!
I don't hear what he said. What did he say? I didn't hear.
He said the writings of Josephus. Ashfinish can.
And then we have the writings of Edwin
Wait, who?
Yamachi, if I'm correct, from tactician from Roman era during Nero's reign.
Wait. Who was that?
Nero does not translate the
No.
Bible.
During Nero's reign, we have what is known as Edwin Yamachi.
You much?
Yeah, it's from Cactus era during the time of Nero. He wrote about Jesus. And
Okay.
then we have what would be, God, how do I
Jesus, really?
say this name?
This kind of
Pliny.
English today.
Pliny.
Fuck.
Supposedly a young emperor,
Pliny?
Taraji. He also
Pliny
wrote
the
about
Elder? Is that who you're talking about?
No, it's Pliny the Younger to the Emperor of Traji.
Pliny the Younger.
Forgive me, I can't say the name properly. But yeah, these are the main two documents. Of course, just blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
those are pretty much the two.
Plannerwalk
Okay?
guessed one of them right off the bat. So
Yeah, no, I'd expect it too. Come on, I mean, I was actually thinking, maybe I should talk about the power. Whatever.
I'm surprised you didn't bring up his second one, which was Tacitus.
I mean, he's not an idiot. True intellectuals play Minecraft. I have YouTube
Subnautica.
channel.
You should play
I go
Subnautica.
live
That was.
sometimes.
I think Subnautica was awesome, and I totally would recommend it to everybody.
I have
But,
never played
Rob-
Subnautica.
But do you want to
Gamers,
actually-
honestly-
About recommendations.
No. Sorry, but gamers, Roblox is obviously
Gamers
superior.
rise up.
I mean,
But Skeptic, do you want to post?
Rise and
Do
grind.
you want to post what you post the
Oh,
right?
you want me to post it?
Yeah.
Sure. God, I gotta open it up back then.
No, honestly, you guys should try with the Octopath books.
what?
I have a debate that we can talk about that's nothing to do with this. I have a problem with the number 10.
What the?
Who doesn't, honestly, these days?
But
Honestly,
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
I think that the number 10 is overused, and if everything were better, the world would be a
it
base.
is overrated, honestly.
The world would be a base 12 system.
Oh!
I think base 12 is much better than base 10.
Okay, I'm looking at this, right? So evidence from Pliny the Younger, right? And you've got evidence from Tacitus here as well. So it's both Tacitus and Pliny the Younger. All they are doing is they're asking how to deal with Christians, right? That does not mean that there was a historical Jesus. And
Yeah, it's like if you saw something about how to deal with Mormons, does that mean that Joseph Smith was correct about the golden tablets?
fuck yeah, golden tablets, man.
And how's it gonna
They
carry
have
around
some-
golden tablets anyway? You know how much they would weigh?
I have a question.
It's gonna be quite a bit, honestly. Gold is like.
It's
whatever,
pretty dense.
like
It's pretty
something.
dense.
It's really dense, but it's easy to fucking craft it into shit. That's
Well, it's malleable, but I mean, they would weigh a lot.
Yeah, they're heavy, very dense, but like you can fucking. That's
Yeah,
why
I know
it's
what I
used for
find
delivery
funny
so
is
much.
people expect me to be like God and know every damn.
You seem to know everything about history, so I don't understand why you have a problem with it.
No, I don't know.
I
everything.
obsessed
That's
over
the
history.
thing.
I don't really believe in any
Look,
religion.
look. Just to give you an idea, I spent
I'll
but
figure it out when I die.
about 4 years studying history. Just and when I mean studying, I mean like not like I mean like I
What
sat
university
down
did you go
and
to?
every day I was just looking through text. I was just
Which
studying
text? What text?
Bible,
Definitely.
Quran, Norse,
Where?
Greek, Sumerian, Kabranagas, Book of
C-
Joshua,
could you?
Vedic Sanskrit. I mean,
Those are all religious texts. You do realize to
yes, these are
but
all
give me a second.
historical documents.
Give me no. Give me a second. To confirm the religious texts, you must also read other texts from those periods, not just religious texts. And also, I wanted to ask earlier these accounts of Jesus in other books, texts, whatever. I mean, the Bible is known for stealing. I mean, okay, yeah, sure, stealing from other legends. Are these sources like earlier, prior to the Bible, or because I mean, it very well could be that the Bible just stole the story of Jesus. I mean, there
right.
was I bet there was a lot of guys like Jesus and a lot of stories like him back in the day.
Yeah, please. There's people right now saying there's like I remember there was some Muslim guy. I'm pretty sure people looked at him like a retard. I'm the modern day Jesus.
So,
He just looked like I was just laughing.
so I went through your sources here. The only one that really bears the only evidence that can really bear any kind of what that I would consider would be the evidence from Babylonian Talmud.
The Talmud. Okay. When it comes to the
What's that? You cut out.
when it comes to the Talmud, I have a lot of.
You have a lot of
They
what?
say some things which I'm not saying it can't be real, but there's some stuff in there that sounds like it was influenced by the Watchers. There's influence by that doesn't mean it's not true. It just means
before some shit.
that doesn't mean it's not true. It just means there's a portion of it that's just gonna be, how do I say this, a lie.
Have you learned any other languages besides English?
Huh?
Do you know any other languages besides English?
You quieres saber?
Spanish, German,
Oh,
Japanese. Currently working on that.
You
No,
know,
I'm talking to skeptic though.
American. I speak plenty of American if you want me to speak American.
I speak it well too. But okay, for example, for example, when I had learned electrodynamics,
Like an example how you say deck in New Zealand you say dick.
okay, for example, when I had to learn electrodynamics, I had to
Information.
learn hyperbolic trigonometry, and I had to learn different types of stuff, differential calculus. When I had to learn particle theory, I had to learn Lie algebras and Clifford algebras. When I had to learn general relativity, I had to learn Riemann manifolds. I had to learn a lot of stuff to understand the stuff that I was looking, because I couldn't just take some translation of it and understand it. And it seems like you are talking about all these scriptures that you've read, but you haven't actually read them in any of the original languages or taken any of you've just taken translations that people have done, which are all messed up and are all, turned into something that you don't really know is there, and making a whole bunch of assumptions.
Actually, because of Flat Earth, I had to translate some of this stuff first and then get my answer.
From
And that's
what
a
to
fact,
what?
because I used to think the firmament meant sky. I used to think the word firmament meant sky. No, the word firmament means dome. Expanse.
Well-
Hard expanse, as it beaten out. And that's Hebrew, okay? Then you also have to go into Greek and Aramaic. Because, unfortunately, it comes with the package.
How's your Greek? How's your Greek?
Oh, terrible. No. Every other language, but basically Spanish and English, terrible.
Hola.
It's
Buenos
terrible.
noches.
Which is why I translated.
just-
Which is why I translated the best I
can
could.
can I
Oh,
just ask?
Hold on,
Ash, what degrees do you like? Are you working?
I don't have any
on-
degrees.
No.
I have no degrees.
College is a lie. College is a lie. So.
Hold on. Hold on. Someone
I
just.
have to just
Continue. Then I just want to point something out
Okay,
that someone in the chat said.
I just want to ask Ash, are you working on getting any PhDs or degrees right now, or is it?
No, I'm over 40. This has all been continuing education. I started learning in my 30s.
Okay. I was just wondering. Sorry,
This guy's in
continue.
his 30s.
No, I'm in my 40s. I started learning in my 30s. It took a while.
Fuck.
So, one person mentioned that. So Skeptic, you said earlier about God can't lie,
Yeah, he's not allowed to. And
but
has
he
to keep
lied.
his word.
He lied in Genesis.
Basically, because he has to keep his word, we kind of suffer for it.
But God lied in Genesis.
What verse?
How is God not allowed to lie? Can he control
Let
that?
me
He's not
find
allowed
the.
to. He will keep his word.
By whose rule says that?
Oh, I immediately as
Genesis what?
Genesis 3. So we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree that is in the midst of the garden, God has said, ye shall not eat of it, and ye shall not touch it, lest ye die. That's actually
Are
probably.
you? I'm looking at the stream. Are you reading from the actual Bible? Oh yeah, you.
Yeah, I'm reading from the actual Bible.
Hey, I just went to the stream.
It's actually probably a little bit earlier in the Bible than that. I just read out the first
So
part.
Genesis 3, verse 1, right?
Genesis. It's actually probably a bit earlier. I'm trying to find the exact part when God does say it himself, because I was reading the serpent saying about God there, but because that's the garden. Just trying to find it.
While he's looking it up,
Okay, here we go.
Oh, okay.
But the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day thou eatest of it, thou shalt certainly die.
Okay, what verse? Okay, what verse is that? I want to see. Careful. Okay.
That is Genesis chapter 2, verse 17.
Okay.
Pretty early on in the book. Second chapter.
Sarah denied it. I did not lie, she said, because she was afraid. But he replied, no. You did.
I like how God is defeated by iron chariots. That's always one.
No.
That sounds pretty epic, honestly.
Yeah, God has. No.
They're
You guys
Magic
don't
Dark Souls
understand how it
too.
works. You guys don't understand how the structure of this thing works. That's what you don't get.
Please enlighten us.
Okay, first let
Well,
me
it's
answer
all
the
in a
whole
different
tree thing.
interpretation.
Okay,
so
one, they ate of it. Are they
interpretations
going
are
to
different.
die? It's really this simple. Is that
Yes,
surely
we're all
die?
going to
Okay,
fucking
they ate
die
of it.
one
Are they
day.
going to die? Yes. Okay, so
We're
they're
all
going
going
to
to
die.
be
He's going to keep his word. Okay, now as for the chariot part, it's really this simple. God has to use the humans. He must use the human. Remember,
Why?
it's an enmity.
Why?
The humans and the giants. So he has to use the humans. He can't.
Why?
He can only interfere so much. Until Jesus was born, he could only interfere.
Why?
Now-
Why?
I
Who's
actually
putting
saw-
these restrictions on God? Why does God have these restrictions that you're giving him? Because he never seems to actually say that there are any restrictions on him anywhere.
No, he
But
puts rules on himself. He puts rules on, which is something I found very interesting. I started reading the Bible and I'm like, that he has to follow no matter what. He has to follow it no matter what. So guess what? Since he has to follow it, he's kind of like, how do I say this?
Where does it say this in the Bible?
Okay, here. One, God is not a liar. Okay, he won't lie.
That's
Okay,
not what I asked. I asked where's it
Wait,
say that he
I
puts
think I might have
restrictions
missed.
on himself?
Wait, first off, I think I might have missed it earlier when you explained about the. I don't think you fully explained it about the that thing that I said where he did lie.
Oh, the tree?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just read it. But of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest, thou shalt surely die. Okay, they ate of it. Did they die right away? No, right? Okay.
The day that they shall eat it.
When did they die? Like 900 years later, something around there. 900, high in the 800 years later.
So he
of
did
their
die.
life.
So he did lie.
And then they died. So if they're going to die, that doesn't mean it has to be.
I thought you just said the day that you shall eat it, you shall surely die. Wasn't that the quote you just said?
Yeah, fine.
The day that you shall eat it, and now you're saying that they died later, and that fulfills the day they shall eat it, that shall surely die.
Yeah,
you need to understand.
Unless in meaning and interpretation
on what we
means
call
that
flesh. They're going to die.
Confirms that you will die if you eat it.
I mean, I could come up with a better post hoc rationalization of that than what you're coming up with.
I mean, it's not really that big of a deal. We all die, right? Okay.
The better one I've heard was always like, oh, they died a spiritual death, but not a.
No, I'm not going to say they died a spiritual death. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. They're going.
Everyone knows that. Everyone, guys. Everyone knows.
I mean,
you guys know that. I mean, you're mentioning it. You know.
I can also find. Do you believe that Jesus is God, or?
Well, yeah. Well, how do I say this? Because it's one of the big statements a lot of people take. But think about it like this. Okay, if a cat has a kid, okay, if a cat, makes babies and has
a kitten,
that cat,
no, it's a small goat. A cat has a small baby goat, a kid,
which is also known as a.
Shut up.
Come on, tell me what the other word for small baby goat is.
Listen to what I'm saying. If God has a child, that child is just as much God as he is.
Serious.
That child is just as much God as he is. Because just like a cat. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No.
No, I don't understand why everybody's telling me that. Goats.
Okay.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
How I'm going to explain it. This is like how they. If a cat has sex and has kids, that baby cat is just as much of a cat as the parent, right?
This feels weird.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Just as much of a cat?
Yeah,
I mean,
just as much
it's
of a cat as his parents. Okay. So
well, but it's not the same cat.
Who said it? Yeah.
It's a different animal.
It's still a cat.
Well, I mean, to the degree that the other thing was a cat, right?
I don't care if the parents are white.
Cat girls are real.
Completely black. Okay, I don't care. The thing is, the fact is, a cat's a cat.
Well, everything's in some transition from one form to another, so I don't know that that's necessarily true.
Wait, are we on the?
God decides to have a child. That child is just as much God as he is. So when Jesus goes around,
but God didn't have a child. Mary did.
Yeah. How do you think they have to be born?
I don't know. I figure if it was God, he'd be able to like snap his fingers or whatever he has. Other phalanges.
He's bound by the rules.
From dude, he doesn't snap his fingers. Fuck.
He's bound by the rules. You guys live.
I should have known tap dancing. That's true. I feel.
Yeah, and by the bound rules, he tap dances. He doesn't snap his fucking fingers. God, get it right.
No, because you guys live by rules that you break all the time. God doesn't. He has to follow his rules.
I live by no fucking rules.
What are the rules in this place? How is a baby born? Through a woman. Guess what? You got to put it inside of a woman.
Yes, you put the penis in the vagina and then you come inside of it.
You also have to have sex with that woman in order for the baby to be born. Right? Babies can't be born from virgins.
Okay, you got to read the Book of Jeremiah for that. You got to read the Book of Jeremiah.
That's a rule. That's a rule. You said God isn't breaking any rule. That's a rule.
How is a baby born? With a woman, so you have to put it inside the woman.
Fucking burst from the chest.
But you have to have sex with the woman in order for there to be.
Actually, you don't, because of the Book of Jeremiah.
Let me look that pussy.
The Book of what now?
The Book of Jeremiah. Or the Chronicles of Jeremiah. You ever read it?
The Chronicles of Riddick? What?
The Chronicles of Jeremiah.
Oh, I fucking love that movie. How'd you know?
The Chronicles of Jeremiah. What does that have anything to do with anything?
You mean Jeremiah?
No. Oh. Basically, he starts to explain how babies, what happens, how it works, and he goes through extreme detail about it. Not like some little detail. He goes through extreme detail about it.
How about a summary?
You want a summary?
Yeah.
Okay, here. Before you came to Earth, you were, and I mean, you were awake, not like
You were
asleep.
in
You were like
cell.
in heaven, awake, conscious. Okay? All right.
Mhm.
Now, when it's your time to go, normally we don't want to go. Based off the text, none of us want to come down here. Based off the text, none of us want to come down here. And God says, no, you got to go. It's your time. Okay? So this is what he does in order to make it kind of easier on us. He shatters our spirits and erases our memory completely.
Okay.
Erases
What does
our
that What does that
memory.
have to do with impregnating?
And then he grabs the spirit, and he sends it to Earth. Listen to what I just said. He grabs the spirit and sends it to Earth. Okay? So when people are having sex and stuff, yeah, when she gets pregnant, God sends a spirit and it goes in her belly. And that's not a joke.
You mean
that's
not her
not a
belly,
joke at
but
all.
like
But
And that is
part of the rules is that you
woman
have to
part.
have sex. You have to inseminate an egg in order for there to be.
Well, God
So-
doesn't need to do that. You want to know why?
No, you just said God
Because
has to make.
he can
you
send
said
the
God
spirit.
makes the
He
rules.
can
and he
send
doesn't-
the
You
Put
said
it in
God
an
makes the
egg,
rules
and
and
it'll
he doesn't
start growing.
violate them. Excuse me. You said God makes the rules and doesn't violate them, and now you're saying God violates the rules.
No. Because
Yes,
you need to
yes,
understand.
yes.
Yes.
What's under his rules? What's under his rules? We have our own rules. What you're looking at is you're thinking about it from your terms.
I think you're just picking things out at random because you have no idea what you're talking about. You're just making shit up.
So I made the Book of Jeremiah up, and I'm lying.
Well, you made your
No.
excuse.
I made the Book of
You
Jeremiah
made your
up, and I'm
excuse
lying. You know what
for what laws can be. Your excuses for what things God can violate and what things can violate. That's made up.
That's perverted.
Well, your physics violate a bunch of stuff.
Oh yeah, such as
How television screens work.
Oh, please. Let me
The
start
two
gravity.
things contradict
First,
each other,
gravity
but
makes
Yeah.
no sense.
I
It
guess
doesn't exist.
This is something that will be interesting.
So this is what I mean. Like, you're telling me mine is violating? Well, what about yours? You're
What
Okay,
saying-
what about gravity doesn't exist? How does gravity
Gravity
not
doesn't
exist?
exist.
But I am about to go full spec you and
I mean, look, you have to prove a variety of gravity.
Okay,
Such
like what?
as?
Okay, first one, the core.
I knew you were gonna say that. This is gonna be
What is-
fun.
Yeah, I know.
Why?
Okay.
You ever
Why?
hear something called hydrostatic
so demanding.
equilibrium? You ever hear
Okay.
that?
Here's why, just to prove gravity. Okay? Because, one, the Earth has to be rotating. The Earth has to be moving.
No.
And then
Everything-
on top of that, the core has to be moving.
So
At a fundamental
Hold up.
level, almost everything that we know
And
is
then on
rotating.
top of that, you have to
The only
prove the
business
core.
is a
hold up,
scale.
hold up.
Here,
Real,
no.
real quick. Let me say something. Just even if the Earth isn't rotating, there would still be gravity.
That's true. That's true.
yep.
The
Due to
Schwarzschild solution is it has no rotation,
due to bending into space.
but it's still it's a spherically symmetric
So let me guess. The
solution
core
of
inside is
Einstein's
moving,
equation
right?
with no
The core
rotation.
inside has to be moving. The core inside of the Earth has to be moving.
No, it has nothing. That
Why?
has nothing to do with gravity.
Why?
Oh, okay. So nothing can move to create whatever you call gravity. Okay.
Gravity
All right.
is
No,
not created by movement.
No. So basically,
It is
the
not
Earth
made
is
by
standing
movement.
still. That's what you're saying.
Well, it sort of is because it's part of the stress energy momentum tensor, but that's sort of
Okay.
yeah.
I have no idea what the fuck you just said, but I'm gonna accept it because I'm
Momentum is part of how this all works. So is pressure and shear, but that's besides the point. The point is
Imaginary core with imaginary gravity. I get it. I know.
So the core
Yeah,
does not cause
It's
gravity.
so imaginary. It's funny. I laugh at it all the time.
It doesn't matter how much you laugh at it.
Blah, blah, and I'm just
It's like how people
okay.
laugh at your religious books.
Yeah, exactly.
There
They
are
laugh
their
at it, but
beliefs
it's
and
like,
theories,
look,
and there are your beliefs and
I'm
theories.
already-
It's
look,
kind of disrespectful.
Look,
of
I'm
these
only on
things.
page Genesis 6, and I'm already physically proving my words that giants. Okay, that's the physical part, and I
Wait,
can
isn't
physically-
what's this face
anyone
a
can go
physicist
visit
or
it.
whatever?
Okay,
Can that be enough?
what?
Isn't there like a physicist or something in here right now? Should that be enough to help you out?
well, yeah. No, I'm not a professional physicist. It's,
No.
Well, fuck it. I mean, you've
But
got the
basically-
schooling that we don't. You know things that we don't. You've studied it. You have
Yeah.
actually physically practiced things.
Look, I've been in several.
It's very clear that gravity exists.
Yes.
We
No,
have
it doesn't.
If I take a
overwhelming
shit, it will fall in
evidence.
the bowl.
No, gravity
Oh,
does not.
Yes.
It's a hilarious joke now. It has
Well, I
become
do think the ball in the bowl is a terrible
Don't take a shit. Prove me wrong.
because it totally misses two entire
It's
dimensions of the story. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah, gravity is definitely gravity. Look, stuff falls. You've clearly seen stuff fall down.
Yeah.
Maybe he hasn't.
You're clearly attracted to the surface of the Earth. You clearly also see things that orbit. You see that things are attracted to other things.
No, I see that things fly in the air. I don't see orbit. Okay, that's a
The
fact.
moon?
I've seen things fly in the air.
Satellites.
Yeah, who says they're orbiting?
Everybody.
Red's rhetoric.
GPS that actually helps
and just
control
fly.
Because
fly around
okay,
the place.
all right. Because you can predict when you will see satellites based on a model of their orbit that is entirely.
I can
based.
walk outside. And
Yeah, I
can
know.
listen.
People have come up to me, and I'm just like, yeah, sure.
You can compute these. You can out of Mathematica. You can write this stuff. If you wanted to, you could do the whole thing.
Look, I can get a telescope and go outside and look, and I'll eventually see something.
And you can wait, and you can actually time when specific things will be in specific places based
I
on
have
a
no
model
issue
that's
with that.
spherical.
Now, who the heck says it's in space?
The point is, it's based on a
flying
spherical
in the air.
model that relies on the
Okay,
orbits.
okay.
If
Here's
orbits weren't true, then these wouldn't be valid. But they
You're
are.
on a flat Earth, you just spin around the thing.
here's a question for you, skeptic.
You just said orbits weren't true. This has nothing to do with the flat Earth.
Skeptic, I've
Orbits.
got a question for you. How is it that we can observe shadows of Jupiter's moons on Jupiter? We can observe the moons of Jupiter rotating, orbiting around Jupiter, and we can observe the shadows of those moons actually on Jupiter, causing eclipses.
That's fake.
Well, I've never seen Jupiter, so I'm not gonna make.
I have. I've seen Jupiter and
Certain
go
times
in
you can get a very good visual.
several times.
But I've never seen Jupiter, so I can't. I'm not gonna.
Well, how about you go
Yeah,
and
I've
take a
seen-
look at
I've
Jupiter?
only seen a few
You know,
little
go-
planets, and
Why
they
not?
don't look like planets.
Okay, why not go to an observer? Why not go to an observatory and go look at Jupiter?
I don't mind. I mean, not right now, but you know.
You can make it a dude. That's
Trust me, I
content
wouldn't-
right there for your
trust
channel.
me,
You can make
trust me,
money.
I wouldn't mind doing it, but I won't lie to you. I've never seen Jupiter.
Yeah.
So
Well,
if the day comes where I get a chance to see Jupiter, I will let you know what I see. Okay.
yeah, well,
I'll
go
let you know what I see.
go to an observatory because that would be a good thing for you to do. Go to an observatory, take a look at Jupiter, take a look at the Galilean moons, and obviously you won't be able to see them orbiting around at one rotation per one orbit per minute, but you'll be able to see them there.
And if you go the next night, you'll see that they're in a different position because
Yeah.
they move. I mean, this was
Yeah, I know, they move, not the Earth. They move. Remember what I
Yes,
just
but
said.
but see that's an example of gravity. They're orbiting around Jupiter because of gravity.
What does the gravity on
Jupiter
Earth
is
have any-
gravity. Well, the point is you said
millions of
gravity
miles
doesn't
away?
exist at all. The point, look, wait, Septic, you said gravity doesn't exist at all, and I'm telling you that gravity is clearly out there because we observe it all the time.
Me dropping this doesn't prove gravity, okay? Because there's a lot of things that go into gravity.
What if
there's
hold
other
on.
things that are examples of gravity?
Have you heard of
Such as the
Gravity
moon's
kind of
orbiting
space,
Jupiter.
Skeptic, have you-
coincide with each
Skeptic? Have you heard of the Cavendish
other. It's like
experiment?
sync.
Oh God, please don't bring up the cabinet.
Yeah, I know it's your kryptonite, but
Come on, please don't bring it up. Oh God, that's a stupid experiment.
why?
How are you gonna test gravity without testing how something falls?
What?
Because
gravity is
How are you
about things
gonna test
attracting each other. Gravity is
How
not
are you gonna
about
test gravity without
Gravity
without
is not
having
about
something fall?
something.
Okay,
falling.
okay.
Gravity is about things attracting each other.
real quick. If we take out the context of something
for
for
gravity.
real quick, if we take out of the context of things falling, what does the Cavendish experiment show?
It doesn't show anything. Basically, based off what I'm seeing, it shows. Look, this is what based off what I'm saying. It shows the magnetation that the Earth has. That's all. That's all it looks
What
like.
is
That's
magnetation?
all it looks like. It looks like the magnetation
Oh,
has on the flat Earth.
Is magnetation a real word?
Not that I know of. But the Cavendish, these are not magnetically. These were lead balls. These are not sensitive to magnetic fields.
Hold up. I'll see if I can get someone to talk you through magnetation.
Sorry. Look, the Cavendish experiment was like when someone mentioned it, I'm all like, okay. And I was all like, you know what? Let me look into it. Let me look into this. And then I looked into it, and I'm all like, so
Actually,
you're saying with 2 damn balls you could prove gravity? No, that's retarded.
The whole
That's
point
retarded.
of gravity is that massive objects attract each other. It's not about
Prove that.
falling. It's about it's about mutual attraction from massive objects.
Really? Okay. I have my
Yeah.
knife right here. Okay, attract. Come on, have sex with each other. Start banging. Hey, come on,
That's-
move.
Okay,
Do it.
That's not necessarily how it works.
You're-
There is
you're
gravity
exactly.
there.
It's
It
such
is
a
there.
stupid statement. Mass attracts mass. I heard it from freaking Craig a million times. It's so annoying.
Can you tell me the approximate weight of the Earth? And compare it to those objects on the table you're yelling at to attract and have sex.
For the
What's the weight of
coefficient
the
of friction on the
Gravity when it
table.
comes to space with
I wanna hear
objects
this.
like satellites and such.
What's the weight of the Earth? I want to hear this.
It's relevant towards mass.
you do
No.
also
No,
realize
the weight
that
of the Earth.
you do also realize that what you can what there has been experiments that have been
Just had a
done
physics class.
where they actually put a lead. They have a weight, right, and they've measured the weight. Then they put a lead ball directly under the weight, and it actually becomes like point something of a gram heavier.
I'm
Yep.
listening.
You can, because the additional mass is close by, because it's not only the mass, it's also the distance, that the proportionality causes the attractive force to be higher. So the mass doesn't change. Weight.
And you see all this, everything you guys are saying. This is why I hate math. Holy hell! You guys are basically trying to explain something.
Oh yeah, buddy, you want some bigger words?
If you were to just be honest with yourself, you can't explain. You can't.
Okay, quick, real quick.
No idea how much it weighs.
Hold up, real quick. How fast does something fall?
What?
How fast does something fall?
I don't know. I think
There's a mathematical formula for it.
1.8 or 1.4 or something seconds.
Nope.
It's
I can't remember.
it's 9.8. It's 9.8 meters per second per second.
Okay, there you go.
On average at sea level.
Yep. So,
I'm sorry, I couldn't remember. God, it's been so long.
or as some people say, 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah.
So is that math is crazy nonsense that we're talking about?
No, it falls at that rate. And what about it?
Well, what math is crazy nonsense? At what point does math become something that you hate and that you can't stand, and that confuses you so much that you don't listen to it?
When it's not physical. Here, I'll give an example. When I showed Craig that the sun and moon were probably about 11 to 40 miles high.
Wait,
And this
what?
is on video. when I showed Craig that the sun and moon were about 11 to 40 miles, this is on video.
11 to 40 miles
I was
high.
showing him the information. I was showing him explaining my point. He said, "You're wrong because I have math." And he tried to do some math on me, and I'm all like, "Okay, you did your math. Now show me a video for your math. Show me something physical for your math." He didn't have anything.
How is a video math?
Don't make it
How
worse.
is a video proof exactly? I mean, what?
Okay, here. All right. Let's say you do a
how
bunch
is-
of
how-
math. Let's say you do a bunch of math and a bunch of equations.
No,
and all
but
that.
you
Yeah,
said you
to
said
make a
something-
car.
show
To
something-
make a car.
You said show
Now,
something
if you
physical.
don't build it,
Show me a
how do I know
video.
it's true?
You know that they use math to make cars, right? I mean, they don't just people
Yeah,
had to write down a lot of math in order to make cars.
Okay.
You can't physically manifest something to show what your math is. And guess what? It's a theory. It's equations. Nikola Tesla
Can I
said this.
just
Nikola
ask you a
Tesla-
question?
Oh, fuck Tesla. Seriously, I'm so sick of people jerking off Tesla like he was some amazing god.
Can I
speed in my Tesla.
Can I just ask you? Can I just ask a genuine question? First of all, skeptic, I just want to apologise everyone for losing it. Okay, to you.
It's okay, man.
No, genuinely, okay. But here's my question.
Are you from the same country?
Yeah, but here's my question. Okay, what point? Where does math start? Where it becomes difficult, or you don't understand, and where does it actually end? Because right, if I give you an example, if you go to the store, okay, you buy $5 worth of groceries, you hand over a $10 bill. What's your change?
5.
Right. Okay. So is that or is that not math?
Yeah, that's the most simple, basic math, and that's the math I mainly agree.
That's basic math. So when does it stop and when does it start? Do you understand my question?
Okay, it stops when basically, let's say I write a bunch of, because me and I remember. You guys remember him?
Who? You're breaking up, so we can't necessarily hear you every time.
Okay. You guys remember Write the Hand?
Oh yes.
Yeah, I remember that person.
Well, one time me and him were talking, and I found this funny. He's like, I made an equation that shows that I can fly like Superman. I'm gonna show it to them, and I was laughing because this is
it's a stupid question.
That's asinine.
It's a stupid question. It's an asinine question
thing, right?
because we all know.
I know, I'm gonna answer. It.
But yeah, go.
I'm gonna answer it. So basically, what happens is, if you cannot physically prove your math in some way, shape, or form, it becomes invalid.
But okay,
see the whole thing.
Even though all of math isn't false, some of it is.
Let's rewind a bit. Okay, let's rewind a bit. Say that the store person behind the counter gives you $2.50 change. How do you prove that he's wrong?
Oh, how do you? Well, of course, you're gonna do simple, basic math.
Yeah, there you go. It goes back to math again. So so I'm asking you the question: where does math start and when does it stop? And going back to that Superman question, the Write the Hander, because I was on that live conversation because it was on the next non-sex show, I think it was, wasn't it? If I remember rightly, you came up with that straight in, sort of hostile, and he came up with that question. And it's a very asinine. It's a very asinine question because the reason why it's asinine question is because he knows, and we all know that it's impossible. So it's a completely mute question. So he can never, ever, ever prove that he can fly like Superman, regardless whether it's math or not. So math's not going to enter into it because it's a mute question.
Okay. So the magnetic moment of the electron has been measured, and it agrees with theory to 9 significant digits. This is an example of where math totally describes something in a way that is completely measurable and it completely lives up to everything that has come before it. This is
exactly. So you can't pick and choose when maths works. So you agree that maths works when you're working out a simple thing like your change when you go to the grocery store. But you won't accept that math doesn't work to explain other things.
No. The reason why I'm saying this is because Craig, when we had the debate, he said he could measure the size of the moon, and I was like, and I was like, and I looked at, I wish he could have been here and sit next to me.
And do you remember?
So he could see the look on my face. I'm all like, oh, really?
But you also said that you didn't know exactly how far away the moon was.
I give an estimate based off some information.
You gave an estimate.
Physical evidence that I have.
But the thing was that you couldn't. You're given an estimate as to how far away it was, but with no proof or nothing to actually back it up with. Whereas Craig actually produced something with basic geometry that can actually prove how far away the moon was, but you had nothing to actually show to disprove what he was saying.
Can I bring up an example that I learnt in high school of using maths to actually show something? In reality, using... Can I do that? So, one thing that I did in high school is I basically used basic trigonometry to work out the height of a building.
Okay.
I wasn't able to physically measure the height of the building, but I was able to basically measure out a distance to that building, work out the angle from the distance to work out the angle at that distance to the top of the building, and calculate the height of the building that way. Is that a valid way of? Would you agree that that's a valid way of working out the height of a building?
Depends on how tall the building was, because some of it you can eyeball. Even if you don't get 100% accurate, you can get pretty close. Like there's some trees outside.
It's about trying. Have you ever heard of Pythagoras?
Oh, please don't bring that Satanist into this.
I wasn't even talking about Pythagoras. I was just talking about talking about using basic trigonometry, where you can.
He is not a Satanist.
we use the distance to use the distance from any point to the building, calculate the angle that from that point to the top of the building, and you can work out the height of the building, and it's very easy to do so. And I think the building was about 20 meters high or something like that.
And that all works because the sine squared of any angle plus the cosine squared of any angle is equal to 1, which is the Pythagorean theorem.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you and Skeptic? Have you ever heard of parallax, Skeptic? Have you ever heard of that?
Oh God, please don't bring this up. I've heard it.
No.
We will destroy you.
We're bringing up. I'm just asking you if you. I'm just asking you if you know what it is. What is
I can't remember exactly, but I remember red rhetoric or red rhetoric or I forgot his name.
It's a method in trigonometry.
Here's how to show what
calculate the distance between basically one object and another object over great distances. Essentially, that's what it is. So leads on to my question is, and I think you were asked this question before. And see if you can remember the answer. If you had a triangle with equal sides, 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
I have no idea. Tell me. 3.
Okay, but then you see that's basic stuff that my 12-year-old was able to answer within a very, very short period of time, literally 10 seconds. But you claim to know what the distance is between here and the moon.
No, I didn't. He did.
Yes, you did. No, you did.
No,
you said earlier on.
I claim to know how high the moon is.
Can we just double back in the live stream on YouTube?
What's the difference between? What's the difference between how high something is or how far away it is if we're talking about the moon? What's the difference?
Well, it's just I think it's because of, I think it's just the whole flat Earth thing got being very particular with my work.
Okay, Skeptic.
But yeah, we'll keep it the same. We'll keep it the same.
Can you look at something in your room that's maybe a couple feet away? I mean, I know that I don't know how you measure feet, but let's say a couple feet away from you.
Okay. You guys have been asking me several.
Just do this for me, please.
Oh yeah.
Look at something.
I'll do this one, and then I'm talking.
Okay, good. So look at that thing. Now close one eye and look at it. Now open that eye and close the other eye. You see how it seems to change place?
Yeah.
That is parallax.
That's parallax. Exactly. Good point.
Okay.
Why wouldn't that apply to two different points on the Earth?
Why do you think that object is changing?
If somebody was in the United Kingdom where I am, and somebody else was South Africa, and they were looking at, say, the moon.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
we're talking about. Would you not think that you could calculate the distance if you knew the mean distance between the two people in South Africa and the UK, and the distance? If we knew what the angles were and we knew what the distance was, do you not think that we could calculate that?
No, and here's why.
Why?
I'm gonna explain.
When
I was in my debate with, basically, once I brought it up here, I'm gonna explain what happened. So
can you answer without referencing another debate? Can you just answer the question?
Okay, well, I'll make it simple. Basically, satellite balloons are set to go about 11 to 40 miles high. That's the biggest one. I think is 38, but I've just rounded it up to 40. Basically, what happens is one of the satellite balloons crossed by the moon, and it was casting a shadow. And I'm just like, okay, why is this thing casting a shadow? It has to be within a certain amount of distance. It has to be super close. It means that satellite was literally to the point of basically touching the moon.
So, quiz.
Okay, if it's that close,
We've gone in full circle again. We're going
So-
back
Yeah.
to shadows.
Quick question.
Let me finish. Please, let me
Do you
finish.
really want to go?
Please, let me finish. So basically, I was like, okay, I got the ISS video, and I looked at the ISS. It should be casting a shadow. It should be closer, since the ISS is higher. So I'm just
It's
like,
not
okay.
casting a shadow.
Well then, the satellite's closer. That means the satellite balloon is closer.
But you
So,
see,
based off the evidence,
we've
that
gone
means it's
back to
between
it.
11 to 40 miles high.
Quick.
Now
How would
that's
you
that's
calculate
with
that?
physical evidence. That's what an actual
Okay.
satellite
Okay.
something up.
I've got a
How
quick.
have you
I have
worked that out,
I have a
though?
quick question
How have you worked
for
it out?
I have a quick question for Skeptic. How close does something have to be to a light source to have a silhouette?
I don't know. Really don't know. When it comes to the moon, I'm not gonna. Okay.
You see, we're going right the way back to the argument that we had at the start.
Oh, God,
The
yeah,
argument that we've been
Yeah, I
having
know.
is the difference between a shadow and
Let's
a
not do that.
silhouette, because you're still not
Already
getting
gone
why
through
it is.
that.
And you see, I understand. Yeah, I get that. But the thing is, you see, that's the basic thing. One of the things you're not understanding, because you've seen something that's what you think is casting a shadow on the moon. You're making an estimation, or not even an estimation. It's a complete guess as to how far away the moon is from that what you're actually saying, and this is your fundamental error.
Based on figures that you are announcing that you have never measured yourself, you're saying the satellite balloons can only go to 40 miles. How do you know this? What gives you any idea that if math can't be proved then how do you know that?
I want you to understand.
Skeptic, here's one thing. If a doctor is going to slice you open and replace your heart, and there's mathematical measurements that are specific to that cut, are they going to follow that precision that's been studied over and over again by the scientists and doctors that have done the heart replacement surgeries and whatever? I'm shitty at biology. Would you trust them to use that number that's been used, or that equation that has been used to replace your heart? Or you just trust the doctor to go, yeah, I think it's about 0.7 millimeters. So I'll just cut here. Fuck.
But also, to go and answer that same point, the same thing could also be said about mathematics using a doctor to calculate how much medicine you actually need per dose, which is based on quite a lot of
women, old ladies and old dudes in homes, basically, they die. Like hundreds of old people die every day from that, just because a young nurse has a wrong measurement. Then they lose their nursing certificate and all that shit.
Yeah, so would you agree in that circumstance that maths is involved?
It's insanely important.
Exactly. Right. Skeptic, did you just say it's insanely important?
Hold on, give me a second, because I actually want to show.
Would you agree that math is somewhat important in the fact that we communicate with each other through digital devices like we're doing right now?
Math runs the economy.
How do I say it? You gotta. I have a
The
different
device
worldview
you're
than
using
you guys.
right
So to
now
me,
is literally running off of math and electricity.
No. Here's the thing. It's like when I think of technology, I think of fallen angels teaching me human rights. I don't think of these high-tech people in an office contemplating.
Let's just go back to the basics.
Real quick. I just want to say that technology isn't all that complicated, but it does use quite a bit of maths. Try writing to binary files, and you'll get what I mean when it comes to how much math that you have to use.
Almost everything in life it has some connection with mathematics. You cannot avoid it. So you can't pick and choose as to when maths applies and when it doesn't, because that's really what you're doing. Is you're saying that, oh no, maths can't explain this, maths can't explain that, but you've accepted and you've already said that it will explain certain basic things. So I go back to what I said earlier on. When does it stop and when does it start?
When you're not able to physically.
But is it not when the guy behind the grocery counter gave you the wrong change? Are you not physically proving something?
Yeah, we're physically touching. I can physically feel the money in my hand.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes
but it
to
doesn't
the moon,
matter. But ignoring the maths, even if you did it by credit card, let's say you did it by credit card, okay, and they charged the wrong amount. You need to work out how much more they've actually charged you. If they did it that way, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Ignoring the math. So is that still not a physical thing?
Yeah, that is physical. Now tell me.
Okay, so you'd accept
No.
it. So
Now tell me.
Does maths stop being maths, and when it's physical or not physical? How is it not? I know. What's the difference?
Can
Do you
you
not understand
touch the
what
moon?
we're saying?
Can you touch the moon?
Oh God, yes, we could if we flew there because we've gone there.
Oh,
I'll have that debate. I'll have that debate with the
Wait.
day of the week and twice on
Wait,
Sundays.
I've got a question for you, Skeptic. Really serious question. I've asked this question before to some people, but I haven't. Don't think I've asked you. You've never touched me. How do you know that I exist?
You're human. I'm not an idiot.
How do you know?
I've not been to the
Glenn.
United States. I don't think the United States exist. I think you're all a lie.
Okay.
You're
That's
fucking
fine.
There you go. I've never touched it.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna give you a bigger one.
That's going by your logic.
Casual. I'm gonna give you a bigger one. Where do you live, right? What? UK? What?
I live in the UK.
He lives on the moon.
Okay, you live in the UK. Okay. Now let me ask you this question. What piece? You sure you're living on the?
Am I living in the UK?
Are you sure you're living on that piece of land?
Are you sure you're living in your house?
No, I'm not even sure if I'm in America. How do I know I'm on that piece of land that they closed?
Well, there you go. How do you know you're living in you're living on the planet Earth?
Exactly.
How do you know you're in the universe? How do you know you
I don't
exist?
know.
How do you know the Earth is flat?
On the American piece of
But how do you know exactly? I was just about to say that. Whoever said.
How do you know
the
you're not?
Earth is flat? Then.
How do you know you don't have a vagina as well as a penis? It could be
Shut
inside
up.
you. Just stab yourself.
It's not only a mute question. It's a philosophical question. But the thing is that mathematics is not philosophical. It either is or it isn't.
Yeah, but you can't tell me how far the moon is when you can't even touch it.
Yes,
At
we
least-
can
at
because
least
we use
Planner talked about-
mathematics.
Because other people.
Yeah, but at least when
We've also
Planner
been
talked
there.
about a building.
Okay, guys.
But at
Okay,
least when
so
Planner
math.
talked
You
about a
can
building.
measure distance
building.
physically in front of you as is right now. We have men that have been to the moon. If we really wanted to, we could send a team to the moon and literally fucking measure the entire Earth, or take a satellite, fucking scan the.
Sorry,
we've already fucking scanned the moon, haven't we?
We can measure the distance to the moon by mathematics.
Yeah, we
which
can do that
don't
too.
accept.
That's it.
And we could, but not only that, we've been to the moon. We have instruments on the moon. We could fire lasers out, and we can get an exact measurement to
Explain
almost
high
the
tide.
mean-
Not only that, but because it's so far away, your error would be pretty large on this. But you could send radio waves and bounce them off, and get a reflection and get a time from that.
Yeah, radar.
So why is
now
that?
you
Hold
can
up.
get the time from that.
Now I've got to ask Skeptic. Why would he think that things like bouncing radio waves off? Why does he disagree with that? Because I bet he's going to.
What? Disagree with bouncing? No, I agree.
Because
with,
it's a physically proven thing. Our radio.
So
No, I
you
agree with bouncing radio.
so you agree that you can bounce radio waves off of the moon,
We
and that
do
will
it
give
all
you
the
the
time.
distance.
Yes.
No. I believe we can bounce radio waves going on.
So we can
Even
actually
if
do
they're
that.
not
We can actually do that with radio waves by measuring how long it takes a radio wave to actually bounce back off the moon. So if you accept that, then what makes you think that we don't know how far away the moon is?
Okay, so you think the moon is 250,000 miles?
No, I don't think the moon is 250,000 miles away because it isn't.
What's the number? I think I forgot what the number was.
Well, give or take, it's 238,000 miles away.
Okay, 238,000 miles. Okay.
So
You
I'm
think
being
we can
pedantic.
bounce
Sorry,
signal
yeah,
off
go on.
that when there has to be literal, like I don't know how many every few miles. I'm not sure how many miles, but there has to be towers pretty much every few miles, just to keep that signal going for the radio. Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna have a hard time believing.
What are
it.
you talking about?
What?
Yeah. When it comes to radio, there's towers for this junk.
Well,
No,
you do
we're
realize.
sending radio waves like with a dish, like because that's how you would do it, like a satellite dish.
So, you know, when it comes to radio wave towers, the reason why we need radio wave towers is because the Earth is a globe. And it also helps sustain. It also helps sustain signal. Whereas if you're shooting radio waves,
and because there's only a certain amount of physical bandwidth that we have, and there are a lot of people using devices, so we're gonna need more and more objects or more and more towers.
Whereas if you're shooting radio waves directly at the moon, right, you get a lot of distortion in return, right? You get a lot of distortion, but you can
earthquakes.
But you can very clearly, if you send like a Morse code, right, just like beep, 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 you'll probably get something back like, or it'll be more like something like that, you know? It'll be really distorted, but it'll be close to what you have sent out.
Yeah, but wouldn't radio waves work better in a that's sealed up?
What?
That's just for us.
Wait, what? Question.
You cut out.
Wouldn't radio waves work better
it made no sense
in a domed environment?
And a
rather
what?
than outer space. Not just that. Wouldn't satellites work better also?
But the thing is,
the beautiful thing about space is that there's nothing to block things. Like that's the great thing about space.
Yeah, but
very little.
Okay, yeah, but again, you said that you accept that radio waves can bounce off things, but you still haven't answered my question, because I said that if you accept that radio waves bounce off things, then how do we know how far away the moon is? Because that was one of the earliest ways that we could tell how far away the moon was.
I don't think
it was probably not quite as accurate as maybe lasers are, but
I don't think the radio wave can go that far.
Why not?
But you accept that why not?
Yeah, like it's gonna have a limit. Just like any scan, like they have scanners for scanning and all this stuff.
But you still, you really do need to answer the question, though. Why?
Miles, and that's it.
Right. So right. Okay. So,
you said the moon is 40 miles away. You don't think radio wave 40 miles?
I only think.
So is there any evidence? Is there any evidence anywhere that somebody using radio waves that proves that it's 40 miles away?
Oh, is there any evidence? Yeah. Why?
No.
I've actually.
Sorry, I think maybe you misheard. Sorry, hang on a second, Pano. I don't think you heard me right.
Yeah, I left the video right there.
Hold on. Is there any documented evidence, that proves that radio waves were used that proved that it was 40 miles away? The moon, I'm talking about.
Oh, radio wave? No, I don't know anything about that.
Well, you said you accepted that radio waves that you use that. So why hasn't anybody come up with a figure of 40 miles away using radio waves then? Is there any evidence of that?
You got to understand, we're told. You got to think of it from this point of view. If we're told lies from a young age, we accept those lies. But once we find out something isn't a lie, we're like, okay, well, you know.
I'm a giraffe. I'm a giraffe. Am I lying? We're telling the truth.
Did you say before that that you don't think that radio waves can go 40 miles?
I don't know how far they.
I've actually got a question.
What's the difference between radio waves and light waves and visible light?
How many? I don't know.
Can you tell me what the difference is between a radio wave and a light wave?
A what?
Radio waves and light waves.
No, I don't know the difference. No.
They're the same thing. It's a different frequency.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're still waves. But you know,
I've got a question.
There's a lot you don't know, but you're still claiming that you know how far away the moon is.
I do have a question for Skeptic though, right? So So when we send a signal to the moon and bounce it off, why do we get a signal that matches the type of signal that we send?
But that's delayed.
Yeah, I think it's delayed by 2.6 seconds.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Something like that, if I remember correctly. Because the fact that you get a signal back isn't really that. There's so many towers, so many things around here that getting a signal back isn't that big of a deal. No,
and also going back to you.
Okay. Okay. Here's the thing.
Satellites that are up in the air.
Okay. Here's the.
Also talk about the satellites that are up in the air.
Okay. So here's the thing. If you send a signal out to just empty space, right? just point it away from the moon, you're not going to get anything back. If you point it at the moon, you get it back with a lot of noise.
Okay.
Why
Yes.
is that the
What about
case?
No, don't ask me. I don't even know what the heck.
Well, actually, let's see what is the most simplest explanation for that.
Please. Look, either the moon is an object and it has some type of frequency that can bounce back, okay? That's one. Second thing, the dome. It could be bouncing off some parts of the dome.
Okay,
depending
so
on whether you want to believe that or not,
Okay, so first off,
throwing out theories.
we can test the dome one. We point it out into space. It should be still bouncing off the dome, but it doesn't. But when we point it at the moon, it bounces off the moon. So we can rule the dome out. And as for your first one, what was your first one? You said something about the moon.
Yeah, it could be. No, it's not like I'm saying that radio waves can't.
And based on the fact that radio waves
It's possible they can.
and all light waves travel at the same speed based on Maxwell's equations, then you can say, okay, well, if all the waves are traveling at the same speed, roughly, I mean, they're going through air, but that's not causing much change, then you're going to get a distance calculation you can get because of the time. It's just substituting one or the other.
Yeah, and that's where the issue comes in.
It's
Why?
simple. That's simple algebra.
That's where the issue comes in. It's not the issue if you can bounce from the moon or not. You probably can. I wouldn't doubt it. It could happen. People say you can do it, so okay. I'll test it out one day, and hopefully I can do it. But that doesn't mean it's freaking 230,000 miles.
Why?
Everyone has a different number.
Why?
Because you're testing a radio wave. That's all you're doing. You're sending a wave out, and it comes back. Okay.
Yeah.
And we know how fast radio waves. We know how fast radio waves propagate.
Send something up to check how far the moon is. Send something up to check how far it is, or give me something that measures it differently than what I have, and trust me.
The point is,
okay,
we know
okay,
how
okay.
fast radio
I will
waves
drop my
propagate,
thing
and therefore we can discover how long, based on the travel time, how far the object is away. Because
Yes,
we know how fast radio waves propagate.
Radio waves and light waves moves at us.
Yeah,
Whether
it moves
that, whether I 100% agree with that, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. But either way.
Well, there are lots of ways you can test it if you want.
Yeah, I know. If I'm correct, I think in Harvard they made light come to a complete stop.
But I really would like you.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, I'm actually going to set you a challenge that it's kind of an unlimited challenge, right? Here's what I'd like you to do in your video at some point. Okay, I'd like you to be able to demonstrably prove. I can't even say that word. Demonstrably prove. Okay, without any shadow of doubt, exactly how far away the moon is. In one of your videos, at some point. I want you to do that.
I'm probably not going to be able to do that. I can give an estimate. It's the best.
Why? There you go. Then it's exactly you're giving estimates, but we're giving you things that have actually been proved over and over and over again that is to be true, but you won't accept it. So what makes us think that we're going to accept you saying, "Well, it isn't 238,000 miles away," but I think I use the word "think." It is only 30 or 40 miles away, because I think that things are going across the moon and casting shadows, because as I've shown you earlier on as well today and before, you don't know the difference between a shadow and a silhouette, because that's what you're basing your whole premise of how far away the moon is. And I say it again, on the premise that you don't understand the difference between a silhouette and a shadow.
Okay, that thing casting.
That's the only thing that you've got so far. That's the only thing you've shown. You haven't shown anything else that can prove how far away the moon is. Well, we can provide you with lots of different things that proves how far away the moon is.
Your best bet, skeptic, right now is to shut up and listen and talk, because every time you're talking, you're saying something really, really stupid.
No, you think I am. The reason you think I am, you're not saying anything.
Here's the thing, I don't think you're stupid. I think you're saying stupid things.
Oh, God. Look, the fact of the matter is, I try and leave physical evidence for everything. Now, sometimes I'm not going to get an exact number, Okay.
But you
Sorry.
don't. But I mean, watching.
I'm
I've been through quite a lot of your videos. I mean, it was going back a while ago, and there's nothing in your video that shows any physical evidence, proves anything. So you keep banging on about physical evidence, and you keep coming up with all these different theories.
Do you believe the ISS exists?
Yes, absolutely, it exists.
Okay, ISS exists. Even I agree with you.
I don't think it exists. I know it exists.
Yeah, I've seen it too. I know it exists without a doubt. Now, question: is it in space?
Yes.
You're saying yes. I'm saying no. How can we prove it? You can't prove it. I can't prove it because
yes, I can.
We have never.
Yes,
no, we have never been to space.
Right? Do you know
can
how?
Do your calculations.
Yes, we have been to space. I can
You're
prove.
just putting your
No,
phone
you.
in the
I tell you what.
I didn't say Neil Armstrong. I didn't say anything like that. I said you or me. Me and
no,
you
of
have
course
never
I've
been to space.
So, but I'm not relying on people telling me things. Okay,
Wait,
you think
NASA's a part
you
of
think
it,
you think that I'm relying on what NASA's telling me. Okay, right? I learned an awful lot about the moon landings, and all the rest of it outside of NASA. I didn't, from the age of about 6 or 7, I was fascinated with the moon landings, and I have since then. I've read an awful lot of books, and I read a lot of books from people that had nothing to do with NASA or nothing to do with the government organisations. And I say to you again earlier on about how many people would be involved in such a huge conspiracy.
About 5,000.
You've got to. No, it's not. No, it's not. Way more than that, my friend.
Look,
but
they're
way more than that.
No, when I say 5,000,
I tell you what. Actually, I would quite happily have a debate with you about the moon landings on any channel.
Okay, so even if it was just 5,000, think of it this way: with all the stupid shit leaking out of the White House and all the shit that they can't even keep quiet over there, how the fuck do you think 5,000 of our own American government would be able to keep that shit?
Oh, no. The president and a ton of them are already in on it.
Yeah, but how would they be able to keep it secret?
But it's not just the president.
Yeah.
What about the Chinese? What about all the Russians?
Yeah.
What about the Israelis?
It's not a joke.
What about the Indians? Oh, tonight, by the way, which they failed.
Every single company that supplies logistical support and
exactly. It is. You are talking hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people involved. Since the first man went into space, Yuri Gagarin in 1962, is it? I was getting
we're talking.
In that time, in almost 60 years, when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people involved, not one single person has actually come forward that was involved in the hoax, who knew it was a hoax, and whistleblown.
No, this is why I put such a, because I go based off the stories and the evidence that I listen to. I don't go based off,
there you go.
What
There's a difference between stories and evidence. Stories are not evidence.
Okay, so
because
you're saying
that's what that thing you were talking about, Mr. Forrestal, earlier on. You were talking about.
So you're saying they didn't send 5,000. You're saying they didn't send 5,000 to go to Antarctica. Okay.
Didn't send what? Didn't say what? Say again.
You're telling me they didn't send 5,000 people to go to Antarctica.
You're asking me? Am I saying they didn't send 5,000 people to Antarctica? What point did I ever say that?
Who is they?
No,
who are they, and what you're saying? What are you talking about?
Okay,
what are you talking about? What point did I say that?
Okay,
what does Antarctica have to do with anything?
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about the moon, and you're banging on. I'm saying that nobody went to Antarctica. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Can you stay on topic, Skeptic?
We're talking about how to keep this conspiracy under wraps. Okay. Here,
no, we're talking about the moon landings here. Why are you talking about?
I know.
Okay.
Well, if you know, then stay on topic. Can you not? Can you not just go back on topic again, Skeptic?
I know, but you got into this whole like hundreds of thousands of people. You need to be that, man.
Well, yeah. Well, of course there was. It would have to be to cover up such a massive global hoax. By the way, global over 60 odd years. And that's only the moon landings, let alone the Earth being flat, which we know it hasn't been for something like 2,000 years. I mean, holy crap.
A very important thing to note is that there was an experiment that had 6,700 people, right? And that's the high end. And it was a an experiment in which the cure for syphilis was purposely withheld from African American patients. The whistle was blown on that after about 25 years, right? And if you go,
conspiracies have a half-life in terms of time and of size.
and if you go to a program known as PRISM, right, that had at most 36,000 people and was whistleblown by Edward Snowden after 6 years.
Okay.
So
here's an algorithm.
So why haven't we had anybody whistleblown from maybe hundreds of thousands?
Please let me explain myself before you guys get into new questions. You guys get into
Okay.
let me at least explain. And I'm telling you right now, this is just a theory based off the evidence that I have read through. Okay.
No, hang on. No. Okay, go on. Go on. Sorry, my mistake. Go on.
Please. Okay, basically what happens is they sent about 5,000 people to Antarctica, okay? And this is back, not the 2000s. Which isn't a lot.
Who's they? Who's they, by the way? You said they. Who's they?
The countries basically the countries of the Earth. The countries of the Earth. This is, we're talking about
which countries are these then?
U.S., Soviet Union, Japan, stuff like
so
that.
5,000 people from the U.S., Soviet Union, and
Japan.
Okay, go on then.
And basically we're talking about 5,000 people between about 50 to 60 nations, okay, around there. Okay. All
in one go.
Yeah, all in one go, and this is not a joke.
Right. Okay.
So basically, they send everyone to Antarctica, and then something happens, okay, and I'm not gonna act like I know every little detail, but the story is that
why change now?
Huh? No. Look,
sorry, let him carry on. Let him carry on.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Trust me, I don't know that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I told you. Okay, I'm not saying this is fact. I'm saying the only thing I know is that they sent a variety of 5,000 people from different countries, all to Antarctica. Okay, so this is my theory. The theory is that within 50 nations, we're talking about divide that by what? Divide 5,000 by 50. That's about what? Or like 55 or 56, depending on how many you think there were. But it was about 50 plus. So we're talking about what? 100 people per nation, 80 people per nation?
That's fine. Yeah, go on with it. Yeah, okay.
100
on one big boat?
That's an estimate. So basically, after they went and then they left, and they started shooting missiles up in the air to try and check the dome, okay?
What? Wait. All you said was a bunch of people went to Antarctica, which you haven't substantiated, and now you're saying that they left and started shooting missiles at stuff that you also
at the dome. They started shooting missiles at the dome.
What? Where is?
Right. Okay. So first of all, I'd like a citation that this actually happened. Secondly, I would like a citation as to what actually happened. Thirdly, I'd like a citation as to what these missiles were firing at and why they were firing them. Do you have any evidence or citations?
Yeah, it's called Operation Fischl. There's even a video, and I even made a video with all the several.
Okay. No. I'm asking you. I'm not talking about videos. I want to hear about videos. I just want to know about citations. Do you have physical documentation that proves it's actually happened?
This one was called Operation Fishbowl. Okay.
Okay. Fine. And what is the significance of this? And the moon landings that we were having a discussion on. What you said there was a connection. So what's the connection?
Okay, well, how do I say this? Basically, because of the Antarctic Treaty, when you look at it in the Wikipedia, it only shows about 20 nations. But when you actually go deeper into it, we're talking about 50 plus nations. So we're talking about 50 plus nations sending a bunch of people to Antarctica. They run into the dome. From there,
They run into the dome. And do you have any evidence that anybody said this or cited
I told you.
this?
Remember, I told you it's a theory.
There you go.
I told you it's a theory. This is
okay.
I think you mean a hypothesis.
So exactly. I've asked you for evidence. I've asked you for evidence. So it's not a theory. It's a hypothesis. In other words, you've guessed what happened.
Operation Fish.
Some of it I didn't guess, and then other.
Okay, right. So going back to the moon and all the rest of it as well. We were talking about Blimey, we've gone so way off topic. I've even forgotten exactly what we were talking about. Something to do with the moon. So.
Let me just point out what Operation Fishbowl was. Operation Fishbowl was a bunch of nuclear tests around Hawaii, about their high atmosphere nuclear tests around the area of Hawaii. But that has nothing to do with Antarctica, nothing to do with domes. It's about high atmosphere nuclear testing.
Yeah, because of you have to look. That's when they sent the people there.
No, that has nothing to do with Antarctica. That's a half a world.
So how do you know there's a connection? So how do you know there's a connection between these people going? So I mean, I still don't understand the connections between the people going to Antarctica and these people doing and firing, nuclear weapons high in the atmosphere. What's the connection? What's the connection between what we were talking about in terms of how many people would be able to hide such a massive theory? Why have you gone on to this topic?
Not only was Operation Fishbowl a United States operation, you were saying that this was all the nations of the world.
Well, no. There's 200 nations.
One thing I've just got to...
It's about 50. It's about 50 plus. Because afterwards they all signed the Antarctic Treaty.
So I was asking you to explain how it was possible that over 60 years that millions of people were involved in the greatest hoax on this earth, apart from hiding the fact that the earth is flat for thousands of years, that nobody has come forward to whistleblow, and then you've gone on to talking about 3,000 people going to Antarctica and find nuclear missiles into the atmosphere. What's the connection is what I'm asking you. Could you please explain that?
Okay, what is
why have you gone on to that subject? I don't get it. Why are you changing the subject?
No, it's not that I want to change the subject. When you say certain things, it brings up other things.
So I still don't understand. I'm asking you to explain the connection between what we were talking about and this thing that you're talking about now. I don't understand what the connection is. Could you explain the connection?
Okay, so all right. So basically, what I would call Operation High Jump, because we were talking about, how to hide this and blah blah blah. Okay, how many people need to be in on this. Okay, so basically, we got about 5,000 people sent. Operation High Jump, that's the first one, and other nations were doing this as well. Anyone could look into this. They all just started rushing Antarctica for whatever reason, and then everyone pulls out after scouting the area, and they immediately start shooting missiles.
Immediately, when you say immediately, how immediately? Are you talking about like the very second they stepped off the ice, or the very second they stepped to the ship, or when they got back to the country, weeks, days, months later, years later?
So,
right away. They started building. They started building and.
Building what?
Well, NASA was formed, and then they started building rockets.
Okay,
and,
so you're saying that immediately they came back from Antarctica, they started building missiles and rockets because of that. Again.
Yes.
So, one thing I just want to say,
like some evidence of this, because you said that you had evidence.
So,
it's on video.
You did say at the beginning that there's evidence of this. So what's the evidence?
So one thing I want to.
High Jump ended in 1947. Operation Fishbowl was in 1962.
So one thing I just want to point out really quick as well is that with 5,000 people in your conspiracy, you're already likely to be busted within 30 years.
Yeah, that's why they killed some people.
That's not mentioned.
James Forrestal.
Not mentioned.
James Forrestal was one of them. They killed him.
Not mentioning the longest hoax and the biggest hoax of all, and that's the Earth is flat. That we've been hiding the Earth is flat for 2,000 odd years.
No. The flat Earth has been around. Flat Earth has been around. Look, here's the truth. The ball Earth, and when I mean the ball Earth, what I mean is when it actually started on was only 500 years ago.
Actually, no.
Only 500 years ago started catching up.
No.
But it wasn't
You're
accepted.
Wrong. It was accepted 2,000 years ago. It was...
No, it wasn't.
Years.
Thank you, Planet.
Yes, it was. So, let me give you a little bit of a history lesson. About over 2,000 years ago, the Earth was considered to be a sphere. This was actually before Eratosthenes did his experiment, right? It was only accepted to be heliocentric 500 years ago.
Look at Aristotle's physics, which was before Aristotle's. Talks about how the world is round.
But by that time, it was accepted that the Earth was.
Look, I'm not saying they didn't
a
talk
ball,
about Earth round, but I'm telling you, the majority of society.
Yes, you just said that they did.
I said they talked about it. They didn't.
Backtracking again.
I'm not joking. Only for what, like 500 years now?
Neither am I.
Like maybe a few people might have accepted it, but like, they should not accept it.
Wait,
Oh,
Well,
what?
lots of people couldn't
Only
read.
for these past 500 years, it's been accepted by most people.
No, wrong.
So it was accepted to be a ball for 2,000 years by pretty much just about everyone, except for flat earthers, obviously. But you know, they were a minority of the people. And
So you're saying that round about King Henry VIII's time, you're talking about that sort of period when people were generally only then accepting that the Earth was a globe and it was a heliocentric model.
Look, I'm not saying there weren't people who didn't believe, but the majority of the people were flat earthers. The majority were flat earthers. So.
And
And
you
then
know
from
this
there, it
how?
changed.
And what does that have to do with anything?
Were you there 500 years ago?
Huh?
Were you there 500 years ago?
No, but that's where all the evidence is pointing.
Ah, okay.
What evidence?
The part of
I
the
didn't,
Jesuit.
I didn't go to space, but you were there 500 years
It
ago.
was part of the
How do you know?
Jesuit order. But it looked.
How do you know?
What?
How do you know?
Wait, what?
When did the Jesuit? What the fuck does that have to do with it?
Yeah, it's part of the Jesuit order. You didn't know?
No, I didn't know.
Oh wow.
Yeah, wow.
I think the Jesuit order though is a debate for another day. Honestly.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like basically go into like a variety of different. Some of the stuff is speculation. Some of the stuff, the whole Jesuit order thing, that's a fact.
I would
That's
say
No, I
actually
don't think so.
I would say about 99.9% of everything you said is just pure speculation.
I think like
How long have the Jesuits been around?
they've been around since
Whew.
Roman times. Since Roman times.
Not from what I can see, just by
No,
a simple
they,
search.
They
But
changed
hey,
their names. They changed their names. That's all that happens. They changed their names because before the Jesuit order, and they ended up killing people, and then the people fought back and killed them, and so they changed their name.
So there's a few things that I just want to say because I'm going to start wrapping up this stream soon. So first, I just want to ask a bit about the nuclear bombs going to the dome. So when the nuclear bombs were going to the dome, were they trying to crack the dome or something?
Two theories. Either they were trying to break it, or they were trying to like scan it out. Like,
Okay.
How big is this place? How far it is? You know, they were trying to like probably figure out how big it is.
Okay, and what would happen if they broke the dome?
Never gonna happen.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought maybe they'd be able to get through to the Apache helicopter aliens or something.
I want you to think of it. No, I want you to think of it like this. Think about an ant in a cage grabbing a side of a glass cage and throwing one tiny pebble at it. That's basically what they did.
how do you know
No,
that?
I'm not.
How do you know any of this?
No. What I'm giving you is.
No,
Oh,
you're giving
the
me
flat
stuff
Earth.
that you have no evidence for.
No. I'm giving you description
Yes, you're giving me
How
stuff you
to
have no
view-
evidence for.
of how to view this place. Because remember, we're in a glass casing. We're pets. We're literally pets. Okay? What do you do with your pets? You put them in a glass case. What did God do to us? He put us in a glass case.
Okay, why haven't I gotten pets from God?
What are you talking about? You got plenty of pets. Freak, you get one.
I don't have a hand coming out and patting my head from God. I'd expect that if I was a pet.
Yeah, but you... Come on, man. Seriously? Like, okay,
Yeah.
a ton of animals to play with. You get a woman to literally fuck and literally have kids. Okay? The food that grows, that food that we put in the ground and grows and everything, that's because of God. Because, here, I'll give you an example. There's a place I go to. There's a turtle inside of a glass case, okay? There's a turtle inside. If we don't feed it, it dies. End of story. If we do not feed it, it dies. And we're always feeding it. We're always taking care of it. It's the same thing with God. God's always making this shit.
Okay, what
so
about
we
a
don't freaking die.
what about a cat? What if you don't feed a cat? What will the cat do? Will the cat die, or will it go out and hunt its own food?
Of course, it'll probably go out and look for food on its own. That's because you're here. But if you were in a glass case with nothing else but the little bit that you have, okay? The
Planawalk,
difference-
should we have some closing statements? Because I know you want to
Yeah.
close things up, but allow each person to have like a quick closing thing to say.
Yeah.
This was a fun debate.
Okay, I'll start. You are skeptic. You are in a glass case of knowledge, and you are not allowing anything in. And I think it's sad, and I really wish you would. So, can I finish? And I really wish you would let stuff in, because, like I said, I don't think you're stupid. I think that you've been able to, keep making stuff up that's interesting at the very least. I think you got a knack for telling stories, and I wish that you would open yourself up to maybe take some math classes or something, and learn that there's a little bit more to it than you might think. Maybe look, maybe ask go to an astronomy club and see if you can take a look at Jupiter. Just open up yourself to some of these experiences. Hopefully, that will help you see things from the angles that we're looking at, which, based on, I think the three of us who are still here agree that you have not been very convincing, and we feel like we have a lot more evidence than you do.
Really? Okay. Okay. Wait, you just said something. You feel like you have a lot more evidence than I do. Okay. Why don't you post up some of your evidence? Because I'm the only one posting up anything on the boards right now. I've been posting up a ton of things. You guys have been asking me, what about this? Show me this. Show me hieroglyphs. Show me giants. Show me, where people talked about Jesus beforehand. Show me,
I don't think anybody said show you your.
Let's let him have a
giants.
statement. Let him have a statement.
Okay, sorry.
I have been posting it right here. I've been showing everything. So now I want you guys to physically prove what you believe in front of me, and I mean physically do it. Show me a video. Send me pictures. Something. It doesn't even have to be some complicated thing. Show it to me. Show it to me, because you haven't shown me anything. I'm the one. You guys, what about the rockets hitting the dome? Here you go. Like, I'm posting up everything, but when it comes to you guys showing me something, you haven't shown me anything. You talked, just like Professor Stick does. He talked, and he never proved anything. So when the time comes, you don't have to do it now. You about it. You have channels for a reason, okay? You don't have to do it right now. But when the time comes, show it to me. Put my name on it. Why You Are an Idiot, okay? That's my channel name, because I like to point people out when they're idiots. They're stupid, okay? So do it. Say this is for you. I want you to look at it, and I'm going to prove my words. Okay, I'll look.
All right, that's your statement. Okay, I think you're done. That's your statement, right? You could go on, and I know, but like.
Yeah. Casual Spaceman, do you have some closing statements?
Yeah. All said and done. I mean, what I will say is that although I don't really care about your religion or what you actually believe in terms of sort of you believe in God and all the rest of it, but having said that, I do believe in your God. Well, I'm going to say God-given right. Sorry, your democratic right to believe whatever you want to believe, whether it be your religion or whether you believe in God or whether you think the Earth is flat and we have a dome and we didn't go to space. That's fine. That's your right. That's your prerogative. Okay, but what I will say is that don't just allow me to finish what I'm saying. I did interrupt you, and I apologise for that. I shouldn't have done. So just let me finish what I'm going to say right to the end, okay? But you saying that you've provided evidence tonight, but you haven't provided anything because you keep saying about videos. Videos do not prove anything because from what I've seen about your videos, they're all just theory. And pretty much everything that you said when we've challenged you hard enough today, you've either said you don't know or you said it's a theory. And a lot of those, I would say actually all of them are all hypotheses. They're not theories because theories are based on evidence. Okay, you haven't provided any evidence. You've posted links to videos and things like that, but that doesn't prove anything. But we can go on all night, and actually I'm going to invite you again, right? But this is not to the same subject we were talking about before. I would like to invite you to come onto my channel and we'll debate, and it will be a calm debate, I promise this time, about the moon landings, because I will debate with somebody with that every day of the week and twice on Sundays. So the offer's there, okay, but as I said before, I will not, and I never will have any debate about religion on my channel, and I stand by that, and I won't do it, okay. But as I said, despite everything, okay, I don't hate you as a person. I just hate what you stand for, because the way I feel is that flat Earth and all these theories that you come up with are actually harmful. They're harmful to our society. They're harmful to our education system. And actually, I have 2 young children, and I don't want them to be affected by it. So I don't like what you stand for, but I don't like you. It's not because I always say I don't like you for who you as a person. I've never met you, so I can't make that judgment. So as angry as I got earlier on, I was having a crap day, so I apologise again for that. All right.
It's fine.
So that's really all I've got to say. But as I said, the offer's there. I'd love for you to come on the channel. We'll have a debate about the moon landings. But as I said, it's not going to be about religion at any point.
All right, Planner Walk, you get to wrap it up.
All right, so I'm gonna have a bit of a statement, and then I'm gonna read out all the super chats that I've gotten. So yeah, I think it really comes down to when it comes down to things, you've really got to look at evidence, and you can't just take one type of evidence and dismiss the rest. You know, you can, if you take, oh, I've touched this, so therefore it exists as evidence, then you're dismissing your evidence you have from what you can see. And I don't think if you can see something, I don't think that's instant, just because you're not touching it, I don't think that's instant dismissal there of you should not believe it, right? I think that you should consider all types of evidence, and when it comes down to things like, as I said about using P waves to measure things, why are using P waves or S waves to measure the Earth's core, why is that less valid than using sight to determine something? Because I don't think it is. I think that it's I think that it really comes down to there's heaps of ways of getting evidence, and you've got to use all the ways of getting evidence, not just one. So, anyway, moving on to super chats now. Dark Apocalyptia X, otherwise known as Starkiller Sebi, donated $5 saying, "Lol, what? My grandpa was a chief. He never said anything about giants. Also, get that $5 deal on Arena. Then you can get sick cosmetics and packs." And I mean, I don't have much money to spend on Magic the Gathering, to be honest. John, even though you gave me $5, I've probably got to use that for rent or something. John Rapp donated $10 Australian saying, "Hey everyone, don't forget to support our favourite Kiwi. Get on board. Plan a walk, give me your best. Good on you, mate. Aussies rule." Is that good?
No, they don't.
Well, it's Kiwis that rule, but you know, if an Aussie's giving me $10, I'll say anything that they want me to.
No, Brits rule, and you know it.
One day we'll leave the Commonwealth. It'll happen one day. And Ash Panache, who is in the chat right now, says donated $2 for giving us the space to chat. You're welcome. And then he donated another $2 saying, "Thanks, Planet Walk." And then he donated another $20.
I meant to spend 25, and I could never get it right.
Oh, you got the maths wrong, did you?
Well, in response to your thanks, Planet Walk, no thank you, Ash Panache. And John Rapp said, "Ash Panache, good on you, mate, you rock." And I would agree very much with that. And John Rapp also donated another $5 Aussie saying, "Casual Spaceman, thank you, but you don't need to apologise to us. It's a subconscious reaction to an assault by crazy gobbledygook." So, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, no, I did need to apologise because it's not me. I don't usually use that, especially with conversations like that, and there's no reason for it really because we're just having a really bad day today, and on top of that, I was drinking a bit as well, which is a bad combination. So it's poor choice on
It's
my
okay,
part.
bro. Religion brings out the worst. It does that.
But no, well that's the thing. We weren't debating about religion though, Skeptic. That's the thing. It wasn't about religion. It was just yeah, it just I don't know.
Oh, did 1 minute debunk do a video on the ancient helicopters? You might have to take a look at that, Skeptic.
I think yeah, I do remember something doing a 60-second thing on that. Right enough, yeah.
Yeah. I like his content. Everyone should go check it out.
Yeah, 1 minute debunk is the only YouTuber that I know of that debunks a bad idea in 60 seconds. So yeah, go and check him out. Subscribe. You don't just.
Anyway, we'll be. Anyway, switching to outro. Leave a like and subscribe if you like that stream. Leave a comment letting me know what you'd like me to debate next. I'd actually like to debate something interesting like abortion. That would be a very interesting debate to have, I think.
Ooh.
I know I'd probably get a whole lot of.
Brought that up. You should have brought that up during the religious. Why didn't you bring that up?
Because it wasn't relevant to.
I had so much to say about that.
Shocker.
But that would be a fun debate, I think. Also,
I still say I want to debate 10 versus 12. I think 12 is much better than 10.
I was involved in politics for a good 20 years, and I've been in many debates about abortion, and it's a very touchy subject. So,
yeah, definitely.
Suffice to say, I would not be taking part in that debate.
I think
Let's debate the metric system. Ooh, that's a good one.
I'd also like to debate things
Metric
like.
system.
Metric system. Yeah.
I'd also like to debate things like morality. That would be fun as well.
Metric system. I think that'd be quite a short debate, wouldn't it?
Hold on. Why didn't you bring this up when we were talking?
Because it really had no relevance to the conversation at the time. You know, you don't just randomly go swiggity swoosh and let's debate abortion. Even though that's what Cyrus did, he had a video recently called "Swiggity Swoosh and Let's Debate Abortion." That was interesting. But you know,
something I'm really passionate about is I love to debate about how Zack Snyder's a terrible director. But
is that a debate?
Looks like I won.
Well, I'll have that debate with you if you like. I don't mind.
Anyway, I will see you in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching. And I need a song. Anyone got any good bands that I should play something from?
Under Pressure by Queen.
The Pixies.
Under Pressure by Queen. That'd be a good one.
Pavement.
Hey, there you go.
Ice, baby.
Under pressure, pushing down on me.
Well, someone actually gave.
Pressure, which is the component of force on a that is perpendicular, that is.
Funny that, isn't it? Yeah.
Another person said something which I think is a good song, but they didn't really mean it as a song. But I'm still gonna play it. Good song there. Alright, I don't know why people are still watching. There's nothing left.
Go away, go to bed, and do something better with your life.
Either way, it's literally like nighttime already.